Okay, short intro. I'm watching the finals right now. I'm. I have to watch this. Short intro. Short intro.
Final situation.
This is the grand finals reset. Oh my god. This is one. Whoever wins this wins the entire thing. Come on, Nitro. Come on, Nitro. Come on, Nitro. This is the homie's homie. This is the homie's homie, so I'm rooting for him. He's a young nigga from New York. Good throw, baby. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is that hit? He blocked it. Oh my god.
Not enough to kill, but that's okay.
Oh my god.
He takes the kill. That's gonna be Nitro. He's gonna be your champion for Guilty Gear Strive. What a performance. New York embraces their own. Embraces their own.
Wow. 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 Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit. Holy fucking shit.
Once again held up. Literally
holy fucking shit. That's crazy.
Bring home the Strive Evo Championship to New York.
Wow.
Center, so many.
Wow, man.
The fighting game contingent here. See,
that's cool as fuck.
As well. So much love being shown to this man.
That's cool as fuck. That's cool as fuck. Damn.
Bring this title home. This is what we all work for. This is what we all
That's crazy as fuck.
Dude, and again, being able to do it with your friends, your family, right?
That's crazy as fuck.
Incredible feeling. And
See, I don't even know him, but I know the homies know him, and he's a nigga from New York, so I'm always rooting for a young nigga from New York. So, damn, Evo champion. That's cinema.
So many incredible
that is truly cinema. That is truly cinema.
Actually unbelievable. And again,
that was truly fucking cinema.
That moment, seeing him have it, dude,
damn.
His flowers,
I was watching it. I was watching it off stream. I was watching it off stream, and I was like, I'm gonna wait till this set ends, and then I'll go live for Tekken and shit. But then I saw how hype it was, and I was like,
unbelievable.
Nah. I'm gonna catch at least some of it. I'm gonna catch at least some of it, and yeah, I'm glad I did.
Joining that list for 2024 Guilty Gear Strive. Incredible stuff right here. Him and Tatuma still.
Man.
The sportsmanship, you love to see that as well. I was going to say, give it up. Obviously, second place. Tatuma played in an unbelievable bracket the entire way through.
That's godlike.
It's all about celebrating.
That's godlike. That's godlike. That's godlike.
At the top 6 ceremony.
Yeah, niggas, I've had like 6 niggas message me today. Talking about some
like we said,
Balvin on Guilty Gear now.
One of the most stacked brackets
because of that fucking DLC leak. Honestly, I'm more upset at the DLC leak before it was supposed to be shown, because we were supposed to find out that DLC pack now after that set. Could you have imagined if after that crazy ass Nitro set, or I guess the top 6 in general, and then they reveal season 4, and then they reveal the fucking guest character? Like, it really fucking sucks that it really fucking sucks that it got leaked out. But yeah, I guess I'm gonna have to lock in. I guess I'm maybe. We'll see. We'll see. I played Strive in the beta. I thought it was cool. The only thing that will get me on that game is a fucking DLC. What up, Zai? No, yeah, Strap. I said so yesterday. I literally said yesterday that they're good. That they're at Evo. What up, Damo? What up, Jace? What up, y'all? Yeah, I didn't catch all the top 6, but I did catch the ending. What up, Moonlighter? I did see the Guilty Gear Strive news. Yes, I did. 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 What time does this start? The RDC shit. They didn't put a time on it. They just said that it's happening today. What up, Scone? What up, y'all? What up, Indy? Hello. Hello. What's up, guys? Y'all saw his Jover, bro? Y'all saw his Jover, bro? Damn. It's literally Jover. What up, Ems? It's literally Jover. We lost. I think that I'm not gonna lie. I feel like Biden dropping out. We're gonna talk about politics before Tekken. I feel like Biden dropping out of the campaign. Biden dropping out of the campaign so late is probably the worst thing that could have happened. I feel like the nigga should have dropped out way earlier than this. I did see the everybody keeps asking. Yeah. I have seen the guest character for Strife. I have seen the guest character. Shout out to Nitro, man. Hold on. Shout out to Nitro, man. Shout out to Nitro, man. What up, RTC? Shout out to Nitro, man. Shout out to that nigga. That's cool as fuck. I don't know him personally, but like I know Lotus knows him, and so does Omega. Like I've seen him in both of their chats. That's the crazy part. It's like I've seen him like in their chats before, just like chopping it up with them. And I think Nitro is the DBFZ player as well. It's Lotus's fault.
Y'all still good up there?
Lotus DM'd me. Lotus DM'd me and says, "So you're getting on Guilty Gear, right?" And I was like, "Why did he say that?" And then I checked Twitter and saw why he said that, and I was like,
Guilty Gear Strive. We continue to thrive. We continue to do amazing. And
yeah, he's that
what an
Nitro.
Incredible tournament.
He's that Nitro. He's a. So yeah, I've seen that nigga in all the homies' chats before.
The way Nitro held the
I'm just sick that nigga spoiled it, man, or they uploaded the shit too early. I wish that Guilty Gear shit would have dropped. Right now. That shit would have been so hype.
About the sacrifices that they make to become as good as they are. That was all on display here tonight.
Absolutely, and like we said, it's the ending here for Evo for Guilty Gear.
What's the answer? You know, G. Okay, look, I would say yeah, I'm tapping in, but I'm not gonna sit here and lie to y'all. Look, they could have put me in that game, and it'd still be pretty hard for me to get on because it's nothing against Strive. Make that clear. I'm not shitting on Strive. It's just hard for me to commit to a fighting game, right? Like, it's hard for me to commit to a fighting game. Like, I was committed to Street Fighter 6 for a very long time. And once I hit that plateau in Street Fighter 6, I fell off hard body. Right. Tekken 8 is the only game that I have lived through the plateau and kept playing. Tekken 8 is the only game that I have lived through the plateau and got through it mentally. Tekken 8 is about to be gaming. Tekken 8 is about to be gaming. Tekken 8 is about to be video gaming, and I am so hyped. I can pull up the Strive trailer right now, because they're not showing it, I guess. They're just skipping over. Guilty Gear Strive. I'm surprised they didn't show the trailer again. It's kind of crazy. All right. Here's the season four pass reveal. I don't know none. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know nan one of these other niggas though. Okay, okay. This is cool though. 3v3. Them adding 3v3 this late into the game is really fucking crazy. I'm not gonna lie. 3v3 is wild. I am surprised that it's Lucy and not David, but I could see Lucy working though. I could see them. I just think David would be a better fit gameplay wise. It's bullshit blazing. That nigga looks cool. That guy's a Persona character, or girl. They are a Persona character. No, bro, this is so crazy. Dude. This is so fucking crazy. Dude, can you imagine how hype it would have been if we would have heard this live? Oh my god, man. This would have broke the fucking sound barrier. But the thing about Lucy is that she's a I can't remember the fucking name of the class that she is technically, but those wires she uses, I can see that working pretty well in Strive. I can see that working pretty well in Strive with the wires, because the wires are very cool. And yeah, she definitely will be a zoner. She definitely will be a zoner because of how much range those things have. But I'm gonna be honest though. Yeah, I know they're called nanowires, but there's an actual like class in Cyberpunk that she falls under that I can't think of the actual name of. But I think like, yeah, aesthetically Lucy does fit this game heavy. Netrunner. I think, yeah, Netrunner. It's a Netrunner. Yeah, thank you. She's a Netrunner. Aesthetically Lucy does fit this. Like, aesthetically does fit this. She is like, but David, I think David and Rebecca gameplay wise would have been crazier. You know what I think it is though? I think Lucy though, I think Lucy probably is the most popular character for aesthetics though, right? I don't think she just fits the game aesthetically. I think like I see Lucy a lot more than I see David because of that fucking meme. If it wasn't for that meme of David, Lucy would be the most popular character in the series. But big facts, we just said that, yeah. I think that David would have made more sense because the Sandevistan combos would have been hard as fuck. But also, I think that David might have been too samey to some characters in the game. I think Lucy might be a little bit different compared to, because I know time and stuff is like a pretty heavy concept already in Guilty Gear. And I do think like the only thing that hurts me is not getting the visual effect of the Sandevistan, because that shit would have looked so cool. Oh my god. If they would have ripped the visual effects from the game and the show with like the after image and the colors changing, oh my god. That shit would have been cool as fuck. But it is what it is. I do think Lucy, the fact that Lucy is in this game at all, I mean, like, this is Strive's first guest character, right? Ever. So I mean, like, the fact that we're getting any guest character in this game in general is fucking wild. But I would have loved to see David for sure. I would have loved to see David. It is completely out of the blue though. I'm not gonna lie. I would have never expected a cyber. But you know what? I think that's cool though because it's a video game character and an anime crossover at the same time. Like it's because it's a character from an anime based on a video game. It's a very unique guest character because it technically is just a anime character in a video in a Guilty Gear game, right? Like on technically speaking, like it's just an anime guest character. So who knows? Okay, Street Fighter has Terry. Guilty Gear has Lucy. Tekken, you have the chance to do something insane here. Tekken, you have the chance to do something. Oh, Grand Blue has 2B. Tekken has the opportunity to do something unfucking real. They're putting me in the game. They're putting me in the game. I'm leaking it, guys. Leaks. Sorry, W leaks. They're putting me in the game. And my alt costume will be Maui. Winston Overwatch. Okay. Now, no funny shit. Who do y'all think will be who's a good guest character for Tekken? And don't say Tifa. Just emailed Harada. I think Tifa and Kiryu are the two biggest options. I think Tifa and Kiryu are the ones that make the most sense, like gameplay wise. Baki. The thing is, I'm gonna be honest. I wouldn't want Baki. I wouldn't want Baki because I wouldn't want no big nigga. I wouldn't want no big nigga because he's gonna be like Jack 8 but on crack. Yeah, but I mean, like, but Baki isn't big, okay. But like, the thing is, he's short, but he's okay. When I say big nigga, I mean like brolic. He's gonna be a short Jack 8 then. same difference. He's gonna be brolic as shit. You want a twink. What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? What the fuck is happening? No, it's not okay. It's not that I it's okay, guys. I don't want a twink. Okay? I don't want a twink. If they add a twink, that's cool. I'm not mad at a twink being put in the game. That's fine. Shout out to the twinks out there. But my point more so here is that I don't like how brolic niggas fight in fighting games. I want someone saucy. I don't know how saucy Baki. I don't know how saucy Baki is. All right. So I haven't seen Baki. All right. But from the clips that I've seen of Baki, a lot of them niggas are not that saucy. But maybe I've seen the wrong clips. Snake in Tekken would be the GOAT. I'm sorry. That would never happen, but like Big Boss or Solid Snake in Tekken would be the coolest shit ever. Put Radon in Tekken. Wait, that might be Miyazaki. That might be cinema. I haven't played the entirety of Final Fantasy 16, but I have played the demo. I think Clive would be a pretty good option. They already had Noctis in the last game, so you know they already have somewhat of a working relationship with Final Fantasy. I would, bro. I don't. The thing is, I do want a guest character in Tekken though. I want one. I do want at least one. I don't need two. I don't need Akuma and Negan. You know, I don't need two. But I would like one guest character. It ain't even got to be season 1. I think a guest character. I know some fighting game purists think guest characters are unethical. I didn't know that was a thing. Also, I didn't know that people did not like guest characters. But I feel like guest characters is how you put that fire under a game's ass, and you bring in a whole new audience to the game. You know what I'm saying? I feel like because whenever I saw when I saw they put Negan in Tekken 8, nigga, I don't even watch Walking Dead, but I know that Negan is a cool ass fucking character, and I was like, wait, that's actually crazy that they have Negan in a fucking fighting game, Tekken of all games. So yeah, I did not know that niggas were like anti-guest character until recently. That's very much news to me. I want you to stay. But I'm excited for this grand finals though. It's about to be lit as fuck. I know it's 3 Dragunovs, but it is what it is. What can you do? You know. Here's the thing. I think that the 3 Dragunovs is gonna get balanced out by the guest character reveal at the end, which we all know is gonna be LeBron James. He's already in multiverses. It wouldn't be that outlandish for LeBron James appearing in a fighting game. I'm just saying. Photorealistic Jackie Chan. Bruh, fuck it. Just add Carter from Rush Hour. Fuck it. If we doing anything. Add Dennis Rodman in Tekken 8. Dennis Rodman would have, you know why Dennis Rodman would work? Dennis Rodman has the best alts. Dennis Rodman, he already has like 6 alts. He already has like 6 alts in the game. I did see that Samurai Jack guy at Tekken 8. I'm Tekken 8. Hey, imagine Samurai Jack at Tekken 8. Now I did see that they put Samurai Jack in a multiverses. I'll probably get back on to try that. Now Caesar from Planet of the Apes. Now we're cooking. Caesar would be Caesar would be fire as shit. That would be cinema. I'm sorry. Cause we know Caesar got hands. We know Caesar can fight. Caesar is a 3-foot ape. Well, Yoda was in Soul Calibur, so you know, he's small too. Also, if we put an ape
supremacy
into a fighting game, you have to power scale him. Cause they have whole ass bears out here doing electric combos. All right. They have whole ass bears out here doing electric combos. So if we power scale an ape to the baseline of an animal in Tekken, apes automatically are over Tekken. Over bears. Because apes are better fighters, like hand-to-hand combat, than a bear would be. A bear would fight how Kuma fights. The nigga just throwing fish at you. Also, Yoxozuya, thank you for the prime, bro. You could have used that prime anywhere else, but you use it here. Yoxo, I appreciate you. Matter of fact, I'm in love with you. Are they live? Okay, I'm gonna pull up RDC stream, and I'm gonna have it open just while we wait for the Tekken stream to start. And I want to see. They're doing unreleased games. Are they playing the? Oh, is this a collection?
Sentinel Cyclops, but I could probably play every character in the game.
I remember that Cyclops
Oh, this-
that you did on that carnival stage.
This the collection?
Hey,
Oh,
How do you
Felicia.
feel about Felicia?
If you know how to combo into the baby super,
So I lost.
it does mad damage. He said,
Okay,
so I lost.
Adam.
Yeah, 'cause I don't
Adam,
remember no
when did they say that?
Oh yeah, you might have lost then. And And you picked the wrong Tron Assist too.
Oh, I did?
Yeah.
Which one was it?
It's the third. It's the third. It's the
Tell me
third one. It's the
something.
Okay.
third one.
It's the third one.
Here's the
bro.
thing.
Lock
It's the
in.
third one.
Here's the thing.
You got so distracted by Felicia.
I did. I like Salak too.
Here's the thing.
Good.
Salak is cool.
Salak's
I
mad good.
forgot all Felicia's combos.
RDC themselves said that
Oh, my fault.
he said it on stream,
My fault,
but
my
also
fault, my fault.
I'm not gonna say why I think it's happening today. I'm gonna wait till
You know it's mad good, her grab-
this is over with.
You just like
Because there's a different reason as to why.
Okay, hold on. What you
There's a
want?
different reason as to why I said what I said.
Back out. Save the world, Spider-Man.
I didn't know that. Oh,
Okay. Hold on.
Oh, he got Yo, Leroy knows how to play some fighting. And he got some anti-airs.
But I don't think
Yeah, he know how to do something.
I don't think
You gotta bring back
Mark
the-
misspoke whenever he said that, unless
You gotta roll from
they had to change their plans.
I don't know what.
But like I said, I'm gonna wait until
You changed
I'm
it
gonna
to
wait
the
until
receiver.
you know
This is a bad matchup, right?
Yeah, it's a bad matchup.
I'm gonna wait.
why am I just finding out that Spider-Man had low life?
You know,
That's crazy.
It is
My-
crazy. I don't know why they did that.
I will say this though. What the fuck?
He a cheater, bro.
They thought he
I
was
can't
top
full
tier.
screen.
Marvel's Capcom 1, that's why.
Oh, it's
Was
broken.
he?
He was pretty good
I will say this though.
point too.
I am so
I
hyped
feel like he's always been
for this fucking collection, dude. It looks so good. It looks so good. Dude, the ever slight upscaling to that they did to the resolution,
nah, that's the wrong one.
it's so pretty.
Oh,
It's so pretty. Nah, Scone, it really is, dude.
Don't worry.
That ever slight upscaling that they did
That's what I'm
to
saying.
just the resolution. I'm not gonna lie. If any fighting game, Brandon Rave says this game's ugly, this is what I be talking about. This is what I be talking about with these young niggas, bro. This is what I be talking about with these young niggas. They don't understand. They don't understand why this is peak.
Look at us. Glad to be here, boss.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have
Pixel
thought?
slop.
Not me.
This fuck Brandon Rave. Yeah, fuck you, Brandon Rave in particular. Like, this is what I mean, bro. Niggas don't understand. Ooh, that he kind of cooking with Guile though. Niggas don't understand. Like, Tainted Excalibur said, "Yep." Game name question mark question mark question mark.
Do chip damage. He could block.
Oh my god. Oh, Tron, put the tape on your back.
We lost, man. Bruh, is this new? Question mark question mark question mark. Okay. You know what I will say?
Wrong one.
You know what I will say?
Yeah, do the back
You know what I will say?
King Sir
You know what I will say? I think that this is exactly why this collection needs to. No way! Wait! Wait! No way! Wait! No way! No way! NDA Vega cameo!
Nothing happened.
NDA NDA Vega cameo! No way! NDA Vega cameo! No way! Thank you, Vega.
watch that. No, stop that.
Who
Stop.
told me? Who you think I should keep Felicia?
Don't keep Felicia.
Don't
Felicia
keep
got
Felicia.
one.
Thank you, Vega. Appreciate you. We are definitely losing recipes. Okay, but I think this is why I'm glad that this collection is happening at all, though. Because I will say, with the lack of accessibility to these games into current systems, this is what's caused this, right? Is that we have UMVC3, which is fine, but for people that lack, for people that don't know, someone responded to Vega. For folks that don't know, why is Voided in there too? For folks that don't know, what this game is, this does look like an entirely different game, right? Like, this does look like a whole the jump from this to UMVC3
It's okay. He didn't get the combo. You good.
is light years because of the difference in systems. We're going from a fucking Dreamcast game to an Xbox 360 game. You know what I mean?
A double jump. So if you,
But
you can press up.
this game probably would have been clean in 1986.
Don't let him hit. Don't let him assist. It does so much
You see what I'm saying, bro? You see what I'm saying? Like now niggas trolling. Now niggas just trolling. Now niggas just trolling. Now niggas just trolling. Now niggas is just trolling at this point. Now niggas just memeing. Now niggas is just memeing.
Yo, save the captain.
Is that guy a?
It's okay.
Did someone say is that guy a pro? In regards to Justin Wong?
Use the Mega Man. It says when you're
Oh, it was Brandon Rave. It was Brandon. Okay, ignore Brandon. Ignore Brandon.
Look at that.
Ignore Brandon. He's not even real. Ignore Brandon. That nigga's 15 years old. That nigga is 15 years old. Ignore him. I don't care what he says anymore.
Yeah,
It's all a meme at this point.
actually. It might as well be safe.
What up, Kagami? But yeah, no. I will say though. I will say that one of their mods said, "Damn, this nigga backseat gaming like a motherfucker."
Yeah, she dead.
Of course you're getting. Of course Justin Wong is backseating.
Use that roundhouse to get
Of course Justin Wong is backseating. He's the.
Yeah. Send them up there.
Why do you think he's there?
Bullet to your friend.
Also, it's called coaching.
Oh, it's coming.
But again, you know what? I'm not gonna get mad. This is a different audience.
Nah, it works. You mistimed it.
It's a different audience.
You got that though.
I think that this collection needs to exist, right? I think that this collection needs to exist because I'm thankful that it exists because giving access to not even just MVC but MVC 1, Marvel versus X-Men against Street Fighter, like all of those games. Jay Slow. Look at Jace. Look at Jace. Look at Jace. You know what's funny? I could just ask Afro if it's happening. Because here's the thing. The thing about the DreamCon tournament, that they're doing is an all-star event with Caleb City, and a bunch of other niggas, right? It's 8 people. They haven't said that this is fucking Queen Ava. They haven't said that the particular rematch is gonna be happening with RDC niggas and Afro. But that nigga Mark did say on his stream last week that the rematch with Afro would be happening here. Well, the thing is, giving Marvel vs. Capcom 2 official online capability with lobbies and spectator mode and so forth is just life's been saved. Like this is like that alone is literally life changing, game changing, if you will. With rollback, I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. Someone called him Jay Wong, right? And I do think that them releasing this, the sales are definitely gonna be this is definitely Capcom testing the water. Well, actually, I think this is less on Capcom testing the waters. This is Marvel. This is Marvel testing the waters. Because I think Capcom of all niggas know that another MVC game would sell trillions of dollars, right? You'd assume. But I think Marvel is very, very particular where their IP goes now for video games, especially after Avengers, and because they made an Avengers game and it flopped. They made MVC 4 technically and it flopped. Like, so the only games that are doing well in Marvel's regard right now are Marvel Snap and Spider-Man. Midnight Suns was a good game, but it didn't do that well. What up, Emily? Yeah, and they fixed bugs too. they fixed bugs too, which is crazy. Like they really from the ground up are like it's. And there's like 8 games in here. There's games in here that I didn't even. There's games in here that I didn't even know existed. Like that Punisher game. Yeah, and see, in Midnight Suns, and Midnight Suns, I think if that game was advertised better, then I definitely think that that game might have been able to do more. I still don't think it was perfect, because from what I've seen in the game, it was kind of like it was a very. I think what they needed to do more in that game. What they needed to do in that game more is advertise the persona. They needed to advertise the persona-like elements more, right? With the whole like, you know, confidants and like relationships with the characters. Because I think that I guess this is not exclusive to Persona games, but the JRPG stuff, because you can romance characters in that game. Like, but like after you do missions, you could literally go and talk to like fucking Captain Marvel or Spider-Man or Blade and like have conversations and go on dates and shit. But I do think gameplay wise, it was gonna be a hard sell the moment you said it was turn-based and it was like deck building and similar. You know what I'm saying? But I guarantee you, if they would have leaned more into the aspect of, hey, you can do it's a tactics game, yes, but you can also go and go on fucking dates with whoever the hell. You know what I'm saying? I think that would be cool. All right, let me know if Afro shows up. But until then, it's time for peak.
Can you hear me, guys?
Yes. Yes, GOAT. Yes, GOAT. Yes, GOAT. We can hear you, GOAT.
Shut up.
He said,
calm down. Please calm down. Okay.
My bad, gang.
Calm down.
He said, shut up.
Great number of Tekken players came to Evo this year. Thank you, guys.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
I have worked on Tekken series past 30 years, and Michael and other all Tekken member supported Tekken community about 20 years or 22 years. Yeah, and of course.
That's crazy, man.
We want to continue to support Tekken community. And what a surprise today.
Huh?
We have 3 presidents from Bandai Namco Group.
Oh, really?
In this hall, in this venue.
3 presidents?
3 presidents. And we all know what we have to do, right? Right?
If they have 3 presidents there,
all right.
they must be showing something crazy today.
Like this. Okay, no matter what I announce from now on, you guys should be super excited and make some noise.
I don't like that.
All right.
He finna say it's Marduk.
You guys want more content, and
yes,
we want more budget. Okay. Let's show the
that's true.
community power of Tekken. Okay.
Woo!
Any comments?
Woo!
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, everyone, for coming out today. Pretty impressive for Harada-san. I've never seen him speak this much English in past 20 years or so.
His English is really good now. I will say. Yeah, he's learning. He's learning
also,
a lot.
Also,
really cool.
it's the 30th anniversary of the Tekken series he was talking about.
Yes.
And we've been showing a lot of cool stuff here.
Don't get me
at
horny.
Evo. And,
Don't get.
Lydia has been playable at our booth. But also, we have announced some cool stuff with Chipotle. So when you get back home.
Yeah, Chipotle! Thank you, Chipotle. Thank you.
So starting next week, if you go into the Fight Lounge and look for the Chipotle King, defeat him to get some really cool items for Tekken. So I hope you'll check it out.
Chipotle!
Another one. I don't know if you can see these cool sneakers.
Tough.
I never see Harada with sneakers like this.
Harada got foams on.
So we're really excited. We showed you all yesterday.
Yeah.
Working with Nike to bring these, and this is the Kazu Mishima model, but also Jin Kazama model in the game. You'll be able to equip it to your favorite character, and that's coming this fall. So
I will be putting Steve in.
Thank you, Nike.
I'll be putting Steve in foams crazy. Light skin Steve finna get a drip upgrade.
そのコラボに関しては。
いやもう本当に30周年ですからね、はい、30周年でもいろいろ仕込んでるということで皆さんこれからもいろいろ楽しみにしててくださいというところです。
Do we have a Yasuda PowerPoint slot?
Yeah, we have PowerPoint だけどその前にまず1個映像があるよね。
映像ですよね。
Okay. Okay.
One more. We're here with Evo, part of the TWT. 2024 has been amazing. Seeing the kickoff of Tekken 8, right?
Yes. True.
But there's one thing we still haven't learned yet. Where are the finals?
Yeah.
Oh, where?
Okay, I think we have something to show you then.
Yeah.
Wait. Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. Dallas, Texas, y'all. Sorry, spoilers. Sorry, y'all. Spoilers. It's Dallas, Texas. I'll be hosting. Okay. Right? Okay. Okay. December 7th, LCQ. Got it. Final tournament, December 8th. Okay. Where is it? For the first time in... Wow. It's in Shibuya, this... All right, we're going, boys. Okay, guys, you know what that means? The Tekken World Tour Finals is going to be at fucking 6 o'clock in the morning. It's going to be at fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. Good fucking luck.
Thank you, everyone. I'm excited to show this off. With the TWT, we've hit some...
Sakuna DLC, could you imagine?
And Bangkok. And now we're heading to Tokyo for actually the first time in TWT.
Yeah.
Damn, this is their first time going to Tokyo?
Other
That's
cool
crazy.
things to note are it's actually going to take place over 4 days. And that's allowed a lot of competition, including the LCQ. The LCQ, by the way, opening up today, right?
Yeah.
Damn, it's going to be 4 days of Tekken? 4 days back-to-back of Tekken.
登録始まってますんで。
All right, y'all.
サイトにアクセス
All right,
してください。
y'all. Donation goal starts right
so we
now.
Can't wait to see you in Tokyo.
I need a fundraiser to get to Shibuya and I'll stream it.
But Harada, now that we have this on screen, maybe it's time for the Yasuda's famous PowerPoints.
We have about 100 pages PowerPoint.
Let's go.
Just kidding. Okay.
Okay, let's check out the next topic.
Slide, please. Slide. Okay.
Slide.
Am I getting in VC? Oh, are they in VC right now?
Okay, Harada and I were quite aware that you can't wait to get your hands on Lydia. Obviously, people here at Evo have had a chance if you've been to our booth. I believe it's still playable, so if you haven't yet, please check it out. But today, I know
maybe in a
finally we're
sec.
able to say when you can get Lydia, and it'll be starting the 22nd PDT if you're in the US, 23rd outside of US, so in Europe, Japan, and Asia. And that's if you have the Year One Pass or the Ultimate or Deluxe editions, you'll get it at the earliest timing of 22nd. If you don't fret it. In the US, again, you'll get access to it on the 25th if you're in the US. But for Europe and Asia, that'll be the 26th because of the time difference.
あと今日の6時まで遊べんだよね。あそこで。
I believe it's 6 p.m. He was saying that you
Yeah.
can play it
At the Bandai Namco booth.
at the Bandai Namco booth if you haven't. So please check out Lydia. Okay.
Pog, I'll be there.
Next slide.
Next slide.
No more slide?
No more slides.
Okay, no more slide.
No. That's it?
That's all?
Yeah, that's all we have today.
Yeah. Okay, guys.
Why did Harada look genuinely confused?
Enjoy the Evo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please come to
Good to see
Tokyo,
you.
Shibuya.
Why did he look genuinely confused? Nah, it'll be at the end, guys. It'll be at the end. 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 Wait! Wait! Wait!
I'm
Wait!
so tired doing every year.
He trolled.
I'm so tired.
He said, I'm so tired.
Oh, okay. What else do we have?
He said, I'm so
Lydia,
tired of
so
doing this
along
every
with
year.
Lydia, you'll also, everyone, regardless if you have the character pass or not, you'll get access to the cool photo mode that we're
Yeah,
talking
photo mode.
about during the Tekken Talk Live. Yeah?
Oh, shit.
And the Seaside Resort stage, you saw the transition from day to night. Looks amazing. All this stuff is coming 1.06, coming soon.
Yeah.
So free for everyone.
Oh, well,
Okay.
duh.
Okay.
All right?
はい。帰ろうか。
That better be free.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
じゃあ in Japanese じゃあ30周年ということでね、
Look at us.
テクノシリーズも
Who would have thought?
もうここ
Not
で
me.
ねちょっとそれにふさわしい、ダウンロードコンテンツというか次のあれを皆さんに見せないといけないかなと思って一つ映像を持ってきました。
So as part of the 30th anniversary, as you've seen, the Chipotle, the Nike collaborations, all these cool things. But we still have one more left to show you today.
Wait a
All right.
What does that mean?
Are you ready?
Yes! Okay.
Are you ready?
Yes!
Okay, let's go.
Waffle House. Waffle House. Waffle House. Waffle House. Waffle House. Give me the Waffle House stage. Give me the Waffle. What is it? Oh my God, what is it? Oh my God, what is it? 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 What? What? Wait. Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. What the?
Sobre os monges Tekken, eliminando os restos da
What is?
Batsu.
Hello?
技と体はかつてなく磨かれている。心が不安定な状態ゆえ。
No way. No way. No way. No way. No way. No fucking way. That's not who I think it is. That's not who I think it is. That's not who I think it is. That is not who I think it is. That's not who I think. No way. Stop, bro. Stop. It's story DLC too. This look crazy. Oh my God. Oh my. No. I knew it! Oh! Yo! I told you he was coming back! I told you yesterday! I told you yesterday! He's back! And he's back! Heihachi Mishima! Yeah! The King of Iron Fist Resurrection! Let's fucking go! Let's go! Yo! I told y'all.
Heihachi Mishima is dead.
Raven, tu as besoin d'une leçon.
Heihachi Mishima is completely dead.
Wow, Autumn. Wow.
Oh man, Marduk man.
Wow. Let's go. It's no Marduk. The leaks were wrong.
The Tekken 8.
It's not Marduk.
Evo 2024.
Thank God.
Blood pumping a little bit before we get into the action. But
Thank God.
further,
Hold on.
Let's see the Tekken 8 intro.
We didn't see that. Can I download this? Hold on. Boys, it's so lit. It's so lit. It's so lit. We're back. It's not Marduk. Chat, that's hype, right? Chat, that's hype, right? That's hype, right? That's hype, right? That's hype, right? Hey. Unfortunately, real niggas never die. Someone find it yesterday. I literally said they should bring back Heihachi. If you were there, I literally said it myself. I literally said it.
And now let's go ahead and welcome our Tekken 8 top 6 to the stage, starting with Keisuke!
Let's go, baby. Let's go, baby. Yo, JDCR saying really is fucking hilarious. JDCR saying really is fucking hilarious. Okay.
Coming up next is the one and only Arslan Edge!
GOAT season. I really want Arslan to win this because this will like solidify. This will, if not already, this will officially solidify him forever as the GOAT of Tekken. Like I think, in my opinion, he's already in the conversation for it. But if he can win a Tekken 8 Evo and that many Tekken 7s, I'm sorry, he's him. Yo, chat once if you're here. Hello. Where's Lord Balvin? I'm on the way. All right, guys, be right back.
Coming up next is
Lord Balvin. You really can't make up this timing. You can't make up this timing. You can't make up this timing. You can't make up this timing. I stand up and say, "Be right back, guys. I'm finna debut and walk out," and then my internet dies. My internet immediately dies.
4,651 players all entered. They competed, and we are down to our top 6 here.
That timing is unreal.
We've got 2 guys from Pakistan. You mentioned the regions. We've also got Saudi Arabia from Raif out here. We've also got
Japan. We got Korea in the building. This is representation of the strongest Tekken regions like we've never seen before, especially for the beginning of a game like Tekken 8. Let's look at the bracket that we have for you guys. You already saw him come out. We do have Keisuke versus Atif as our first match, but this is a CEO Grand Finals run back, so you know it's a little bit of heat behind that.
Yeah,
of course. Go ahead.
A crazy matchup that was, too, because they had that recent opportunity that just barely slipped away. And then the second match that we've got Arslan Ash, 4-time EVO champion, still on the winner's side of the bracket out here in Tekken 8, going up against Saudi Arabia's Raif, who is so impressive with his Jin.
Man, look,
all right, what's up here? We're back. Hello.
He fell down. He's back up.
He's back up. He's down.
Hello.
He's up, but he is up on the winner's side of this bracket. Of course, you saw Team Yamasa's Nobi on the loser side.
It hurts my heart because I'm gonna drop down to like 5 viewers now. But guess what? I appreciate all 5 of you.
And they still look just as strong being represented here at EVO 2024.
Exactly. Nobi, Ulsan, definitely big threats. The crazy thing about Nobi to me is he was the first ever EVO champion for Tekken 7, and now has an opportunity to be the first ever EVO champion for Tekken 8.
So it still does kind of suck that there have been no original new characters yet as DLC, or like a DLC character from like an older game, like that. You know, like Miguel, for example. But the game did launch with like 2 unique characters. Maybe I know what Reina and Victor. Were there any more? Those are the 2.
I believe in Balvin.
Those are the 2. Mike. Oh, Azu. 3. Azu, Reina, and Victor. Yo, Hamza, thank you for the gift of sub to Emily, bro.
But also, he still plays so sound. So I gotta say, I think Arslan has got to be the favorite to take it so far. He's a 4-time EVO champion. I feel like if anybody is not a stranger to this race, it is definitely Arslan Ash.
Arslan Ash, I mean, it feels like an EVO. He has some special powers, right?
Thank you, Hamza.
He's powered up, bro. He's like, oh, Arslan Ash is me. That's me.
That's me.
I'm
stronger.
Arslan. I'm actually stronger now. So.
However, the issue he's going to have, if that goes that way, is that he's going to have Atif with him too. And you can see here, Arslan Ash's tail of the tape, all the people he beat from the very beginning of this tournament all the way up here. You see he went through Conflict 220, Dragon Slayer, Kudons on the way up here. Then JDCR and CBM. CBM down the wire. I mean, just such crazy.
I'm broke. Put the gun down. No. I'm also broke.
As nobody had out here to make this top 6.
I'm also broke. I need subs. What up, Sleazy? Look at all those 2-0s, bruh. Look at. Wait, look, bro. Wait. Look at this, bro. Look at this nigga. Look at this nigga. Damn, but look at Nobi Look at Nobi's. Wow.
And here you see Nobi
Wow.
tape his victory path. You see all the players he went through: Beast, Infection, Nameless,
Oh,
Yoreds. Oh man, that's wild. I'm so far away. Joe Crush, who also took out
Wow.
the lead, by the way, in this bracket. Ulsan on
This,
the way up here, which is crazy
god
because if you
damn,
look at the
Nobi.
first round matches, they
Nobi is
played
low-key my pick to
stage,
win.
and he won that one too.
Atif, though, I don't know, man. There's some killers in here, man.
Like, you can see the one loss that
It's
he
some
had.
killers in here because Atif gave all of the GOATs problems.
That was one of the funnest matches I've ever seen.
Like,
Their play
Atif,
styles are built for
Atif,
Tekken 8.
like, he really gave,
It'd be wild to see if that could potentially be a run back later.
Look, man,
he really gave a lot of these niggas problems.
Watching it with everybody at home who is just getting into it, is seeing these legends, people who have been playing Tekken for years, actually get used to this game, get better, understand what's about to happen, and actually evolve their game to like beat each other, right? Obviously, we've seen these guys fight each other around the country, around the world a couple times, actually. But now we're starting to get into that fine-tuning part. People are settling on characters. We're still getting other characters, and now people are.
It's mad quiet. Hold on.
I mean, apparently JDCR has Heihachi back, so we never know what's going to happen down the line. Now,
My
that's
GOAT
like
winning?
the
Who's your
part
GOAT,
of what
disciple?
We're going to get here for Tekken 8. That's why I say
Who's your GOAT,
first
bruh?
chapter in the Tekken 8 book. And
Who's
we
your
saw
GOAT,
how
bruh?
Tekken 7 ended. This is going to be just as good. We have even more rivalries that we
Who's your
did
GOAT,
at the
bruh?
end, and I think this one is going to be one of the dopest things ever.
Exactly. We talk about the storylines, right, and what kind of storylines are developing for Tekken 8. Honestly, that to me is actually secondary at this point because right now the storylines are about the players and how the players.
Yeah, no, this
transition
top
from
six is
Tekken
going to be
7
cinema.
to
Dragonov aside, which, again, I will say,
All
the way that these niggas do play Dragonov is kind of hype, though.
And it's so
They don't
wild
play like
because it's
hoes.
so contested at this point.
So, you know, it kind of balances out a little bit. But at the end of the day, they're still
It's
Dragonov.
been normalized a bit, and we still had 4 of them in the top 8. And we got 3 of
That's
them
your
in the
GOAT,
top
disciple?
6. And
You know him?
JDCR, that was a crazy Dragonov mirror match, but
That's your
as
GOAT?
the roster expands and the game builds out, Heihachi might come into play. Heihachi JDCR could be a potential thing, Steve.
I mean, well, look, this is actually going to be a crazy one. I mean, obviously, we feel like we got.
Yeah, Street Fighter
I would like
right
to
after Tekken.
ask Who the audience thinks is going to win? Because of course we're all here together. And
Chat, who do y'all think gonna win, bro?
Versus none other than Arslan Ash. So
Might be not him.
might be not him. Wait,
It might be Atif
oh,
and
it's
Keisuke.
Atif and Keisuke, but he okay.
They were in the
Atif,
top of the
Keisuke,
bracket,
that is
that's
true.
why I
That's
think
true.
that
I'm not
may
sure
We
about
got
that.
Arslan,
Well, so let's
Keisuke,
ask this. This is a
Atif,
run back.
JDCR.
So Evo 2024. If you would like Atif to take the first set of Evo 2024, make some noise.
Wahoo!
They're pretty loud out there.
I'm pretty loud. I'm pretty loud. All right. What about Keisuke? Evo 2024. If you like Keisuke, the Kazuya to take it, make some noise.
He's playing
they're showing the
Kazuya.
divide already. I like this. I like to make sure that you guys are involved. So I'm glad that.
Oh,
you
he
said
might
that.
be, Zai.
Looks like it's
Might be
a
right,
good
actually.
guess right here. Keisuke, the favorite right now for the people.
There's Keisuke, Atif, Arslan,
Atif is just literally a force to be reckoned with. I don't think
Nobi,
there's many people out there that could actually have an on-point Atif from making.
You know, after he won CEO, I messaged him and I was like, you know, it looks like Tekken 8 was.
Who are the
built
other
for you.
two?
Like
Who
your
am I
play
missing?
style seems just so perfect for it.
Atif,
But, when I
Arslan,
saw him playing against those
Keisuke,
guys, like, that was the
Nobi.
perfect clash of the
I'm
same
missing
style,
two.
right?
Oh,
That
Scone. Yeah, of
style
course.
with the character Dragonov is so effective. But Keisuke, he is such a fan favorite right now. He's got the Kazuya, he's got the wave dash, he's got the electric.
Scone and Gohan
you know,
XF, you're
you
right.
guys go back and
How could I
watch
forget
matches
the two
he
goats?
yesterday to qualify out here, it was the craziest comeback you will ever see. Like, he would just literally refuse to give up. It was amazing.
Look, man, I'm just a big fan of Keisuke because we don't get many Mashimas. The only Mashima that we have up here, I know a lot of people, we have the Devil Jin. I'm sorry, Kudans is not up here. Look, we don't have Heihachi back yet, so, I mean, I'm happy that we got the Kazuya. And like you said before, he's got the movement, he's got the execution, he's got the combos. I feel like that alone puts him in a class of his own because, once again, that is a Mashima like none other. And Kazuya just recently got touched for the best. He's got buffed overall. But as you can see right now, best results, 17th on the side of Keisuke, coming all the way from Japan. But of course, Atif we just saw as well as CEO with lots of traveling. And of course, only total appearances one here at EVO.
I'm seeing her next weekend. Ah, boo. He's going to be happy. Congratulations. Boo.
First appearance
Oh, this is
in Japan
Atif's.
2019, but still out there on
This
the
is
Japan trail.
Atif's
Not only
first
trying to get these
Evo.
Tekken World Tour points, but trying to be the champion here for Evo 2024.
This is Atif's first Evo, and he made it to
World
winners.
Tour champion. This is his
go.
first time at Evo. A huge opportunity for him, and this is going to be our first match of the day. Keisuke versus Atif. Probably Kazuya
damn,
versus Dragunov. And the players are on the stage.
All right,
you guys
boys.
ready, Evo?
Nah.
All right.
Nah. I said Are you ready, Evo? Make some noise for Tekken 8. We're about to get into the grease of it, the fat of it.
Oh man, 1st and 2 until we get down to the top 3 as always out here. K-Skate versus Atif, the run back from CEO. These guys met a winner's final there. They had played again in the grand final.
Yep.
It was so close to a reset. K-Skate had 2 drop combos in that final game.
Oh, wow. That's true.
Counter down 4-2. I went back and I watched that match
Oh,
last night and I was like, okay.
can
he
put us in
definitely beat Atif.
Tekken 8
Atif has
category,
2 sets
somebody.
over back-to-back. So
By the way, I
look,
got it.
uphill battle, K-Skate definitely going to be the underdog in this match.
Look, if we go back, I looked at that back myself as well, and it could be an access thing. I heard a lot of other Kazuya players talking about.
All right, we have a all right.
You got to realign.
All right,
but
I want
that all
Atif to
comes
win
a
because I
head
like
when you're playing
Atif,
in a
and
tournament
Atif is nice
match
as fuck.
versus a player like
Right?
Atif. That
Thank you,
all
Neo,
goes
for
out
giving
the
that
window.
stuff to
You gotta be
Atif.
extra crisp.
Appreciate
You got to
you.
be ready to deal with it all. But
Thank you.
we're gonna get into a descent
But
into subconscious.
I don't want a Dragunov to win, bro.
It's about to go down. Evo
I don't want a
Las
Dragunov to win. All
Vegas.
right.
Game number 1.
Uh-oh.
Immediately K-Skate out the
Uh-oh.
gate.
Oh, K-Skate is cooking off rip. Good
Nice
sidestep.
sidewalk from Atif. He has insane pressure. He'll keep
Oh,
that pressure
Arling
up
too.
against the wall.
Oh, and
Nice.
still gets the heat burst.
Nice.
Caddy corner combos and still getting this wall pressure.
Hard floor break available now. Next spike to the floor will take him down.
Nice
the
down
next
two.
level. K-Skate with that electric.
Oh.
He finds the demon paw.
Okay, wait a minute.
Oh, what's a combo? Floor break.
The mix-up breaks the first floor.
We're going downstairs.
Give him the
Tornado.
floor tour. Already used heat, so
To the
it's gonna
wall.
be tricky getting that wall.
Dude,
What
that
am I
combo
talking
was
about?
gross.
Atif with the first round.
Oh my gosh. It would look like it was going well for K-Skate at first. Man, Atif has this thing, like this special.
Is he ahead of me, Adam?
Your combos mess up when you need them to work the most. I don't know
That
how
Russian
he does it, but it works.
That run just all run to going to be super important. Missing the counter. Down 4-2 there. Oh, and that was a big attempt
Slightly.
there with CD1.
I like the delay right there on the shine.
Oh, he blocked the hell sweep. Floor break coming.
The hell sweep gonna get you in trouble. Are we going downstairs?
Oh, he dropped it.
Dropped the combo.
Doesn't
and he
matter.
finishes the string down to counter it.
Atif, I don't know, man. I don't know, bro. Atif,
You gotta wake up.
you gotta lock in. Oh, that 1-2-1.
Engage.
Running 2.
Oh, try to
Good,
get the tackle.
good answer on that low throw. He blocked the hell sweep again.
Atif on point right now.
That hell sweep is so risky, man. You're so negative on that.
And that's one of the things about the
He smash.
right? At least Kazuya, you have
He's
to
not.
have that mix-up in there. What a
Warning
dunk
2.
right there on the down 4-1 string.
Right now, K-Skate in big trouble. Has rage available. Heat timer running out.
Fight back.
He's
K-Skate.
waiting on your
Electric.
Electric, big damage. No heat, just rage, but he's got a breakable floor.
He's going to the wall. Not quite.
It dinks to the wall. Down 2.
Five, just barely one mix.
Oh!
K-Skate's gonna
The hell?
Look again. This guy, K-Skate, keeps going to the well, and I'm telling you, there's no water there, bro. You gotta let it go.
That fucking hell sweep. He
sweeps
blocked
from Atif
every
in game
single one,
Gets
man.
the first one, and those are big risks from K-Skate, right? But sometimes
He
you gotta
blocked
run
every
mix-up.
single
And right
one,
now,
man.
Atif has the reaction to make those blocks and make it count.
He blocked every
K-Skate
single
got a
one,
towel like he's
man.
working on a car. my man, like he's fixing a carburetor, like he's under the hood right now. Man, Atif though.
He
what a
blocked
great
every
way to
single
start out,
one,
right?
bro.
Like I said before, as a
3
machine
hell
player,
sweeps.
Those hell sweeps are a major part of your game
3
plan.
hell
You can
sweeps,
never
dog.
actually leave them out of your game plan. But calling out the opponent that likes to do them, that's almost an automatic round, and it definitely gets in your opponent's head.
All right.
Coliseum stage. Larger
Round
stage,
2.
Game number 2.
Oh my God, that crumbled him.
Huge combo. Dragunov, extremely good wall carry for his combos as well.
Dude, K-Skate, get up. Get up.
Russian
Don't.
assault all day.
Dragunov is, man. Down 2. That track's so.
He knows he's looking for the hell sweep, so it's going to go for the mid now. Possibly get a
Oof.
combo. Speaking of
7
going for
gold
the mid,
letters.
The perfect for Atif. And man, K-Skate, he's trying to find those mixes. He's trying to get
Good
in. Sidewalk with the running 2.
He sidewalked it.
while rising 2.
He sidewalked it, but it wasn't enough. Heat engaged, bro. Electric. Nice.
He dashed for the extra chip damage right now. That's the new addition to Tekken 8 as well. But
Good.
finally the mid picking up for K-Skate.
Oh, but he. I don't think he wanted that combo. Not bad damage, though.
Hit him with the lasers.
Yellow mode while he can heat the 1-2
Nice.
counter. No heat available, so no engager.
Oh, needs to be careful. You're swinging into traffic, bro.
Hell sweep, he got it.
Sweep gets.
Ooh.
Oh, but he's still in trouble here.
Oh.
5 rounds straight.
He
Looking
got
to
the
make it
hell
6 to
sweep,
get
but he
to
didn't get the
winner's
combo.
final of Evo.
Bro, this guy, Atif, man.
He came to win
Atif
today.
is a
Looks that
demon,
way.
man.
One throw broken.
Ooh,
Side step
electric, nice.
Wait a minute.
And the thing about Keisuke, man.
Come on, Keisuke.
refuses to give up. He will always
Come on,
be
Keisuke.
fighting.
Yeah, man. I don't care what happens. I'll keep
Come on,
going.
Keisuke.
Ducks under. All the wave.
Wave dash.
Kick. Tries to
Ooh,
sidestep. Down forward.
down two.
Check the sidestep
Oh,
here.
the string.
Get
Good
off
tech.
of me, bro.
Good tech.
Breaks good.
Get around, bro. Please get around. Get around. Kate 1-2-1.
Interrupted.
Atif found the 1-to-1 counter hit. The strings are working. Case gets
It's
trouble.
Atif's
Range
turn.
available.
That's negative. That's negative.
One more pixel.
Low parry! Low parry!
Key to extend the combo a little bit further. Rage mode for more damage.
No life to get back.
Oh! He's not dead. Still one more chance to block.
Down two.
And
Up
Atif.
down two. Atif with the pop off, making it to winners finals. Wow. Atif
I'm
taking
surprised he
the
didn't
first
rage
electric
right
match
there.
And not just because
I'm
Ozzy
surprised he
was
didn't
playing
rage
right.
after
Like
that
you said,
that low
not
parry.
Ever backing down and constantly look for those electrics when he needed it the most. And the thing is,
Man.
that if you're fighting a machine,
Atif, dude.
to duck
Dude,
will
fucking
actually get you up a long way. You duck under the
Dude.
electrics, you look out for the hell sweep.
Ice in his
you really
veins, bruh.
deal with it, but that's why you like to mix it up a little bit. And that's
Ice
always
in
why
his
you start dragging
veins,
out
bruh.
more for that mid option in a lot of those situations to actually
Ice
go
in
get
his
the out.
veins,
Exactly.
man.
First to two situation, the match is really quick, and your decision making.
Ice in his veins,
A
dude.
lot of the crouch dash 1+2, I believe it is the mid.
Stone
crouch
cold
dash.
fucking
And that was
killer.
hitting Atif a lot, but he didn't use that at all in this set, not once. So
He
that is
used
a
it in
big
combo,
difference.
You know, but that's it.
Oh,
That
that's
don't
not
count.
in a combo, bro. Get out of here.
No, but you're definitely right, though. Going for a lot more of those mids, I felt like he really was like, I know that you're going to be looking for these hill sweeps. Atif just committed.
That's
hardcore
a
to the double.
cinematic first
But
round.
when it did work, it
Cinematic
did
first
a nice
round.
run, a nice little
Atif
series
is just
before
yeah.
Friday.
Atif is just cracked, man.
No, but that just lets you
Atif,
know how good
that
Atif is.
what I saw him do to some goats yesterday, he dead
Let's
ass.
take a look at our PlayStation tournament replay to take a look at what just happened there.
He
Atif
dead
wins
ass
round straight, but Keisuke never
is
gives up. This
is
the first
one of my
game back,
picks to win it.
subconscious.
To me,
Atif
it's between
taking
Atif and
that break,
Arslan.
extending the combo here, and it's so
I think
this is a
Atif and
wider
Arslan are my
box
two
than
picks to win it,
he
dude.
still found the wall with it.
That's why I was saying it. I was like, yeah, he's probably not going to get the wall, but you mentioned he had that great wall carry on top of that, so it really does make a lot of sense. And even starting off, you saw how like he was just committing to this duck. He really did. He's like, I know.
Pakistan, bro. Dude, that Pakistan dojo, I don't know what the fuck they doing over there, but them niggas know Tekken.
The second game in Atif with the perfect there, and the full crouch mix at the end.
Them niggas know Tekken.
Really paid off for him.
Oh no, that's 100% true. The pop off here by Atif, moving into winners
Double
finals,
pop-off.
one step
Them
closer
niggas know Tekken,
to
bruh.
that grand final showing, especially if he's trying to be the first Tekken 8 Evo 2024 champion here. Especially, I mean, we already had Evo Japan, but
This is the first Tekken 8 at Evo, isn't it?
Especially this being like the hometown, the home area, the home.
I just
region
realized
for
that.
Evo.
And it's his first time here at Evo, and he's made a top 3 finish. 4,600.
This is the first Tekken, because it was at Evo Japan, but this is the first time at actual
I know
Evo.
a lot of people are questioning just how good some of these players are. All you got to do is
I'm
look at
not.
this bracket, see who's still remaining, and that'll
I'm
tell
not
you.
questioning
Also,
nobody.
I showed you who lost to who. That should tell you everything you need to know.
Oh.
But our next match already getting set up here, and it involves a 4-time Evo champion.
Exactly.
Oh.
Arslan Ash going up against Raif here. Pakistan versus Saudi Arabia. First appearance on Evo Japan
Oh.
2019 when he shocked the whole world. Came
Yeah.
out of nowhere. Nobody even knew Pakistan had a very strong Tekken scene. There was maybe a couple people, but not on that level. and
Rafe
seen on an
is nice,
international
bruh.
scale like
True.
that.
That's definitely
And
true.
you see Raif
Ra-
here, his
Ra-
first time
Raif
Evo
is nice,
right here,
bruh.
right now, makes top
Also,
6.
another
And Arslan's so many
first-time
picks, 7 of
Evo
them.
appearance.
4 of them were resulting in championship finishes.
Wow.
Another
Crazy, right?
first-time
So, he's
Evo
like the Evo
appearance
king
in
of
the
Tekken
in
set,
winners
and here he's back on the winner's
semifinals.
side in a brand new Tekken game. It's exciting times for him.
Yo, Raif is
I can't
a
even,
player that has
like,
been traveling so much.
I want to call this the new era, but like Pakistan, I mean, Arslan is low-key new blood as well. Arslan is still like compared to like the old guard. Like this is like,
And even placing and winning these big tournaments.
I don't know,
especially
man.
For the TWT 2024, he's definitely been out there traveling a lot, and that's how you know. Because once again, there's some heavy hitters that have already taken the lead on that global leaderboard, on that regional leaderboard, and he's still out there fighting tooth and nail to stay up there.
Yeah, the interesting thing to me about this matchup, though, right? Arslan, when he won and he came from Pakistan, he's like, dude, I'm not even the best player out there.
Yeah, that's facts.
And
That's
you
facts.
need people in your region to make you get to that level. Raif from Saudi Arabia at this level. Saudi Arabia is another one of those regions that we haven't really seen fully represented on the international stage just yet. But of course, the winner of this match, Arslan Ash versus Raif, will be headed to the winners final to go up against Atif later on
dude,
today.
Arslan Ash against Atif, if that happens,
Depending on how this goes, but still, we got an entire lower bracket that you got to think about. Nobi is down there waiting in the rafters. Ulsan down there waiting in the rafters, and those are two heavy competitors.
And one of those guys will be playing up against Keisuke too. So we don't know which one yet, right? I mean, it would be interesting to see the Japan matchup, Nobi and Keisuke, or you could have Japan versus Korea, Keisuke versus Ulsan. Either way, it'd be fun.
Either way is going to be very interesting.
I don't know,
the
bruh.
dynamic that we have here. Korea for the
I don't know,
longest time
bruh.
considered one of the strongest regions.
I don't know,
especially up
bruh.
until
The
end of
hoops
Tekken
right
7,
now,
where Pakistan really
the hoops
took
right,
the lead, and
the
now you
hoops
have
right now
representation
have
from
never
two
been more
players from
ethical.
that region, but you still got Korea. You still got Japan.
They have
and it
never
really
been
does
more
make a fine
ethical than
triangle
now.
of Tekken competition.
I think the interesting thing in this event too is that in Tekken 8 so far, Korea's really had the higher placements overall out of everyone.
All right.
That's true. But here it is, they're on the lower half of the bracket, so it's crazy.
Well,
All right.
Evo, I would like to get your opinion about a couple things, namely these two players. So I'm going to start
we go,
with the
bruh.
first-time visitor coming all the way from Saudi Arabia. Evo, if you would like Raif to take the set, make some noise.
Here we
First
go,
time,
bruh.
First time showing. But of course, we got a veteran
Dude,
over here, a
first time.
Evo champion. If you would like Arslan Ash to take the set, make some noise.
That's the GOAT, man.
It is some fans out there, bro. It is some
That
fans out
that
there,
that
bro.
that that
Thank you
that
guys so much. You look amazing. Yo, Evo, make some noise for yourselves, man.
Okay.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us, man. And we still got games after this, so thank you guys for hanging out with us.
Doubling up on the water.
You drink that water. Drink that
that
water. Oh, man. And also, just to point out the fact that I'm a big fan of Raif because he legit sticks to the gym.
I'm gonna refresh my stream, bro. Refresh my stream real quick.
I love when players do that because it feels like the most mastery of a character because you're sticking to it through the bad matchups and the good, and I feel like that makes you such a strong competitor.
All right, boys.
But on the other side, Arslan Ash kind of doing like a search, a feel to see.
Jin
where
against
they're
Nina. I hate that.
But here
Okay.
we go. The
All right.
Nina versus the Jin. Game 2 of this top 6.
Nina versus Jin, bruh.
The Nina.
Raif versus Arslan Ash. Game number 1. Let's get it. Evil Arena, Steve, you know it.
Where all the bad guys hang out. They're making plans. They're gonna
Nice.
rob a bank.
Dude, Nina is such a pressure-intensive character. She's so. Arslan does not have to combo you to death. He'll just chip you away. You see? He's already half health. Oh, he sidestepped it, but he didn't punish it.
He's trying to avoid it. Has pressure now with Arslan back to
Bro, look.
Nice throw break.
I like
Ooh.
that up 4-2 right there to hit Nina.
Oh, dead, he's
Back
dead.
four. Nice
He's dead.
sidestep into the
Nice
third
sidestep.
dimension. Arslan Ash can take
Dude,
everything, no drop.
he-
First
dude.
round, first game, Arslan Ash.
And because of Nina's pressure and just the speed of her pokes, she's able to control the game.
He can just poke you down. It's so scary before you even realize that you're half health.
Already, he's got the 2-1.
Nice. Good sidestep.
Kinda interrupt, and I feel like
Good
Arslan
sidestep.
is definitely thinking about
Good.
the approach.
Oh.
Blonde bomb. Engage. Down forward 4. Engage. Wait a minute.
Oh, he's dead.
Do it again.
Ooh, never mind.
In trouble. The
Yeah, he's
low
dead.
and the low
Yeah.
close out.
He's dead.
Raif on the
Arslan's
walls.
walking him down, dude.
Arslan Ash.
Arslan is walking him down.
Fast start right now for Arslan.
Look at this.
Trying to
Look
find
at this,
the
bro.
best
It's so
early
scary.
signs of success
Low
with the
parry.
from
Oh my
Arslan.
gosh.
Ah,
Is gonna be there? No. Down back 2, not gonna be able to do anything there. Low 2.
That
Try
hits.
to get it started.
Heat first.
good low.
Through it. Arslan with the poke. Blonde bomb with the heat dash.
Good
Slice of arrive. Doesn't get
Okay,
it.
Demon's
He
Fall.
finds the engage.
Nice.
4 counter.
Wave dash.
Wave.
Yeah, poking him down though, taking back that health.
Oh, he engaged.
Then the heat smash.
Oh,
That's the
My
high.
gosh, the perfect spacing by Arslan Ash. No drop means that's gonna be the
He
first
ducked
game on the side of the 4-time Evo
he
champ.
ducked the high.
Dominant
He
first game
ducked
for
the
Arslan
high
Ash,
and
3
did a
rounds straight.
launcher.
And Raif, though, a master of adaptation
What
here.
the
Takes a
fuck,
good second to think
bro?
about things, and let's see what he decides to do here going forward.
A real life martial artist up there, man.
Yes,
that guy, right?
actually.
One of the reasons he really likes Jin is because he's a fellow karate practitioner. So he's a big fan of the character. And wow.
All right.
coming
Yeah,
up
help
on
me
stage.
out, bro. I
A
need
lot of
coaching
people don't
ASAP.
understand this, but these guys definitely help each other out a lot. Joker
I
definitely
need-
one of the smartest
I need
players
coaching
out there,
ASAP.
And on top of that, these guys are good friends and training
Help
partners.
me.
definitely teammates as well. So
Help
we'll see
me.
what happens here. Joka had a good run here at EVO 2024 himself.
It's actually not cheating. It's just strategy.
Puts up a Rife right now in the driver's seat against Arslan Ash.
All right, Arslan.
To mix it up a little bit, maybe a little more 4-4, maybe a little more down 4. See if he's gonna react to it.
Yeah,
all right, let's see.
Arslan's doing such a good job of sidestepping, right? Oh yeah, you got this, Dave. You like the music?
This song is a banger, bro. One of the best fighting game songs
Good block.
of all time.
There you go. There you go.
Said, I agree. I heard that.
There you go.
Man, those down 4 ones are really stopping Rife from moving anywhere.
That down 4-1's got him in a headlock.
Getting real close to that wall. You better be careful.
Uh-oh,
Man,
not the
pressure
wall.
from Arslan
Ah,
Ash
yeah.
is
Doesn't even need it.
Whoa, that was a weird interaction.
Hold on.
Arslan literally poked him down the entire life bar. No combos necessary. No
Nigga.
counter hits even.
I don't know, bruh. I don't.
Get this game started. Go down
Good
4-1,
side.
nice
There you
side
go.
step. Back 1-2 to get the knockdown.
Demon's Paw.
Trying to keep the pressure in his favor, but Arslan Ash does such a good job of mixing up
Good
the
duck.
lows. The pokes really make you second guess your offense.
Yeah, and honestly, now that I've seen this Nina playstyle from him, he's not even using armor in that round or anything, it reminds me of his Kazoo
Nice.
from Tekken 7,
yeah.
right? It's just a very
Good duck.
down forward one poke heavy style.
Oh, that's absolutely
Good side. Nice. Good
little
patience.
wall, full combo
Good
here.
patience.
Lots of scaling, but Rife has a chance.
And neither
Nice.
player activating their heat yet. Here's Arslan Ash with the heat burst.
Come on, Rife.
Teasing
Finish
with
the
back
round.
two. Go down 4-1.
Oh
and
my
gets
God.
the guard broken. Gets the armor break there with the heat burst. But you got heat of his own.
And he's off bottom, gets the low, gets the armor.
Oh my God! What
Goes
a
to the
read,
armor, and
dude!
Arslan on set
What
point right
a
now to
read,
move to the
man!
final.
What a read, bro!
Okay, 1 down, 3 small pokes here. Trying to
Oh,
answer back with pokes
I don't
of
know.
his own.
Rife
Trying
seems
to,
not.
you know,
He's not on his A game, dog. This pressure's too much.
working out, man. Arslan just goes so
He
solid
can't
back.
break through. He cannot break. Demon's Paw.
Oh, wait a minute, engage. Makes
Found
you
that
second
deep ball.
guess.
Now, every hit
Carry
does
that
chip
pressure
down
to that
pressure,
wall.
have your heat bar activated.
Nice. Good
But still,
block.
You can see the life bars here. Arslan still getting
Nice.
But you're starting to
Good
see
side.
more down.
Oh,
Seems a little more
he smashed.
strength.
Your turn still.
Stagger. This time he's a lot closer.
Oh my God, he
What a
blocked everything.
block right there by Arslan Ash.
He blocks
Deep into this
everything.
round.
Good low.
Double rage.
What a
Went to the
low.
floor
That's
with
game.
them, and Arslan Ash gonna sweep it 6 rounds straight.
Wow.
Arslan
Six
Ash.
rounds.
moving on.
6
Winner's
rounds.
final.
6 rounds straight,
Oh,
bruh.
Let that rock. Let that rock.
6 rounds straight,
You guys didn't see
dude.
it. We made eye contact with that one. That was crazy. We were trying to wait for each other to
trying to make
6 rounds
Arslan,
fucking
though, into the
straight,
top
man.
3 to go up against Atif later on today.
Oh man, Pakistan versus Pakistan winners finals. That's what we're.
He
gonna
holds.
get. And
He's
once again,
able to
I feel
hold
like it's
his
crazy
composure.
because I've seen these guys go up on the.
He's
stage
able to
versus
hold his
another one,
composure
Zero versus any other
so,
one.
like-
now all of that goes out the window because
I don't know.
now you're my
He's able to
opponent.
hold his
These guys are
composure
fighting
so
for a grand final shot.
well during those moments of
The interesting
pure
thing
just
here,
violence.
Right? Arslan, 4-time EVO champion. When Khan was here, though, didn't get the win that year, did he?
That's
and now
absolutely
Atif here might not happen again.
I don't know
Let's
how
look
he's
back
able to
and
do
replay
that.
this Tournament replay to see what just went down.
And it seems like it was going to the point already where Arslan was just going to sweep it. But you also saw Rife really trying.
I don't know how he's able to
to
hold composure so well.
much harder, especially considering Nina's a tricky character. She has a lot of stance cancels.
But dude,
She's got
yeah,
some
fighting
really
Nina
good
is
moves
such
like
it's
that
such a
before. And, like,
it's
Ron
such
Ball
a
used to, like, get some distance between you. The spacing
fake ass
on
nigga
that
watching
is
you.
perfect
Bro,
because
shut
a
your
lot of
ass
times
up.
you see people
Shut
use
your
that
ass up.
with that
Shut
forward
your ass
exit to
up.
put you in the stagger on the
You
wall and
see
use
me in
it to
Tekken.
keep even
See
more
me in
pressure.
Tekken. I'm smoking you.
Backdash, launch,
See me in
that lets
Tekken,
you know how
Knox.
prepared he was.
See me in Tekken.
Exactly, and there was the beautiful
See me in
goal to clean out the armor.
Tekken.
He
You're a
beat the rock,
body.
wanted to
See
activate
me in
Nina, went
Tekken.
for it again in that
And I got
situation
you on
there.
mute.
Arslan
All right, how about
really
this?
good decision making and choosing the right attacks at the right times to secure the victory. And Arslan again now a top 3 finish guaranteed for another Evo.
I really wanted to see a little more 4-4 in there, but Arslan
Sidestepping a lot.
Fuck you. How about that? Fuck you.
I like that he saw he was doing a little 4-4-2 in there sometimes just to kind of like
Fuck
mix it up
you.
a bit, but it still becomes so much harder, especially with the movement that Arslan Ash does. It really does make
Wait.
it so much harder to be sure
No
on
way.
the offense facing up against a player like that, man. Shout outs to
Y'all
Arslan
both guys.
Ash.
I'm
Yeah,
excited to
yeah,
see.
I told y'all. I fucking told y'all it was happening. I fucking told y'all. Why did you ever doubt me?
You ready to go?
Why do y'all ever doubt me?
Wait, you want to do 100 first? We gotta do 100.
Why do y'all ever doubt me? I tried to tell niggas.
Right now, that's why it's gonna.
I tried to tell niggas.
Because he's only for a little bit.
I tried to tell niggas. And top 6 is on. It's on break right now. I tried to tell niggas.
Afro's being racist as fuck to me earlier, bro.
They're the raw stream.
Don't worry, I'm gonna whoop him.
Afro's pretty racist, bro.
Don't worry, I'm gonna whoop him.
Whoop him, bro.
Hey, one thing that happened. Wait, where's this?
I told y'all niggas. I told y'all it was happening today. Why did no one believe me? Why did no one believe me? Okay, now I can tell you why I knew, because Afro himself told me. Afro himself, I didn't want to blow up his spot just in case, you know, shoot the other way. But yeah, I talked to Afro. The nigga himself told me it was happening.
Afro's not racist. I don't know why I said that.
Yeah.
I don't know why I said that shit. W Afro.
Yeah. Nah, I feel. Let's do it.
30 minutes this game, 30 minutes next game, and then last hour is Tekken.
Bet.
See, they saying defend Dill because he's being racist for when we put that mic on.
I'm up, bro.
They better hurry up, bro. I can't. They better hurry up.
For me?
Yes.
They better hurry up, bro, because
Or maybe I lose on purpose. He been doing research.
they better hurry up. This is during
me he
top
on
6.
my
I can't watch this over top 6.
You just be lying to niggas.
Yeah, so now he's mentally preparing for somebody else. I got you.
Put your password in, man.
No, it's your birthday.
No, it's not, bro.
It is.
Put your
Jesus
password
Christ.
in, bro, and stop playing, bro.
It's your birthday.
All right.
Put it in. No, not
That
like
didn't work.
Not like that.
That didn't work.
Bro, hurry up and play. I want to see these niggas box, man.
It's not in that format. It's in like UK.
Where did Afro go? This is the perfect time to do it in between sets.
Mark, he practiced with a pro against Zhao Yu. Oh my God.
Did he really?
No way he did that.
Bro.
All my life. All my
Wait,
life.
is it not right now?
They've been trying to cheat Lil Mark
Because Afro's not here.
all this time.
Bro.
They've been scared of him.
I should have been fighting you with my Steve.
It don't look like.
For him, bro.
Steve.
Is he playing Steve, right?
No, he said he playing drag.
Hell no, I ain't playing no Steve.
Bro, I should have fought you with my dragon.
Oh, they're playing. Okay, they're not playing Tekken right now. Okay, so I guess it's later.
If I fought
This
your
is-
Dragon,
this
I
is-
think I'd be less ready for him.
All right,
That's how I feel personally.
Bro, you
Okay.
teed if you would have fought my dragon.
all right. This is not Tekken.
I ain't scared. I ain't scared.
You got
This is
put
not
black
Tekken.
controllers.
Huh? Okay, bet. These black ones?
Yeah.
Say less.
Okay.
All right.
So, Lee, I just beat you on Marvel.
Okay. Well, I do want to kind of watch this game though. So while until Tekken's back,
I'm gonna go get something.
until Tekken's back, we'll watch
Remember the
this
show that I took it from you because you kept losing?
Bro, what? Bro.
because I do want to watch some gameplay of this game.
That I know.
With the moment top 6 comes back, I'm going to top 6.
That don't mean I'm taking his show. That's his favorite show.
I don't know, man. I hope Afro win, bro. But
What you unmic me for and then?
I hope Afro win, bro. But like, I feel like it's not gonna be a wash. This is gonna be the most equal of the matchups, and I really do not. I can't call it. I can't fucking call it.
Pokemon, I'm sorry.
We don't do that type of stuff.
I mean, this is the. I mean, nah, they're 1-1 right now. This is gonna be the fight. If they do something else at DreamCon, that's gonna be some other shit. But
What was that?
they're 1-1 right now. So whoever wins this next set is the winner of the trilogy, and I think that's the most important part.
You got to put this mic in front of you.
The next match is gonna be losers finals. I think, right? Is it losers next? Losers semis?
Predict chat.
Damn. Wait, but y'all
Dude,
better, wait, what? Are you poisoned?
What was that?
You're like going down.
You thinking tick there.
All right.
The first battle.
You should have
before
wave
you get
dashed
on
off
the
the
stage.
screen right there. Like,
Losers quarters, right?
Wave dash off.
Losers quarters.
Get out of there.
Yo,
Oh,
shout
I see
out to
Farzine
Zenny.
back there too, chilling.
Farzine back there hanging out. Save
Octave looking on his
20%
phone, taking notes.
site-wide at ZennyGaming.com with code EVO24. Shout outs to Zenny for holding us down here at EVO 2024.
They're gonna show it in a second.
Focus. I love that we actually get to see the RPS. It should always be a thing, yo.
Yeah, you like seeing like which player's winning because they got a little demoralized whenever they lose the RPS. Like, oh man, I can't even beat this guy at RPS. How am I gonna beat him in the game?
That's the first battle. A lot of players will tell you the first battle is RPS. It's like,
It
yo,
is.
RPS for sides. What's this guy thinking? Is he a rock guy? Is he a scissors guy? Is he a paper guy? It's all part of it. But let's take a look back at this bracket so far so you guys can get caught up if you have just
All right, losers. So losers quarterfinals. Now we have Nobi and Rife against Keisuke and Ulsan.
Arslan Ash, of course, is going to be on the winner's side. But
I think.
we do have Dragons right.
Oh, are they doing Ativ and Arslan next?
Nobi on the first side, and then of course it sets up that last match on lower bracket side. Keisuke versus Ulsan is going to be Japan.
Do they do winners? I don't remember how the format is. Do they do winners first?
That is wild, man. Some fun matches coming up on the loser side of the bracket. But again, that Pakistan winners final to square up things later for the top 3.
Man, it's kind of crazy, man. Because I remember we went over to Pakistan and we actually saw where these guys play in the local gaming hub.
Maniacs.
That was so
Yeah, it should be Nobi next.
All the Pakistani players,
right?
And it has been one of the coolest things ever. But let's look at the victory path for Keisuke. Look at this round 1. A bunch of people down.
Damn, Keisuke.
2-0 up until he got the QSEF where it was 2-1.
Bro, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0.
I know from way back. Castrological, of course.
Yeah, the Hunter x Hunter game look. I think it's gonna be fun. I don't think it's visually that impressive, but I think gameplay wise it will be fun. Okay, so it's Keisuke and Ulsan next. Okay, I think if they're showing the victory path, then I'd imagine it's gonna be Keisuke.
But here's the victory path for Ulsan, who's been one of the best players so far throughout Tekken 8. You can see, check out Coffee Prince.
I think Ulsan wins
this.
this.
Who was top 4 at EVO last year. Check out Tai2O as well.
I think Ulsan.
Dragunov, right? So as we talked about earlier,
I think Ulsan.
These matches they will meet again, so that could be a potential run back. But then
I think Ulsan wins this.
For Ulsan.
Yes.
For Zine from Pakistan. Jimmy J. Tran from North America.
I think Ulsan wins this.
And finally, 2-1 over
That's my
CBM
pick, at least. I think Ulsan is Hemi Turner.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Seen so far out of all these players.
There's no way you can doubt the progress of a player like
All right,
Ulsan.
boys.
I mean, we've been looking at Ulsan play since Tekken 7, had a little break, came back, and now
I think Ulsan has this in the bag, personally.
He doesn't have Bob. He's playing new.
Not in the bag. Keisuke is nice, but I think Ulsan.
For sure. And he is one of those.
I don't know. I can't really call it because it's not like Keisuke ain't nice.
Wave dashing on both sides here, which could be a little bit of fun. That always gets me hyped.
All right.
You want to poll the audience, Steve?
Yeah, let's
see what they're feeling.
Let's poll the audience. You guys already saw Keisuke, so I'm going to start with the first timer on the stage. If EVO 2024 would like Ulsan to take the set, make some noise. Okay, there might be some Mishima fans. If you would like Keisuke to take the set and stay alive, make some noise.
Wow. Okay.
Oh, wow. These guys are Mishima fans.
We got a Dragunov on the
I don't, but the thing.
Yeah, I see why they're rooting for Keisuke. People have seen enough Dragunov right now.
All right, Dragunov against Kazuya. Let's see.
Loser side of the bracket here. Loser goes home.
And that's a long trip no matter what. Nice block, great punish.
Oh, good down forward too. He called. Well, yeah, it's good. It's good. It's big. 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 It's big.
Still has heat.
There it is. That's what he didn't use against
He sides that. He sidewalks the hell sweep. That's crazy. Wall throw tornado.
And the follow up.
That's huge damage. And he's.
In the back, he read the spring.
Wow. He read the spring. That was fucking crazy.
If I'm Keisuke right now, I'm thinking, man, I'm so tired of dragging. I'm 7 rounds straight. How do I get out of here?
Dude, I can't do it.
This is gonna be practice.
I told y'all. I think.
Man, great use of the homie.
Good. Beautiful electric. Beautiful electric, dude.
Activate the heat. Hey.
Hell sweep.
Good. Hard wall break. Need another one.
Ooh, Keisuke, wait.
Yo, there's a bounty
wall to wall.
Yo, give him the tour. Give him the tour.
Oh.
It didn't kill. He left him with a pixel.
And he's getting life back.
Okay.
Oh my God.
Okay, wait, that was huge.
Keisuke on the board.
Keisuke, that was huge. That was huge. Maybe I'll eat my words. Down forward two. Maybe I'll eat my words.
Beautiful block from Ulsan though. Incredible reaction.
Great punish.
Down forward two. Or down two, not down forward two.
The wave moves into the block that was crazy. Statue kick, hell sweep, sidewalked again.
That's negative. Nice.
Back 4-3, found the heat dash combo.
Yup, give him to that wall. That's so light. That's so light. Ooh, good block. He blocks it down too.
He step electric.
Needs to be careful. Ulsan closes out with the down 4. It's gonna be 2 rounds to 1 here.
I don't know, man. Wall running 2. Good block. That's negative. Down 2.
The pressure on.
Starting to predict those lows a lot more from Keisuke, and they're starting to get blocked and punished consistently.
Down 2. That down two gonna be the. Then they gonna have nightmares for that down two. He gonna have that. He gonna have nightmares about that down two, bro. I swear to God. Oh, electric.
Wait a minute, yo. Give him
Balcony.
Take him off the balcony.
I see a balcony. We're going for a trip. We're going for a trip. No.
Just gonna keep that pressure
Okay,
on the
really
wall.
interesting.
Like that.
Ooh.
Toe kick keeps Ulsan in there. Pressure. Gotta punish. Keisuke trying to close.
Spring
out.
kick.
Good.
Oh!
Devil denial. Devil deflection. Whatever.
Wait, Keisuke. Wait.
I like double denial.
Electric.
The electrics.
Will Keisuke make me eat my words?
Hey. Okay. A little bit of trouble recovering some of that great
Nice heat smash. Oh, he canceled it. He canceled it. Down toward two. Hell sweep to the balcony. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead.
To the other wall.
He's dead. Oh.
Keisuke takes the first set. Excuse me, that first game.
Keisuke?
Oh boy, pressure is on. He's sick and tired of these Dragunovs, man.
I'm sick and tired of these Dragunovs in this top 6.
Will we see a? Will we?
You guys know. You guys know. It's great character select music right there. Get ready to fight.
Alrighty, game number 2. Head to the city.
All right, game 2. We in Times Square.
I want you guys to know you're cheering for a maniac. This dude Kazuya is trying to destroy the planet, all right?
That's what they're about. Demon Paw.
Hey, bruh.
Gosh.
Keisuke is.
The hits look so impactful. When this dude Kazuya hits you, dude.
Hell sweep. Nice.
The chop on the follow-up.
Heat time already out. Spend the low heat smash.
Those hell sweeps definitely starting to add up. Quick sidestep to the left.
Oh, good block.
Oh, wait a minute. Ulsan fighting back.
Ulsan tee up, bro. Oh, good hatchet kick. Good heat smash. Jab, jab. Heat engage. Jab. Good duck. Nice. 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 Good shit, Ulsan. Good shit, Ulsan. Good. What a reaction to that electric. What a reaction. The wall standing 2. What a nice. Half health. Great health on Keisuke. He can get that back. Good block. Nice. Good counter hit. Counter hit launch that sig. To the wall. Nice. Little short. Oh, got him on the wall. Heat smash. Nice. Heat engage. You're from that wall. Down 2. He Demon's Paw. He drops it, but he sidesteps it and ducks. Oh my God! He. Oh, it's game.
Ulsan, 2 rounds straight.
He dropped the heat engage combo, but that nigga sidestepped it and ducked the follow up.
Look at us. Look at us. Huh?
What a recovery from Ulsan, bro. Oh, that's a. He didn't expect. He didn't. I don't think he thought that float was gonna come from that. Blocks the Demon's Paw. Oh, that's the counter, but no. They trade, but no conversion. Good size on the electric. Heat smash.
Momentum. Tries to sidestep. Eats it down forward.
Come on, Ulsan. Nice. Nice. Heat smash. It's his turn. He blocks. He smash back. Text to throw. He didn't engage to the wall. He blocks the hell sweep. Wow. To rage. Dude, what a Hail fucking Mary. What a fucking Hail Mary of a hell sweep. What a fucking Hail Mary of a hell sweep, dude.
Oh man, they both died at the same time on screen.
Okay.
The thing Keisuke does too sometimes, as soon as he wins, he keeps his head forward, but he'll look at you out of the corner of his eye.
It's 1-1, y'all. It's 1-1. It's 1-1. It's. Oh, we're getting coaching.
Watanabe. Great Azu center player.
Okay, he said he got it. Okay, he kind of waved them off. He called for an ISO.
Very professional. Yes, thank you. Ulsan taking a selfie with
He taking. Ulsan taking a selfie. Ulsan taking a selfie with the crowd. It's fire.
How did he stay out of the shot? That's some movie
Hollywood magic. Exactly.
All right, y'all. 1-1.
Here we go.
1-1. 1-1. Losers quarters.
There you go. There you go.
Back 1-1 losers quarters. Dragunov and fucking Kazuya. Keisuke. Can Keisuke get this fucking Dragunov off the screen? Demon's Paw off rip. Nice side. He's negative on that.
Let you know. That's the warning shot.
Down 4-2.
Punish.
Down 4-2. That's negative. Yeah. Nice. 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 Good response. Wall grab. Amazing. Big damage here. And a tornado. And it's a turn still. Heat smash. Hatchet kick. Wall running 2. I mean, heat smash. Heating. Dude. Ulsan is playing with so much pressure this round. Keisuke can't keep up with Dragunov's pressure.
Keisuke hitting the brakes a little bit now.
Oh boy. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, he cancels out the waves.
Quick ducks here. Little fuzzy ducking.
Nice. Demon's Paw. Right back. It's going to work.
Stature kick. I love that I'm just stacking up the pokes.
Down 2. Heat engage. Hatchet kick. Ooh. Hell sweep. Hell sweep and heat gives him an extra. Jab, jab. Sidestep. What a kick.
Ties it up. 1 round apiece. Final game.
Wall running 2 with the conversion on the wall. Down 2. Down 2. Heat burst. Poking him down. 1-2-1.
Ulsan is on set point to take it.
Set point for Ulsan. Good sidestep from Keisuke. Good block. Good down 2. Heat burst. But he sidestepped it. Electric to the wall. Heat smash. Wall break. No wall break.
Oh boy.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god, Keisuke! He takes it! He takes the round! He takes the round! It's 2-2! Final round! Get it! Down 4-2! What a sidestep! To the wall! That Dragunov damage hurts. Good kickoff wake up. Down 2. Back against the wall is a bad place to be. He burst. That hits. That's game. Wait, the wall saved him. He whiffed the heat burst. Oh. I told y'all Ulsan got it, man. I told y'all Ulsan had it. I told y'all Ulsan. That dude, wow. What a performance from Keisuke. What a performance from Keisuke. What a performance from Keisuke. Final round. Man. Dragunov, man. Dragunov, man. Dragunov, man. Dragunov, man. Dragunov has already been nerfed. That's the thing. They nerfed him and he's still the GOAT. They have to take the nigga out of the game, bruh. They have to take the nigga out of the game. They have to take the nigga out of the game. They gotta just kill Dragunov at this point. They have to just kill him. They have to just kill. Man, all right. All right, the next matchup we have is Nobi and Rife.
This is the first round of the match right here. Nobi versus Rife. Oh, first
Nobi and Rife is next up.
He's staring him down. Eye contact.
He's a rock guy.
Damn. Lock in. Rock, paper, scissors. Damn. Damn.
He's like, I knew you were going to swap on me.
I knew what you were going to do. I put that idea in your head.
Damn. Okay. Okay.
Got him.
Okay.
It was my idea, not yours. I put that there.
Okay, Nobi and Rife. I got Nobi here.
Thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you guys for hanging out.
I got Nobi here.
Yo, Evo 2024. Are you guys enjoying yourself? Is this a good ass Tekken or what, guys?
I got Nobi here. I got Nobi here for sure.
I think they're having a good time out there.
I think they're having a good time.
I got Nobi here for sure.
Man, I love the venue, man. Look, I'm going to tell you right now. I walked in last night.
Nobi is my pick for this matchup. Nobi should really be in winners right now. Based off of his, based off of history, if history tells us anything, I got Nobi here. For sure, Ski.
For sure, Ski.
You can
see, obviously, he had a crazy path, as most players did in this bracket. You have 4,000 plus people. You're going to have a crazy path. Taking out Von Oss along the way. Ran into round 3. Sonic Fox took him out 2-0. Then John
Okay, actually,
right?
damn, matter. Maybe I eat my words. Look at this. Look at Rife, bruh.
And finally, in the matchup to get into the top 6, took out Lowhigh 2-1. It was intense down the
Dude.
wire. I'm telling you guys, go watch the qualification matches for the top 6. Some of the best Tekken you will ever see. That match was absolutely insane. He popped off so hard, he hit it the floor, bounced right
That
back.
nigga
Nothing happened.
was cooking, man.
Oh man, Rife is definitely one of those players.
He did beat Lowhigh.
A very strong player, and of course,
But
also
I still think I still got Nobi though.
that's another thing.
I still got Nobi.
So many different avenues. To
I still got Nobi.
Shout outs to PlayStation tournaments, but giving
I still
other
got
players
Nobi.
opportunities around
Personally,
the world
I still got Nobi.
giant tournament like Evo represent and make top 6 on top of that.
That's crazy, right? And if you guys know nothing,
I still got Nobi. Personally speaking, I got
check it
Nobi.
out, get to the website, enter these tournaments, and maybe you could win a trip to Evo next year.
I mean, most times you can sign up straight through your PlayStation, like
Yeah.
right through PlayStation Home. So a lot of times you can just do it that way. And I've
I still
commentated
got
before,
Nobi.
you've commentated
Nobi
a couple of
is Hemi Turner in my opinion.
All right,
But here we go, another one. Hey, guess who he's gonna play against? Dragunov.
Dragunov. Wait. This is our first time seeing Nobi on the stage. Guys, if you would like Nobi to take the set, make some noise.
All right.
What about Rife? If you like Rife,
Oh
to take it,
wow,
make some
off
noise,
rip,
guys.
off rip. Oh, Nobi's playing Jin.
Stands out here. Nobi, former Evo champion. Rife, though, keeping the pressure on early. This is stage he actually beat Lowhigh on too. On a back 4-3.
Yeah, I forgot Nobi played Jin. That's who he beat Lowhigh with.
Spikes him down, wants that knock over. Beautiful parry.
Nice, goes into the 1+2, engages the heat.
Nice.
Instantly, Nobi goes right back on the offense.
Oh no, wait, Nobi's playing Dragunov. I'm tripping. I'm my brain scrambled. Say I'm lying on my teeth. Rife is Jin.
Oh, wow. The third
They both whiffed.
I'm out.
The Wild Standing 2 barely missed as well. Still very close to the life bar.
Nice.
Play Tekken 7 now. No heat. Let's see what
Yeah, the
happens.
overlay was wrong. It confused me. It confused me.
Dive kick from Jin. Nice sidestep.
That's dead.
so.
Nice.
No go. No go.
Risky business down to 15 seconds. Long round there. But first round and no.
Yeah, the overlay fucked me up. Oh, he got the throw fake. He got the throw fake and the heat engage. Wall. Hey, yeah. Hey, hung. Heat engage. Hung. Perfect. I told y'all. Nobi being, yeah. And shout out to Rife though.
Trying to find a way back in here though.
Oh wait, hold on. Good sidestep. Nice. Nice. Ooh. Running 2. Demon Spawn. Wow. Good trade. To the wall. What a fucking trade, man. That's unbreakable. That's unbreakable. Down 2.
Rayjard, I don't think it's gonna work.
No. I respect it. I respect. Hey, I respect the fucking Weeball Rage. I'm not one to be against.
Like you said before, man.
I'm not one to be against the fucking Weeball Rage. I'm never against that.
It's so cool to see him doing well again. I felt like towards the end of Tekken 7, he kind of took a step back a little bit.
Yeah.
Did well at the finals as well, though, for the TWT finals. But now back on the Evo stage and making a run for it, man. Gets the first game here.
Man, shout outs to Nobi. He's become a crazy content creator. I've been seeing a bunch of his YouTube stuff. He's definitely a goofy guy. You should definitely go check out his YouTube if you get the chance.
I don't know, man.
Just Nobi, Tekken.
I don't know.
Man,
I don't know.
We got to start miking up the coaches, bro.
I know, man.
We got to start miking up
Actually, I agree. If we're gonna allow coaching to continue on, we have to mic up coaching.
It's got to be motivational with them.
We do have to mic up coaches.
He said, "Are you locked?"
I think if we're gonna, because I want to be able to hear what they're saying.
This guy real. All right, here we go. Game 2 on the set.
All right, here we go.
Oh,
Off rip, heat engage, back 4-3.
Step on him.
Look at the damage, dude. That was 3 seconds.
Good sidestep. That's his turnstile, yeah.
Full combo.
Good combo. Hey to the wall. Hey. What a fucking
That
combo.
was a crazy combo from Rife here. But you can see the life bars are still about
Down
even.
2. And that combo scaled a lot, so it didn't do that much damage.
Nobi spends his. Third is high.
Oh, wow. You really got to
Nobi is already basically back to full health. And Jin is and right down two counter hit. Damn. Wow.
He tried to parry too.
I feel like Rafe had a good round right there, but that combo scaled so hard that it didn't do that much damage. Oh man. Wow. Crouch throw it to heat engage. Oh, good sidestep. Good 1-2. Or 2-1. What a launcher, dude. Good throw. Yep. Hey. Oh, that's death. Wow.
Oh my gosh. The punish is crazy, and just like that, Nobi is on set point right now.
Set point for Nobi. Demon's Paw.
Wait a minute, as soon as I say that.
Damn, what a block.
Nobi forces you to play at his pace.
Yep. Yeah, dude, Nobi plays so fucking aggressive, and that's like the most annoying way to fight Dragunov. Good heat smash. Down two. Good sidestep. 2-1. Demon's Paw. He doesn't punish it. Doesn't punish the Demon's Paw. Rife has a chance. Ooh, don't punch. Don't press. 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 This game. That nigga Nobi different, y'all. I'm sorry. I told y'all. I told y'all that nigga Nobi's different. That nigga Nobi's different. I told you. That nigga Nobi's different. And now we have 3 Dragunovs in top 4.
Make some noise.
We have 3 Dragunovs in top 4, man. We have 3 Dragunovs. We have 3 Dragunovs in top 4. I'm sick. Get this character out of the fucking game. Get this character out of the fucking game, dude. Get this bitch ass nigga out of the fucking game. I hate him. I hate him.
And that has literally shown how his progression has worked. It has worked him up until this point to be able to compete with all the best in the world here at EVO.
And the wildest thing now, Nobi and Ulsan will get that run back in the losers bracket in the top 4. Nobi into the top 4 of EVO 2024 is pretty crazy too.
Well, look,
Arslan is our last hope.
Take a look at this replay presented by PlayStation Tournaments.
Oh, he started with the RPS. Oh, and he just looked away so far. He's like, yeah, I know exactly what you're going to do. Damn, he beat him 2-0 with the RPS and 6-0 round? That's crazy.
Shut up.
Not acting crazy. He's in his head. Inception,
He
bro.
was definitely in his head. He was definitely in his head there. And you
I
can
need
see how
if Arslan takes down all of the Dragunovs, he is my GOAT.
Sidestep up close. Even that tech on the wall where he got the tackle after.
He is my GOAT.
No, it's absolutely wild.
If Arslan walks down every single Dragunov, he will be my GOAT. But the thing is, bro, we need like something's got to change, man.
And the victory to stay alive.
Something's got to change, man.
One of those very prideful players, man. He said a while ago,
Something's got to change about Dragunov, bro.
I'm never gonna let him.
Look, I still think this is hype because I think I love Tekken and I love high level. I love the highest level of Tekken, but something's got to change about Dragunov, bro. They got to get this nigga out of here. They have to fix this nigga, man, because he is. There's no reason because this same thing this same thing's been happening at a lot of tournaments, dude. Dragunov always finds his way up here.
4 now, but we gotta take a short break. Don't go anywhere. Top
Short
4
break
coming in
time.
after this.
All right, chat. How we feeling? What are they doing? They're playing Hunter x Hunter still. Okay. How we feeling, chat? How we feeling, chat? How we feeling? I really wish there were not this many Dragunovs, but you know, it is what it is. At the end of the day, if this is not as hype as we want it to be, I promise you Street Fighter 6 will save our souls. Street Fighter 6 Grand Finals is always hype as shit. I've been saying this. Even at EVO Japan, Street Fighter 6 was way better than Tekken 8 Finals. I think Tekken 8, I don't know. It's something about Tekken 8 competitive. It might be because of the amount of Dragunov mirror matches. It's still hype as fuck to me, but it doesn't have that same it factor that Tekken 7 had. But granted, Tekken 7 had like 9 years to get. It had like 9 years to get ironed out to become the game it became. You know what I mean? Unfortunately, I think Tekken 8 just needs another broken character. Tekken 8 just needs another broken character to balance out the Dragunov. And maybe that'll be Heihachi. CEO Tekken 8 Finals was fire. That is true. That was true. That is true. I think I just think they need to buff more characters in the game to make it more balanced overall. You know what I mean? Because I still think there's a pretty big discrepancy in who's good and who's not. Number one, we know Dragunov. We know Dragunov's broken. Azucena was in conversations for being one of the more broken characters, but they nerfed her ass to the ground. Azucena is some shit now. I'll be honest. Azucena is some shit now. Azucena is not hooping like she used to hoop. What up, Ham? Heihachi? Bro, I hope Heihachi is broken as fuck. I hope I screamed at the top of my lungs whenever I saw Heihachi got revealed, boy. I'm so happy. Okay, apparently this is the line for the bathroom at Tekken, at Evo right now. Maybe not going was a good idea. Maybe not going was a good idea. Maybe not going was a good idea. Because here's the thing. The line being crazy is one thing, but you know that means it smell crazy in there. It smell crazy in there. I know it's hell on earth in that bathroom, boy. I do not love fighting games that much. I want to go to Evo one day and participate in all of the festivities and shit, but I want to get a big ass room and host a watch party in the room with like all of the homies. I think that'd be lit. You know what I'm saying? I do think I want to be in the arena one day too for a big event as well. But I would love to get a big ass room and we just do a watch party. What is this? Whoops.
I know you guys are here and you might not have the opportunity to go outside.
Yo, Harada's crazy. Harada's fucking crazy.
It's all available online and there's a lot of cool stuff there.
Harada's fucking crazy.
And I'll see you guys next year.
Try to go next year.
Exactly. If you guys are in the arena, you might want to head to because
I need these niggas to move the date back, man. I need these niggas to move the date back to August, bro, or something. Or some con needs to move because I'm literally going to DreamCon next weekend. I'm going to DreamCon next weekend. And like, luckily DreamCon is cheaper for me to go to because I can just go down there. Hopefully, here's my idea, chat. Hopefully by next year I'm invited to DreamCon and my lodging is free. If I can get invited to DreamCon next year for some reason and I can get a free hotel, then I will 100% do Evo next year. But right now they have no reason to invite me. I don't have any motion. But next year, maybe. Why are all the conventions in the same month span? I think it's like it's the best time of the year to really have them, depending on where you are, part of the country. Because summer is ending and we're going into fall. So a lot of the con circuits happen at the end of summer and fall time. Because, summertime is a great time to be outside, you know what I'm saying? Short shorts, wife beaters, we all lit outside. Then fall is another good time to, you know, because the weather's kind of cooling down. But there are no cons. I swear to God, there are no cons that happen from January to now. Besides like PAX East. But other than that, that's the only con that I know of that's like big that happens between like, you know, big ones. But anyways, TwitchCon is in September this year. It's usually in October or September. It's in September. But but we got Evo, then DreamCon, then after that, Anime NYC, PAX West, TwitchCon. It's like a crazy like circuit. But anyways, chat, winners finals. Atif versus Arslan Ash. I think these guys are the two best performing players. That's why they're in winners finals. These guys are the two best performing players we've seen so far. There's a gamble up, chat, if you want to gamble. I think Atif and Arslan are the two best players right now, and then Nobi is a strong third.
I've never seen him RPS.
I'm gonna be honest, nigga. I have no fucking idea who wins
Arslan.
this.
Oh, they're rocking it up.
I have no
Avalanche.
fucking idea who wins this.
Ah, there it goes.
Was that a scissors?
He did. I think he did scissors to paper, yeah. That was scissors, right?
I have no fucking idea who wins this.
From Pakistan.
Maybe the scissors are broken. Who
Pakistani
knows?
scissors beats paper.
Well, here we go. Oh, wow, this is interesting.
Yeah, this is
Exactly, Soren. Nobi is, I think he is, super strong third.
Small edge over Arslan. Right now, I was talking to Spag about this.
Oh, did you miss the window?
And he says sometimes Arslan will actually pick a totally crazy character.
Let's go gambling.
In a set. And in this kind of a set where it's best of 5 situation, 1st to 3, you kind of have one game to play with in a sense. But honestly, with the pace that Atif forces you at, those 3 games could go really quick.
Atif also played. What's going to be interesting here is this is going to be a crazy clash of styles, right?
If you guys
because
like the Evo take the set and move on to grand finals,
these niggas are both super aggressive. Let's go gambling. Oh man, let's go gambling.
And if you guys would like the newcomer out here, Atif, to take it, make some noise.
This is also Atif's first time in Evo ever. This is Arslan's 7th time being here. And he's also a 4-time champion.
Both countrymen here, both world-class talent between these guys.
I don't know, boys.
Competitive out here, right? Look at that, 4-time Evo.
4-time Evo champion, 7-time alumni. Atif is his first time at Evo ever, boy. And he's in winners finals. It's winners finals.
Obviously, you know, you have multi-time Evo champions, but Evo back in like the early 2000s was like a couple hundred people for a bracket. Now we're talking about thousands of people per bracket.
Atif is not a bad choice here. He has really shown like only damn near dominance in this entire run so far.
Oh man. So I'm curious to see, do we get this crazy character pick?
Yeah, I want to know what characters are going. It looks like it's going to be the Nina versus the Dragunov. The main characters coming out here.
All right, Arslan. All right, Atif. All right, chat.
Setting up Arslan Ash.
Lock in, boys. Arslan Ash versus Atif. Winners finals.
House that we're going to destroy with our fight.
This Lee guy.
He's got enough money. He's okay.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Nina got me full Homelander mind. My bad.
Get that camera out of my face.
All right, let's get it.
Yeah, Arslan believing in the Nina.
All right, here we go. That pressure already, oh, good. I don't know. It just takes one. Good string. Wow. He read the slide. Wall rising 2 from Atif, sending Arslan Ash to that wall. Heat smash. Wall break? No. Oh. Blonde bomb. Heat engage. 1-2-1 heat engage.
No resources left.
Here we go. Here's that. You don't want to be in this spot with Arslan Ash. You don't want to be there. You do not want that nigga. You do not want that nigga to get into wave dash mode because he will down 2. Nice while running 2.
Nothing too crazy. Use the blonde bombs to get out of pressure when he needs to.
Nice.
Calls out the big lows with the counters.
Nice.
As well. And there you
Ooh,
go. Crack the
what a
wall.
wall break. Are we going for a ride?
Are we taking this too? We are.
We're going for a ride. All the way downstairs, boys. Huh? Tornado? Huh? To the wall? Heat smash? That combo did like no damage, but a really cool. Well, honestly, it did great health damage, which is more important. Heat dash. Holy shit, Atif to the wall carry. Oh my God, he's one hit. Ah! Bro, Atif, you're making me horny. Atif, you're getting me going, boy. Nice. Down 2. Oh, nice. Good response. Down 2.
Will you attack back? Will you sidestep? Will I sidestep your retaliation?
Nice. They're playing the same game here. Poke, 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 poke. Ooh, that's negative. Good throw. Good throw. That hurts. Nice. Uh-oh. Arslan loves being there. Arslan loves being in that position. Nice. Good punish. Uh-huh. Nice, Atif. Nice, Atif. Good pressure. Good pressure, Atif. He's playing Arslan's game against him. Poke, 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 poke. Down 2. Atif is playing Arslan's game against him. Good launcher. Good duck on that. Okay. Big combo here. Heat smash. To the wall. But he didn't get to convert. But good wall carry, though. Wow. What a fucking heat smash. Final round, boys. Final round, boys. Final round, boys. Uh-oh. Nah, don't. Good shit. He responded to Arslan's game plan sick right there. Good sidestep. Ooh, he went for the tech throw, but he didn't time it right. Great response from it. That was a really risky throw from Atif. That was incredibly risky. Heat smash. Get him against the wall. Get some health back. Nice hatchet kick. Ooh, good sidestep. No punish, though. Guys, blonde bomb back to back. He's one hit. Nice. Oh, that nigga Arslan's different. That nigga Arslan's different, man. He's different.
Deep to do that down forward one just to make sure. Smart choice. That was so smart. Like I said before, it's like he plays.
He's so different, dude. Oh my God. Arslan, save me. Second only. Yeah, if I was there, this wouldn't even be a competition right now. You know what I'm saying? But I gotta let new blood shine. You feel me? Off rib. Arslan putting that pussy on Atif, man. God damn. Damn, that crumpled and what a counter it. Honestly, this is just the power of white women. And white women do need a nerf in life. Damn. 7 gold letters. That's 7 gold letters. That's 7 gold letters. That's 7 gold letters. Nice. Heat engage. Nice. Good damage. Nice string. Heat smash. Back to back. Perfect. Back to back 7 gold letters. Good down 2, boy. Oh, good string. I don't know Nina's buttons at all, so I'm just. Nice heat smash or heat burst. Nice. Oh my God, great damage, dude. Great. Yep. Nice. Atif. Oh my God, he's cooking. Down 2 off spawn. To the wall running 2 counter hit launcher. To the wall carry throw. Tornado after this throw. He has more damage off the heat smash. Monk. Good block. Heat smash. That pressure in the corner. Oh my God. 7 gold letters. 7 gold letters. That nigga's on fire. He has heated up. He has heated up, dog. Arslan Ash. Dude, the tempo that Atif plays at is horrifying. The tempo that Atif plays at is fucking horrifying.
With more pressure from Arslan, shutting down Arslan being forced to use more power crush, more sidestep. Haven't seen that quite yet, but here we are, all tied up 1 apiece. Game number 3.
Nice duck. Oh, he went for the down forward 2, but he got jabbed. Oh, I see Arslan trying to control the pace again. Arslan is trying to control the pace because that's how Arslan wins. If he controls the pace and he but Dragunov is, Atif is not letting that happen. Good down 2. Good string. Oh my God, heat smash. Good, yeah, he mashed on that string, nice.
Some strings out here, catch him off guard.
Yo, Ma, he's doing strings.
You gotta do him sometimes. Dash him down for 2, doesn't get the launch.
Nice. Good 1-2-1 heat engage. While running 2, he's positive on that. Good heat smash right back from Arslan. Good block. Oh, what a blonde bomb counter hit, heat smash, or heat burst rather. And there's Arslan round 2. All right, set point. Set point. Can Arslan Ash take it to grand finals? While standing 2. While standing 2. Oh my God. Hong, that wall carry. Oh, he did the blonde bomb and dropped it. Nice, nice. What a string. What a duck. Oh. Oh, yeah, I'm tripping. Winners finals, first 3. First 3. Winners finals, first 3. Winners finals, first 3. I'm tripping. Winners finals is first to 3. Winners finals is first to 3. Winners finals is first to 3. I forgot that quick. Winners finals is first to 3.
Dragunov all the way, bro. He's playing so well with this character, man. I feel like
they keep getting perfects on each other, bro. This is Goku and Vegeta, I'm not gonna lie. All right. Can Arslan Ash bring it to grand finals? While running 2. Nice down 2. Nice. Nice. While running 2. All right. Chat. Oh, heat engage. He ducked the Blix. That nigga went full that nigga went full Matrix Neo and ducked the Blix. He went full Matrix Neo and ducked the Blix. Nice down 2. What a duck. Nice. Missed the slide. Good wake up kick. Nice string right there. Oh, good trade. Good punish. Nice. Good string. Oh my God. Good duck. He ducked the string. Nice. Tornado incoming. He smash. To the wall. Mink. Great low. He blood bombed the Ranger. What a read. And he blocked the down 2.
Arslan 2 rounds away from closing out the set and moving to grand finals.
Nice while running 2. Nice low. Good down forward 2. Nice. Get him to the wall. Yup. Mink. Great damage. Good low. Ooh, no punish. Unbreakable. That's round. Unbreakable. That's round. Can Atif take it to a 2-2? to a 2-2? Nice. Good low parry, Atif. Oh my God, what a fucking low parry, dude. He is seeing through Arslan. Good damage, man. Good poke. Down 2. Good heat burst. He burst. Wall combo. Tornado. Arslan. What a crouching jab to the float. What a crouching. Rage. Smart. It's gonna. This is a float combo, so not that much damage, but it's gonna be good damage and health recovery. Health recovery is important there. Good. Okay. No more heat. Got him against the wall. One. Ooh. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. Arslan. I don't know. Get it. No way. What a block to the low. That's game. What a fucking comeback, dude. Down 2. Oh my God. Down 2. Can Atif send us to a 2-2? What a low parry. He's got the downloads. This freaky ass nigga is not staying his ass inside. Great damage. What a string. What pressure. Keep wall heat smash in the wall. Throw break. Nice string. Good block. Ooh, good punish. No, he drops the punish. No way, Arslan. Nice down 2. That's game. That's game. He blocked the hatchet kick. That's game. That's game. That's game. That's game. That's game. He's the fucking GOAT.
For the 4-time Evo champion. It could be 5. It could be 5. Arslan Ash stays alive.
One step.
Dude, he blocked the hatchet kick, man. He blocked that fucking hatchet kick, man.
To that loser's final. But what an incredible comeback.
He blocked the fucking hatchet kick, man.
Bro, business was picking up. Oh my God.
What a fucking pop off. All right, guys. In honor of the Chipotle sponsor, I'm gonna bend my knee to capitalism and I'm getting Chipotle for lunch or dinner. Not lunch, just way past lunch. I haven't eaten all day and I'm feeling lightheaded, so I'm gonna get food. I'm gonna get food. I need to eat. I haven't eaten all day. No, this is actually L Edge because I feel lightheaded. I need to eat food. This is L edging. But what up, Julian? I will be getting a quesadilla because I love their quesadillas very much so.
Really does make the game a completely different Tekken, and I feel like these players are starting to get the hang of it.
Yeah, I think the thing that's wild is how Arslan's style is able to shut down.
Dude, I can't believe he did that, man.
That's true.
Arslan, by the way, Atif does go down the losers bracket.
Dude, he did the slide. He juggled them with the
He does get Atif goes to losers bracket.
And it was a relatively safe kind of
And now Atif has to fight fucking Nobi.
That one goes a little bit farther, so you kind of Arslan's like, no, stop right there.
Yeah. And we've been talking about this. That's been one of the conversations people have been having. How much more active a down jab is to stop people's offense in this game. And I feel like it's really active.
All right, food has been ordered. Or Nobi or Ulsan.
To who?
What the fuck? Nigga? Nobi, right, I forgot. Nobi or Ulsan, because Nobi and Ulsan have to play so. Right. So I think Nobi beats Ulsan, but I don't know. That is a pretty equal match, but I got my money on Nobi. But Nobi and Ulsan next.
Here they are for some RPS. Ulsan up 1-0.
Double rock. Double paper. Oh
no, he tied it up. Scissors for paper. 1-1. Final game.
Wow.
Paper. Nobi, the RPS.
Nobi locked in.
Andy said he wants 2, bro.
And let's not forget, Nobi is the person who sent Ulsan to the loser bracket.
That's true.
He just keeps
All right.
beating him, Steve.
Yeah.
Don't say that out loud.
No, you're right. I forgot. Ulsan did send Nobi to losers bracket. I might be wrong. Ulsan might beat him again. This is the run back.
Andy put me on losers. Come on, bro.
This is the run back.
Most likely could
I believe in Balvin's supremacy.
Yo, thank you for the 5 gifted, Buddha. I appreciate you. W. And he brought the gold. He brought the fucking the Evo Championship fight stick. That's the flex. That's a crazy ass flex. Pulling back up with the Evo, bro. That's crazy as hell.
Ulsan, if you think Ulsan is going to take the set to stay alive, make some noise.
All right, Predicts up, chat. Wait, can we get some W Shibuda? Can we get some W Shibuda, please? Can we get some W Shibuda? Like W gifted? The fuck? Like.
Actually, look, I understand. You might have your personal favorite. We all got him.
Exactly. Nobi, former Evo.
Gambles up, chat. Nobi against Ulsan. I really don't know. I said Nobi's gonna win. I don't know, because Ulsan did send Nobi to losers.
Early in Tekken 8, went to the Reina as well. Now on the Dragunov, had some Fang Wei for a little bit as well. But the Dragunov here seems to be his pick. But I got to assume that was the mirror match they ran in the first place that put him into the loser bracket. So now in the run back, maybe he goes to a different character.
Maybe the Reina comes out.
Oh wait, character swap?
Bro, I want to see it because he's got the craziest wave dashes.
Will we see?
Right now.
No.
Wow.
No way.
He's doing that for Nobi.
No, but let me think. I mean, Nobi.
He's trolling.
That's what I'm saying. He's doing that for Nobi.
Yeah, he's trolling.
Looked at him like, oh, word?
He's trolling.
Reina.
No way. No way.
Go right here, kid.
No way. No way. No way he's playing Reina.
And it could be. It could be the Reina for Ulsan.
Ulsan chugging that water. Chugging that water.
One.
All right, Evo, here we go. Elimination match is underway.
Is he playing? He's edging. He's edging. He's edging.
We're getting closer to crowning the champion.
Stop edging on stream.
Guys to be a champion. I can tell you that right now. They dap it up. Good games, good fights. Man, Tekken is sick. All right.
It's gonna be the Reina.
Did he pick Reina? Oh my God, he picked Reina. It's Reina!
Losers semifinal. First to 2 games here.
He picked Reina. It's not a Dragunov mirror match. It's a Reina. Ulsan takes the Reina against Nobi's Dragunov. Will that be a mistake? I don't know. I don't know. Oh my God. Oh my. What a sidestep.
Korea versus Japan is what you're watching right now. Ulsan versus Nobi.
What a heat smash.
Stop what you're doing.
Nice.
The armor there. You can sidestep the heat burst now with the latest patch of Tekken.
Oh, heat smash right back. That was smart. Good option.
Stops the approach from Nobi with his.
Heat smash right. Nice down 2. Oh, good block. That's game. He's negative on that. No punish. Good shit, Nobi.
Yeah, Ulsan wanted to get baited there. Didn't quite get it.
Bro, Nobi just standing there.
Nice. 4-4-2. Good throw.
I might not.
Oh, good option. Good side. 4-4-2.
Lead for Ulsan right now, but Nobi fighting back.
Chipping Nobi down. Chipping Nobi down. Heavy. Good heat smash. Oh, that's game. Wow. Wait, is it? Oh, wait. It's fucking
Left, found the electric. Wall carry combo here. Hard wall.
mad quiet. Hold on.
Need 2 hits on the wall.
There we go.
Oh, wow. Finishes the string.
Ulsan is cooking. Ulsan is cooking right now, bro. Oh my God. That is going to hurt a lot. That's game. 7 gold letters. Ah, man. That Reina pick is crazy, bruh. That Reina pick is crazy. Ulsan is cooking Nobi.
Ulsan controlling the page right now.
That's negative. Nice.
Doesn't get it.
Not a
Nobi
good,
having
not the
hard time
punish
getting
he
away from
wanted.
this wall.
Good down 2.
Switch sides,
Throw
great
break.
opposition.
Oh, good.
Those 2 throws a lot of
Nice.
switch position even on the break, so it's always
Good sidestep. Heat smash.
situation. Nice heat burst.
Great sidestep with it. Finishing string
Good
down.
sidestep down 2.
Heat dash here from Ulsan. 1-2-1.
Nice heat engage. That's round. Let's go,
Final
Nobi.
round, Game 1.
Oh my God.
And again, only first.
Let's go,
to final
Nobi.
round. Every game matters way more in this situation.
Every round matters.
Floor break. They're in a new area now.
That War God.
Wall running 2. Wow, no throw break. Good throw. Good hatchet kick. Wall standing 2 gets blocked. 4-4-2 low. Good throw. Nice throw break. Good fucking slide. That string. That sidestep to the wall. To the throw.
That's why you got to be careful of that stance.
The block. Heat smash. Nobi with a cover. That's game. What a heat smash.
Nobi calls out the arm.
Bitch.
Smashes in with the heat smash. And Nobi gets game 1.
What are you thinking right now for Ulsan? You're going. Do you want to play the mirror match? You want to play?
Is he gonna stay on Reina?
I don't know how the first
That
but that was pretty close.
that first round was pretty strong on Reina, but I don't know. He might go to Dragunov.
But I think he's gonna stick it out with the Reina.
He's sticking it out, Chad.
It's gonna be Reina.
He's sticking it out. He's sticking it out.
The fans
He's
like
sticking
it,
it
they
out.
want the
Reina
Reina.
against Dragunov.
She's definitely
No
a problem.
Dragunov mirror match. I'm a happy man.
I got questions if you don't like Reina.
Wow. Ooh, no float combo.
Running 2, pressure still working out.
Nice.
I like that shining fist combo.
Good
that
down.
answer
Good
back.
down 2.
Nobi doing
Good
such
down
a good
2.
job of just
Oh, wow.
staggering his offense. The lows,
Good down
the
2.
mids, simple jabs, just
Oh,
to
good-
keep
good-
that high
good-
pressure.
good
Also, you gotta be
response.
careful of this wall. Stage hazard is
Heat
active.
smash. Got him against the wall. Nice block. Nice trade. Heat smash. It's Nobi's turn.
Gets the throw.
Unbreakable throw.
Now
Wait.
gotta get the throw.
Oh, he broke that. Never mind. Oh, he lost heat, so he can break it. Never mind.
Oh, wow. Maybe trying to go to the arm.
Good sidestep. Nice,
Left
Nobi.
right there by
Nice
Nobi.
sidestep, Nobi.
That
Nobi!
is a big change that players haven't had a lot of time to adjust to. Hell sweep's good.
Nice hell sweep. Ooh, high option on the heat gate, on the heating gate on the 4-2. Nice.
To the wall, up.
Good option. Up 4-4. And the heat engage.
Held back. Now pressure from Nobi against the wall.
Be careful against that wall.
Gotta
Be careful
of the
against that
Blast
wall.
is there.
Be careful against that wall, chat. Throw tornado. Bam.
Oh my
Big,
God.
big, what?
dash.
Heat. Oh my God. What a combo.
Nobi's on set point.
What a
Ulsan needs your
combo.
help, guys. You
Set
gotta run
final
the
for
direction
Nobi.
Ulsan right now.
Ulsan, come on, bring it back. Back against the wall. Can he bring it back with Reina?
And here we go.
Nice 4-4-2 to the heat engage. He's positive on that. Oh, he mashed. He doesn't duck that. He ducked the throw.
Nobi trying to shut it out here. Ulsan trying to survive. Another
4-4.
Oh my God! He missed. He smashed. Ulsan's in trouble. Last chance. The Ranger. He's dead. He's hella dead. Nobi moving on.
Ulsan.
Great option to go for the Rage Art. Just didn't have
That was the Rage Art was a smart play, but that was a really good. That was
noise for Ulsan.
the Rage Art was a smart play, but that overhead from Dragunov definitely kills on a counter hit that much damage. Wow.
Ulsan, a very strong competitor.
GG's, man.
In this bracket, but man, it's not because he didn't try.
GG's. Send Dragunov to Hades.
Inaugural Tekken 8 event here.
Oh man.
Send Dragunov.
Run up in intensity so much.
Wait.
Nobi looking like he's just out of it right
This
there
is funny.
Stage, but also looks so locked in, ready for the match. Pointed out the
My dad, who has been dead in a volcano for 3 months and presumed dead, texted me this. I lived Kisama.
Is going to be awesome.
Uncle Kazzy.
The run back from yesterday's top 6 qualifier, which is one
That's
of the
fucking
craziest matches we've
nice.
ever seen, and they're going to do it again.
Oh man. Well, first off, let's take a look at these replays.
What up, Wandre? I think give it 10 months, bro.
Look at us. Huh? Who would have thought? Not me.
I was already, yeah.
Man.
But no, man, it's been really cool seeing these guys go head to head like this. I feel like we've been talking about these tournaments probably all over the world now, all at the beginning of the year. But seeing it come to a head right here now, so early, knowing that we got the TWT coming down the pipeline, it just makes me really excited.
Exactly. TWT Master Plus event. But now, Steve, let's take a look at the PlayStation Tournament replay.
God. So now we're gonna get up. I told y'all Nobi. Check RDC.
Was selected by Nobi nonetheless, and it was looking good straight out of the gate.
They just playing. They're playing 2x KO.
Conversions, big damage, even keeping the pressure up versus Nobi.
Are they doing twos though? That's fire.
Started to happen. A lot more activity on the side. Got 2 rounds straight to run it back, and then
Man, if that Rage Art would have connected, he would have died right there, man. The audio is in sync and stream.
Did not go in his favor, especially when you don't have enough life. So
exactly, and these guys so competitive. They've been competing for years and years now. Of course, Nobi for over a decade, maybe decades at this point. But Nobi's still the Dragunov main to beat, and he's moving on
That
to
should
the
fix
top
it.
3 against Atif, which again, I'm telling you guys, if you guys haven't seen the matches from yet, the top 6 qualifiers were ridiculous. Go back and watch them.
Well, let's talk about one of our amazing sponsors here. Let's talk about AT&T. Before we head to break, we've got some good news. If you're watching at home, you have a chance to win some awesome prizes.
Wait,
like
hold on.
Plus premium, subs,
I won
and
yesterday.
Evo merch, just by playing some trivia thanks to AT&T. If you're in the U.S. and watching on Twitch, just click your answer, and if you're on a mobile, tap the red button on
Still
the
off?
chat pop out. It's as
Really?
easy as that.
Huh. I don't know then.
He told me you have to win this
Yuri,
tournament.
I
over
agree,
USA
bruh.
To become
I agree,
the
bruh.
best.
I
Even though
agree,
Japan
bruh.
is good
This
and all,
nigga,
but
this
you have
nigga
to
is
win this
he's
one
doing
as
too
well.
much, man. He's doing too much, man. There are too many drag. I need that nigga sent. I need him sent to hell. What year did Arson Ash complete his
After winning
Tekken
Evo
Triple Crown
Japan,
status?
my life
That was 20.
changed a lot. Yeah, I was trending in
That was
Pakistan
22.
and in Japan, and I didn't know what
23. You sure?
trending means. So, but later I know that. So, I grew up
I thought
in
it
a
was
very
20
religious family. They taught that
I think it's 22.
everything is possible if God wills.
Such an unlikely
I think it was 22.
warrior out of nowhere. And you know, of course,
If you had done something which you have dreamed
Adam
of
was right.
for a long time,
Damn, he's a
and
goat.
That feeling
Damn, Adam was right.
Like, I couldn't believe that I have done
Adam
this.
is right.
I have,
Oh, Adam is right. Oh, Adam is right. Adam was right. Is Evo over? I want to play. Evo is not over, unfortunately. Hi, Bronze.
you make it fresh every
Yeah,
day.
Evo is not over. Sadly, it's the top 6 is about to end.
Sounds delicious.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Oh man.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere.
Oh, dude.
Check it out. We got
Wait,
Gamer
chat.
Rocker,
I have to take a quick break though, cause I'll be right back. I need to get a snack. I haven't eaten all day and I'm getting lightheaded. I'll be right back.
and Gamer Mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gigillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
I'll be right back, boys.
Do you want okay FGC merchandise by okay FGC artists? Well, you're in the wrong ad if so, because here at 10-0, all we got's the best FGC merchandise by the best FGC artists. Just look at all this great merch. You can make this your whole wardrobe. I should know. I have. Our 10-0 merch booth will be open all 3 days at EVO 2024. If you're not here in person, visit us online at merch.10-0.gg. Stuff this cool won't be around for long.
The greatest anime fight of all time.
Why would you ask me such a hard question?
I'll do Aizen and Ichigo.
Ken versus Raud to the North Star.
Drumroll. Gaara versus Rock Lee, Naruto. Don't turn your head. I saw what you just did there.
Here's the deal. Excited.
Oh, yes.
EVO Las Vegas is down to the top 3 for Tekken 8 here at EVO 2024.
It is about to be ridiculous. We're getting into the losers finals first and foremost. It's good to be back in Las Vegas. I'm not enjoying the heat, but there's about to be heat in this RPS battle for sides. First side to Atif.
Oh, he got 2-0.
Wow.
Nobi taking his first loss at the RPS table.
Like we said before, man, Nobi has said this Tekken is a Japanese game. So you know he's got a little extra heat going into this match right here versus Atif, who's coming from one of, if not the new region region that is ahead of all others when it comes to Tekken.
I mean, the interesting thing about this matchup, obviously,
Y'all know how it's gonna be
Nobi
a
beat
snack?
Ulsan twice at EVO. That's the only reason Ulsan is out of this tournament.
Bro, like-
Atif is the only person who's beaten Nobi in this tournament so far.
I
Now,
forgot
will
that I
he
had
be
some
the
left.
person?
I had a
the only
leftover
person
Philly
to beat
cheesesteak from
Nobi
yesterday.
here at EVO. But this is top 3. The winner of this moves on to grand finals to face Arslan Ash.
Oh, wow. Well, with that being said, I want to ask Evo who they would like to see fight.
So instead of a
Arslan
snack-
Ash. And we're going to start with Atif. Evo,
I got
if you
this
would
food.
like Atif to take the set, make some noise.
All right.
Okay, wait a minute.
Yo.
Wait a minute. But if you would like Nobi to take the set and move on to grand finals, make some noise.
I don't know who I want to win here. I don't know who I want to win here. I like both of these
Grand
niggas.
Finals, it could happen.
Champ showdown.
But Atif did beat him in
I like
the
both of these
winner's
niggas,
side
man.
of the bracket. That was first to 2. This time it'll be first to 3. Let's see what happens. Losers final, EVO 2024, Tekken 8. Atif versus
All right.
Nobi.
Asteroid headed to Earth. And you know what happens on the third round.
The Dragunov mirror match.
Bruce Willis.
Atif and Nobi.
Willis, he's going to save us. Down to, oh, they trade.
Wow,
The
that crumbles
mirror
him.
match, and it's in full effect. Atif gets first blood here. Big damage.
Hey, man.
Spins the heat burst. Big damage.
Atif. Oh my
The
God.
blue this time. Gets
Oh
the
my
hit,
God.
a huge lead.
Um,
Misses the final
oh.
hit, but doesn't matter. The backboard's there to cover him.
Wow, that first
Um,
round, we talked about how Atif likes to keep the momentum in his favor. That first round is an exact example of what you were talking about.
Yeah, Nobi playing much lower than that. Gets thrown here, counter throw even. Hold it back. Oh my goodness. The counter off the get up.
Oh, Perry. This guy, Atif, is ready.
He has been on fire today.
Hey, bruh.
Aside from the Arslan match, of course.
Ow.
Yeah, the heat dash combo. Steamrolling this first game right now away from Nobi.
Once again, this is best of 5, first to 3,
Hey.
so you got to make it count.
Nobi,
On the third
great
round,
run, King.
And the floor is lava.
Nobi.
Last
Oh,
available
wait.
side throw situation off the sidestep.
Oh,
Wait.
Gage.
Good duck.
Grabbed.
Man, the high moves though.
Uh-oh, wait a minute. Off the
Hey, first to
ground.
3, Adam.
My man maximizing the heat usage. Big damage on the board. Atif
Brother.
has not stopped swinging yet.
He don't stop. He don't need to.
Oh my gosh.
3 rounds straight, game 1.
Bro.
Atif is looking ridiculous.
No, he didn't play that
And
round.
you know, they met earlier in the bracket. Nobi was kind of matching his
Nobi
pace,
ain't
going
play
back
that
and forth.
round.
They were both doing a lot of strings and kind of getting away with it. This time, Atif seems defensively ready.
Nobi
for Nobi to
didn't.
keep
He
pressing
didn't
back
play that
out.
round, dude.
If you see how I thought he was going to be a little more active in that sense, but he's playing a little more defensively. He just really can't keep his turn long enough to make a round his, and I feel like Atif is playing with that in mind.
Exactly. Secluded training ground now for the next stage. Multiple wall breaks available on the stage. Dragunov, incredible wall carry could be a factor here in this match.
Nobi, lock in, bro.
Once again,
Nobi, lock in. They playing with your name.
Atif has that first game, so all he needs is a trade.
Crazy trade there, too.
Down 2.
And challenge back. Get that out of here, man. All the lows Atif is ready for today. The Hellstorms against Case earlier. The down 2 from Nobi now. Low parries are good. Full crouch, low mix.
Okay, he first trying to take the turn back, and my
He
man
smashed.
Atif said, no, you don't get to play.
Bro, and he slides up for the camera. Okay, Nobi's got to break
Nice.
the wall behind Atif. He's
Nice.
got a chance.
Wait.
He's got to make a comeback, but Atif with the defense.
That's game.
And the low
Whoa.
does it again.
Bro, this defense from Atif is ridiculous.
4 rounds straight Atif right now over Nobi. 1-2-1.
Okay, running 2. Also, you got to remember, this is a mirror match, so these guys have definitely fought this before, and on top of that, they're familiar with the matchup.
Back 4-3, man. That heat dash, that move is so good, so effective. Hard to duck and punish correctly.
Bruh.
Oh,
Bruh.
gosh, and Nobi keep
Bruh.
correct multiple times
Damn.
in a row. Atif 5 rounds straight.
Damn.
Nobi hesitating just a little bit now. Finds an
engage.
engager.
What a sidestep.
Oh my
Dude.
god. Even when he finds an opening,
What a
he's turning
sidestep.
easily around for Atif.
The third dimension. Not helping Nobi right now. And look at this offense from Atif. Kill
that's gonna break
Cruster.
the
He's
wall.
dead.
Oh my
Combo
God.
He's
continues.
dead.
Tornado. Are we fighting another wall? We are.
He's dead.
Oh my God.
Bro.
That is 2 games already. You got one game to make it count. You can't lose another match. No,
He is walking this nigga down.
Completely different from the earlier set. 6 rounds straight for Atif, looking to make his way back to grand finals. Nobi now has to win 3 games straight against them, and the way this started, it seems like it's going to be near impossible, Steve.
No, B. No, B. You can hear the crowd. You know where their allegiances are. They want Nobi to run it back, sticking to the Dragunov. It's going to be a mirror match. Evil Arena, here we come. Where all the bad guys hang. Yeah, bro, I just kicked the
game point.
It was what? Yeah, dude. I just robbed the bank and got away with it. It was great.
Unbelievable. Well, here we go. Atif needs one more game to take it and make his way back to the grand finals now. Nobi, impatient block, but the 1-2-1 engager, counter it.
Okay, wait a minute. Wow, what a sidestep. Atif just knows
Bro.
every move that Nobi wants to make. And you get the stage.
Wall bounce.
Oh,
Bro, look at how much damage.
Atif is playing so fast right now. Nobi in trouble. He had the flash.
That's game.
Gets thrown back for the arm.
That's game.
Oh my goodness, that's the round.
It's over, y'all.
7 straight rounds for Atif.
Oh my God.
It's over.
Go back to the lab after this one, man.
It's over.
Down 2 once.
Sidestep.
That's the minigame. That's the minigame.
It's over.
After down 2 hit. You can sidestep if they try to retaliate.
It's over. Atif knows everything he's gonna do.
My man hit him turning back turn. Jeez. And he's still ready to.
This is crazy.
The wall. Oh my God, this dude, Nobi. You gotta fight back.
It's like he's in Braxmore right now to lose the final of Evo. To the other wall. Oh my gosh. All he can do is laugh. It's set point.
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
Jeez.
What time is it?
What time is it?
Is it
I can't believe what I'm seeing.
He's got to wake up. Another sidestep.
Another sidestep launcher.
Let go. The crowd has not given up, and neither is Nobi.
He has sidestepped everything. He has done that sidestep launcher like 4 times, back to back.
Okay, down 2 once again. The staggered pressure is so good. We've seen it versus Arslan. So much more effective, it seems, here versus Nobi.
Look at this.
Hey, bro.
It's over. 9 quick rounds.
Yo.
Look at the pop
Nobi.
He was like,
Yo.
what is this? Oh my God. Yo. No,
Yo.
he's like, he's not ready. My man said he's not ready.
Wow.
Guys,
Wow.
Nobi is going home with 3rd place. Make some noise for Nobi.
Hey, he earned that. He earned that pop off. He earned that. Yo.
Yo.
He earned that pop off. He earned that. That nigga dog walked him.
That hurt my feelings.
That wasn't even remotely close.
I'm in disbelief right now.
That nigga dog walked him.
We both pog-champed each other right there. Oh my goodness, Atif, what a dominant performance right there in that loser final. Speed run through Nobi. And now, because of that win, we get a Pakistan versus Pakistan grand finals for EVO 2024.
All right, y'all.
Now I'm looking at the Nina as like, how is he going to stop the Nina? Like,
We get in the rematch of the century.
The trail, the murder trail Arslan Ash has been on.
We're getting the rematch of the century.
He's getting the run back after this. And as you can see right here, Atif had a great run as well, man. Now he's going back up there.
We're getting the rematch of the century. Can Arslan Ash finish the story?
Once again, after seeing a dominant performance,
Or can Atif finish the fucking story?
he has a very passive style when it comes to this, mostly with the down 4-1 small tracking. But the offense that Atif just displayed, I want to see what Arslan.
You know what's crazy? This is Atif's first EVO ever. Guys, this is his first EVO ever. Now, he did win. He did win, I think, was a Tekken World Tour.
Wants to take this title away from Arslan.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you right
But,
now,
like,
I mean, I always think about all the tournaments that we saw them at.
so maybe they'll do the Afro run back whenever Tekken ends. That's what I'm hoping.
And now has an opportunity to get it.
What up, Ham?
And I know he has no problem trying to.
Hey, shout out Pakistan, man.
Let's take a look at some of the
Shout out to Pakistan. I don't know what version of Tekken they're playing over there, my nigga, but they're not playing the same one as us.
Looking back at that winter final already, he had so many good counter hits and so many good armor usage in general, but really the poke of the down forward 1-2 is what got him there.
I mean, the stagger game that we saw, like just a little bit for Atif, but that was the down jab, like interruption right there that stopped this overbearing kind of offense that Atif actually likes to go with. And Arslan just kind of really picks his spot, right? You saw it right there with the launcher, and on top of that, just the fact that he's willing to just sit there and duck in front of your face sometimes, especially it seems in the case of Atif.
Here we go, guys. We are setting up for the grand finals of EVO 2024 for Tekken 8. Arslan Ash versus Atif.
We've come a long way, man.
Oh, to go to losing for the run back against Arslan Ash.
I mean, the first champion crown for Tekken 8 EVO 2024.
It's on that level, man. We finna see, bruh.
I feel like the thing about EVO and how it corresponds.
I don't even know what the fuck you compare this to.
It's like once the champion is crowned,
If Arslan beats him after that performance,
that's the guy that I need to take out. And it's funny because it's like in competitive fighting.
because Atif just did some shit that I've never seen before in my life.
Oh, that's the guy I gotta beat. It's one of those. It's absolutely one of those.
It happened at Chikrin after his EVO Japan win. You saw how he's struggled since then, basically. Whoever wins this event, they're going to have that target on their back, too.
Look, those Tekken World Tour points, they don't come easy, as you can see. This is a Masters Plus event. So this is going to be one of those events that means the most to these players trying to qualify for the Tekken World Tour Finals. But, of course, pride is their first.
Yeah, without a doubt. So we're probably going to get the Nina back from Arslan here. We're probably going to get that Dragunov out of Atif. But it could be a long set, right? We have a situation where if Atif continues playing the way he's playing, we might get a reset, which I don't even know the last time we had an EVO reset in the grand finals.
Audio's low.
I definitely don't remember, but
Oh yeah, I turned it down for
that bad boy right now.
the match,
the
bro.
way he popped off when Nobi actually, well, he was like he finished playing. Oh wait,
All
a minute,
right.
now RPS.
Oh,
Let's go.
RPS. With the
RPS.
crowd in the back.
Oh,
he scissored him.
Oh wow.
1-0 Atif.
Bro, he was mad. Did you see the look on his face?
He's serious mode right now. Paper,
Yo.
paper. Oh my God. He said, I won.
I won. That was
Just
cool.
so you know.
I want to win again.
I won.
You don't know how this game works.
bro.
I won. 2-0
Hey, that
Atif.
nigga
I'm
said
reminded
I
of at
won.
Games 8 when we saw Atif and we did the interview.
I'm scared,
India
y'all.
versus Pakistan because it was team versus team. And
I'm
literally,
scared,
Atif,
man.
What motivated him the most?
What the fuck is about to
That was
happen?
his trophy. And when he
What
said that,
the
that was probably one
fuck
of the
is
dopest
about
things
to
anybody
happen,
has ever
gang?
said when it comes to competition. But you know Arslan wants the 5.
I mean, you know, too, that the pride in him is what caused that pop-off from the last set, too.
What
It's like,
the
come on, man,
fuck
now,
is
like you said,
about to
Pakistan,
happen, bro,
Grand Finals.
bro?
Now you guys know what's up. Pakistan at the top of EVO. But who's going to take home the title?
Oh, yeah. Yo, EVO 2024, this is for all the points. A lot of points and a lot of pride. If
Lord
you
Bow
guys
is chat. This is
would
for all
like
your points.
The returning EVO champion,
This is for all your
Arslan
points.
Ash, to take the set. Make some noise! Or if you would like his countrymen to come and steal his shine and get his first EVO championship, if you would like Atif to take it, make some noise!
Wow.
Oh, yo.
Okay. I thought they were going to be more in favor of Arslan, to be honest, but they're pretty split out there.
That's what I like to see. I like to get the crowd involved.
All right.
I like how Atif gets, like, I feel like he cares so much more when he's about to win. He's like, yo, you got your controller plugged in? You ready to play? Are you okay? You want water? Are you good?
When I think about, history of Tekken 8 so far, right? We're only about 6 months into the game so far. Arslan Ash was kind of struggling. It took him a while before he even got his first win. So coming into this bracket with 4,600 plus entrants, I wasn't sure he'd be able to crack into that top 6. So when I saw him make the winner side of the bracket top 6, I was like, damn, he still got it. But now, on the winner side of grand finals, I would not have been able to predict that. That's amazing.
I mean,
all right,
I'm glad you
guys.
said that because even Arslan came on Twitter and said himself, like, hey, man, like, I still
Arslan
I got to find
Ash
this is before the
against
obviously. But that lets you know
Atif.
just how hard he is at
Dragunov
to find that character.
against
Also just the training
Nina.
patterns, man. He plays a lot more sets when it comes
The
to
grand
Tekken,
finals
just to
of
get better.
Tekken
They're playing the
8.
first to 15 is the first to 20, those long sets. We've seen it with our own
Atif
eyes,
has
man. It
to
was one of those
win
instances.
a whole
Oh,
set
man,
of
yo,
3
crowd, you guys look
to
beautiful
reset
out there.
the bracket,
Yo,
then
EVO
win 3
2024.
more
Thank you
sets
guys for hanging
after
out with
that
us, watching this good
for
ass
him
Tekken.
to
Make some
become the
noise for
champion.
yourselves one more time. I love y'all too.
Here
That's
we
real.
go.
That's
Grand
real.
finals.
Grand
Arslan Ash
finals!
with the Nina. Atif with the Dragunov. Game 1.
Yo, Evo, one more time. Make some noise for me out there. Grand finals. Tekken 8 top
Here we go.
6. We're going to
Here we
have
go.
a champion.
Arslan
Here we
wasting
go.
no time trying to match the speed of Atif out here.
Uh-oh.
But the punish is good. Back it up. Incorrect on the throw.
Don't let Atif get started, bro.
Because of it.
Don't get... Oh, Arslan.
Down 4-1 string right there.
Good down 2.
How much more active
Running
Atif
2.
is being on the offense. Arslan trying to match that speed.
Right.
Great homing attack used there. Hit the brakes.
Down 2.
Before you get hit with that CD,
While running
let the
2.
rushing assault come through.
Good kick.
Life, just about even, man.
Heat smash.
I'm I'm looking at him dance right now. He,
Ooh, that breaks that.
Smashed right through with the pixel.
Oh, he's alive.
Oh, he's out of range.
Oh,
He smashed right back, shifted down. Arslan with the pixel, trying to make a comeback right now.
Oh, my God.
Gets him. And Atif hangs on
Atif is
round
taking
one.
one. Atif is taking round one, Papi.
Reset, guys. Down 4-1 once again. I like
What a launcher. What a launcher.
Potential reset after one round.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
I said one round.
It might happen. I'm with you. Ducks the high.
Good duck.
Arslan's defense still holding on right now.
Good throw.
No break on the
No break on that throw. Counter hit.
Throw at that.
Yep.
Playing back a little bit, finishes the streak.
Good down two. Oh, good counter hit. Counter hit launcher. Oh, wow.
Combo conversion. Will use heat to extend the combo here.
Heat extended. Bam, bam. Oh, no wall. Too deep.
Now every poke can add.
Oh, he's dead.
The blonde bomb, heat dash, and Arslan.
Okay, Arslan got it back. Arslan got it back. Arslan got it back. Get down two.
Down two. Knows Arslan keeps trying to sidestep.
Down two. Good block.
Arslan right there. Great block. And punish gets the knockdown. Fights back to the
Oh, heat engage. Running two. Down two. Counter hit.
Counter it on that one. And look at the jab press. Just to stuff the next running two attempt. Arslan making really good decisions.
Good down two.
How to try to counter it back.
Good sidestep. Heat engage. Tornado. Wall. Bam. 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 Bam.
With the down jab this time to
Will round one go to Atif?
The speed, he's using it against him. Round three, the floor is lava.
You know it, Steve. Here we go. Floor blast available on the stage.
The floor is lava. Whoever gets the first hit gets a crazy ass extension. Nice string. Heat smash in the wall. Oh, no combo. No counter hit. Nice. Heat smash by that pressure. Nice, nice. That's low parry. He drops it. He dropped the combo. The lights are too bright. The lights are too bright.
Smart choice there for Atif. Safe down forward one.
Are the lights too bright for my goat? Are the lights too bright for the goat? Are the lights too bright for the goat?
If he wins two more, we're there.
Are the lights too bright for the goat?
One game till Arslan's title slips away. See what I'm saying? Now I'm motivating Arslan.
There you go.
All right. Here we go.
I see what you did there. That was nice. All the perspectives matter, Rick.
Exactly.
All of them matter.
Game number 2, Coliseum stage.
All right, brother. Come on, Atif. Or Arslan. I don't really know. I don't care.
Man, and look how much more respect Atif plays to him. Like, he slows down his pace so much more against Arslan than he does against other players in general.
Oh, good heat engage, man. Running two is positive. Oh, good counter on that throw. Good down two block. Nice. Good response. Heat engage.
Really good job of finding these blocks in the down twos.
But look at this offense. Look at the
jab, running two. Jab, jab.
It's starting to work out in his favor.
Yeah, Arslan still has access to heat though. If he finds an engager, he will get some.
Pop heat, Arslan. Pop heat. There it is. Pop heat. There it is. Nice.
Now every hit's gonna build
good block.
Health back.
Oh, he's dead.
But he got caught.
Okay.
Atif on the board first again.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Bro, let me turn my light now. Hold on.
Atif starting to learn, looking for a big whip punish, potentially a combo starter. No follow-up there for Arslan Ash, though.
Yeah, just a little bit far out that time.
All right. Arslan is not. The thing is, good throw. Wow. Arslan is not able to get his game plan going because Atif's defense is too. Atif's defense is pretty good, but his offense is too. He applies too much pressure. But see, now he's getting in that state.
Definitely fishing for a counter hit. Heat burst. Still nothing.
Arslan's getting in that state right now. He's getting in that mode.
Arslan only has
good duck.
If his life gets low
good duck. Good duck. Good duck. Arslan he's got to get his offense. His foot is dependent fully on poking him down, and he can't do that with Atif like blocking everything, but also being offensively a menace to society. Nice sidestep launcher. Nice sidestep launcher. Arslan, here we go.
Trying to get the board here to tie things up.
Yep.
Ivory cutter extension, interesting.
Nice, nice.
Spike, keep him there.
Blonde bomb engage.
He's really been playing this up close range where he's not.
Good sidestep, 1-2 or 2-1. Good one. Nice.
It's all about the jabs. It's all about the down 4-1s. Arslan knows that he's trying to press with a lot.
All right, Arslan. Good round. Good round, boy. Good round.
Not trying to let it happen.
That's a great point.
Good down two. Good response. Oh, he mashed on that. That's a counter hit launcher right there. Oh, he drops it. Oh, and what a low reversal from fucking Atif. Good down two.
Look at that. Arslan is still in his turn.
Heat engage. Nice. That tracks.
Atif.
Oh my
heat smash.
Heat smash.
But no more resources outside.
Good block.
boy, Arslan
Both got
fighting back.
rage.
Life bar's very
He steps
eager to
on
get
him.
both players with rage right now. Who's going to get the round?
Good
Arslan
low.
Slide doesn't
He's a
kill the
pixel.
pixel. Then down
Arslan.
4-1. Arslan ties it up 1 game apiece.
Oh my gosh.
It's
Crazy
1-1.
back and forth.
It's 1-1.
Crazy back and forth.
It's
between these
1-1,
two.
dude. It's 1-fucking-1, man.
Arslan 2 games away from another EVO title, Steve.
2 games away. That's not far, bro. It's not far.
Arslan is two.
Descent into subconscious.
He is. Arslan is 2 games away.
We're playing on next, and both players.
He is 2 games away.
Very much so. Seen it a little earlier with Atif and the Dragon. Down 2.
That nigga Adam said, "Fuck, yes, 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 keep going." Yo, what the fuck is? What is Adam going through?
Oh my gosh, crazy trade.
Yo, no, that's why nigga. No wonder you got banned off Twitch, man. Nigga said, yes, 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 keep going. Fuck.
Very evasive, and again, the jab stuff in the running too.
He's definitely trying to bait Atif into doing something big here. Lots of quick sidestep right.
Wow.
Back to the game. Arslan is
trying to call him out on something big. Heat smash.
Get him.
Did Steve call that a hawk tour? That nigga Steve said it.
He doesn't kill. He ducks the hide. The jabs will do it. Arslan, round 1, game 3.
He hop kicked the grab. What kind of? What would you think? What would make you think to do that?
1-2. I love that he stopped on the string early. In this
Good sidestep. He needed that.
Man, sidestep the blob bomb is something I have not seen players do enough. Minus 14 on block, but such an effective
Nice.
power crush.
Bam, bam, bam.
Big damage.
Good duck.
Atif's defense holding pretty
I
solid
feel
right
like
now. Once again,
Atif
slowing
has
down
to.
the offense. Once again,
He can't let Arslan take control of the match tempo.
Take some more of that chip off of Atif's health bar. You can see life bar's about even now.
Because the moment Arslan gets the tempo of the match, he kind of wins.
Really starting to make a difference in what's happening.
Nice.
Didn't finish the string.
Like he has to do that.
Steal his turn back.
Even when nice sidestep,
God,
nice sidestep.
too early, but
Wow.
also has the floor to
Throw,
break. 10
wall,
seconds left on the
bam,
clock.
Not a lot of
bam,
time for
bam,
Arslan. Combo will not kill,
bam.
But how does Arslan make the comeback with the pixel?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Oh my fucking god! With 1 second on the fucking shot clock!
This is his home
This
court
nigga's
advantage.
not real! Atif, you got it. That hits. Break the floor, Atif. Break the floor. Heat engage. Break the floor, Atif. Break the floor, Atif. Good block.
Atif, no resources outside of rage.
Good
And
down
a little
2.
Great life to recover as well. Goes back to the pokes to try to make something happen.
Oh, what a timing on that down
That's the
4
floor
too.
break.
Arslan,
floor
will he
break.
take the floor here? Ivory cutter, we're
That's a
going
floor break.
downstairs.
Great health is gone.
No heat. He has to get to the wall. And
To the
look at
wall.
guns.
Oh, and he's gonna do it. Arslan up 2-1. 1 game away from another EVO title.
And look at Atif really thinking about this right now. Either one of these players with headphones on, by the way, so they can hear it all.
Man, and Atif was looking so good in that loser final against Novi. How can he stop Arslan Ash right now, though? I would love a reset, man, but it's looking like it's slipping away.
I would love a reset. Atif,
Not only will he be a 5-time EVO champion, he outlived the Dragunov gauntlet.
Bang way! No more Dragunov!
What the fuck? What the fuck?
First time.
He switched to Fang?
Fang here.
What the fuck?
Big bet. He's got to win 2 games because Arslan's 1 game away.
The Hail Mary Fang way?
As well. And also, this kind of feeds into how Arslan is playing against. You got back 1.
Wait!
Down, back 3. You got a lot of
No fucking way. If Atif pulls this off, that's a whiff.
A great punish as well.
Bangway, another one of the strongest characters in this game right now. But look at Arslan. He's keeping up with the pokes, right? The down for the 1-2 from Nina. Her down back 3.
What a heat.
Forward,
What a heat
4-2,
engage.
engage.
Oh
he
my
got
God, he
the
got it
counter,
again.
too. The down 4 is not enough. Got to be careful in how you close out.
His
Shoulder
turn.
heat dash.
Oh my
and
God.
the down 4 again.
Can't breathe.
Atif first
I
round
can't
with the
breathe.
Bangway.
I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
Back tempo.
I can't breathe.
Oh boy, this is getting crazy. Oh, he tried the backward. It's a good choice too. He dashed off the
He
shoulder.
dash.
Step
Good
up
sidestep.
kick. Ball carry here.
Shoulder. I like that. He was smart enough not to go for it, but he still dropped the
Headbutt. Nice, that connects.
Heat and rage now. Atif does not have this round in the bag. Got to be careful still.
This is still Arslan's round. One hit, it's bad. Nice. Oh my God, that's punishable.
I can barely talk.
Good block. Good block.
Back
Oh my God.
Oh boy.
Oh my gosh.
Oh boy. He's like, come on.
Arslan trying to adjust here to Atif's Fang Way. Wow, great hit there. Stopped again from counter. Stopped himself again being counter hit.
Oh, I love
Was the Fang swap what he needed? Good low parry. Good low parry. Good low parry, boy. Heat smash. Bang, 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 bang. That's so much damage. Bang, low. Shoulder charge to the wall.
From Atif with the Fang.
Arslan here. Raging.
That's game. That's game. That's game. That's game.
We are going to another match. Atif is still alive.
2-2, 3 rounds straight with the Fang Way. Oh boy.
Oh my
God. Oh boy. Yo, ask if you want a reset or we want a title right now.
Evo, would you guys like a reset? Make some noise out there for me if you would like
He
a reset.
switched to Fang,
Yo,
bro.
Atif, that's all you need. That's the ammunition. Oh man.
He switched to Fang.
I love it so much.
He switched to
Fang
and
right
cooked
now.
this
Will
nigga.
Arslan Ash get that title? Will Atif get the reset? We're about to find out.
Rebel Hanger.
Okay.
Nina Fang Way.
If Atif wins this is a bracket reset. He still has to win 3 games.
Game 5 of the first set of Grand Finals.
Here we go.
Nice. Oh my God. Engage immediately. That's punishable. Good low. Good block. Good punish. Already half-life with 20 seconds into the match. That's so much damage. He's done. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's dead. He's.
Gotta go for 13 instead. Just be safer about
I can't believe what I'm watching right now. Good back one, dude. Good. Oh, good counter hit. Counter hit launcher. Arslan get it. Arslan's going. Arslan's going. Arslan's going. Side swap. Side swap. That's. Ooh, he has the wall right there. He has. What a back step. What a back step. Needed the corner. Pressure in the corner. Good recovery from Arslan.
Oh, we dunked that.
He dunked the shoulder charge, but he got it back anyways.
Oh, went for wall splat there. Arslan with the duck to call out the balcony.
The balcony. Tornado. 1, 2, 3, 4. Rage Heart. Rage Heart. Rage Heart. No. Got to the wall. That counts. He's dead.
He did it. He didn't take one round each final game.
He didn't take the throw. Good low.
I think he's starting to adjust. I think he understands what Atif is looking for with the Fang. He might be able to close out the tournament here. Back tempo denied.
That's punishable. Good launcher. He caught that. He caught the leg. He caught the leg. Arslan is recovering. Arslan is recovering. Side swap. Put him in the corner. He's dead.
Out of your block bomb. Oh my goodness. 1 round away.
This is
1 round
tournament point. Can Arslan Ash? Can Arslan Ash take home the Tekken 8 5-time champion? A lot of weird axis movement happening right now, my nigga.
He got the counter.
He got him. He got the combo. He got the combo. Bam. He smash. Bam. Bam. To the wall. Bam.
He didn't even believe he get the wall.
Heat engage.
Heat smash. It's gonna be close. Heat burst.
He blocks that.
Nice block from Atif. Oh my goodness.
Oh Jesus.
Oh my God. He's gotta be careful.
Oh my God.
Oh, it hits.
Oh my God, it hits. Oh my God, it hits.
It
hits.
No punch. His body's dead now.
Oh my
He
God.
got the high. Arslan looking to win another title.
One more hit. One more. Low parry. Low parry. Low parry. Low parry.
Can't deal with it.
Low parry. He's not dead. Oh my fucking God.
Champion.
How did he recover from that?
Gosh.
He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT. He's the GOAT 5 times. What a low kick.
Unbelievable.
Yo.
Oh my fucking
I talk
God.
about good ass Tekken. That is what I talk about.
Good ass Tekken. Good ass Tekken.
Oh
Good ass Tekken.
my fucking God.
Good ass Tekken. Good ass Tekken.
Someone clip my reaction right now. Someone clip my reaction right now, bro.
Oh my God. Those last rounds were ridiculous.
Five-time Evo champion.
5 times. Evo champion Arslan Ash. Oh my God. Atif made him sweat for that bad boy, though.
4,600 plus entrants, and Arslan Ash wins
5
the biggest
times.
Tekken tournament of all time.
bro. Of all time. Atif, ever the competitor.
Yes.
Ever.
Atif.
Comrade.
Oh my God.
Atif.
Still an amazing.
Atif. Bro, Atif.
Against the full crowd, down forward 4.
Atif took his first Evo ever, man. This is his first Evo ever, and that nigga made it to grand finals and got 2 games. Dude, Atif against Nobi, that's never gonna be forgotten, my nigga.
I definitely would have took the Rage Art, and I'm telling
Nina won. Dragunov didn't win. Ethical hoops.
Try to put himself in a situation to close it, but that's the last second low block we talked about.
Ethical hoops.
With something a little quicker, and in that last clutch second, this guy Arslan Ash pulled that out of the hat. That's crazy.
Well, let's take a look back at some of the highlights presented by PlayStation Tournaments here. Crazy grand finals. We didn't get the reset again, man. Damn. One day.
Shout outs to PlayStation Tournaments of holding us down with the replays. And look, we saw the Dragunov.
Brother fucking bear.
And it was looking very strong.
The Fing swap was psycho, but I fuck with it though. Cause he was cooking. He got a round off him.
Dragunov, whether it be for the fact that obviously we've been fighting Dragunov this entire time, so knowing how to fight that character, you're going to have it in your bag, but also just the fact that this guy Arslan Ash is a competitor.
Just defensively stronger. You're looking at these replays, there's a lot of highs, he's ducking in strings, side steps are good, armor usage is good, just so smart defensively, and that's really what carried him throughout this whole tournament.
No, it's really true, and look, the up-close battle between these two is something I feel like that needs to be studied. It's not a lot of people that goes at Arslan Ash like that, and there's not a lot of people that can fight Atif out of his own zone. You kind of pointed this out. Like, they have very contrasting styles, right? But then the switch to the Fang Way, which showed us so much more for what Atif had to offer. Ties the set 2-2, even gets the first round of the last game. But then Arslan Ash with the craziest
I can't breathe,
combos,
bro.
The craziest comeback.
It's so hot in here.
Wait,
is that right now? Wait. Okay. I called it. I told y'all. I'm gonna have this mini player up here, and then we'll switch to it whenever it's time for them to actually play.
Yeah,
but I want to see the ceremony.
Yeah,
I done did it again.
And once again, Arslan Ash, always. I feel like every year we see him do it now. Every year, you were right, man. This is his home, man. And I'm glad everybody was out there showing love to Arslan Ash. An amazing grand finals. The build-up for this top 6 was actually ridiculous.
I loved it.
And I'm happy that it played out that way. In all
Dude.
honesty, man, it's always an honor to be here and talk about the world of Tekken with everybody here. Evo, I really appreciate y'all letting me talk like this with you guys. I'm glad you enjoy these fighting games. I love sharing the mic with my bro Rip, man. It's always a pleasure, man. What you got to say to the people?
No, man, I've been here for like 20 years. My dad got to watch us do this for the first time ever, so it's a good time for me. But let's send it on over to L.I. Joe to hand out some medals.
All right, one more time, nice and loud for your Tekken 8 Top 6 Evo 2024 champions.
2024, bro.
All right. Now
Shaq, can we get some good ass Tekken in chat? Can we get some good ass Tekken in all caps? Can we get some good ass Tekken in all caps? That's some good ass Tekken, man. God damn.
And also tied for 5th, Riot! Coming in 4th place. Let's get loud for Olson.
All right. Now, going into our next main event before Street Fighter is the Afro Senju and RDC run back.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. I like how easy it is to get into as well. Yeah. So I think it's gonna be really huge for that alone.
We're seeing the Afro Senju and RDC World run back.
Which they should.
Exactly.
Did you play Hunter x Hunter?
Nah, I didn't. How'd you like it? I didn't make an appointment.
It was smooth. It was smooth.
Okay.
We're getting the run back. I've been waiting on this for a very long time.
Leorio was fighting for him. He was whooping my ass with Leorio.
Oh, they ain't playing yet. They ain't playing yet.
Oh, you was hearing that? Exactly. You can't do nothing but find a cheap. That's all you do.
Atif, a young goat. Young goat. 5 times.
Tekken 8.
5 times.
2024 Evo champion. You got to get loud, guys. Let's give it up. This is Arslan Ash!
5-time world champion. What a fucking god, man. What a fucking god.
Citrix family, first, second, and third get these beautiful sticks. Hold those sticks up high.
What a goddamn fucking legend.
Let's see
man.
him, boys. Hold them up. Hold them up. Hold them up. Yeah.
Go, chat. Go look at that. Go retweet that, like that, all that other shit. What a god, man. That's my GOAT. That's my GOAT.
Yeah. You already know.
5 times, bro. 1, 2, 3, 4,
Yes,
5.
let's go. This is it. 5-time Evo champion, Arslan Ash.
Yeah, Street Fighter in like 30. Like 30.
All right, let's give it up one more time for your entire top stick. Let's go. Nice and loud, Evo. Nice and loud. All right, let's go back to our commentators for some final words. What do you guys got for us?
Well, that was sick, though. Yeah? It was, though.
All right, we'll tap into this shit now. Yeah, we still got Street Fighter later, bro.
He not up here. By the time he get here, I might have to go probably. Hey, did you beat Radon?
No, not at all, bro. I'm running away from him coming here, not gonna lie to you. So I really can't lose to you because my mental stat couldn't take that.
Yeah, nah, facts. I'm finna fuck your mental health.
You not, bro. You not,
bro.
I seen you got that second blue rank. That's cool and all, but rank doesn't really mean nothing.
I'm third blue.
Third blue?
Yeah.
Oh, no, you're not. Are you actually?
I'm third blue.
Third blue. Okay.
Okay,
I was
not bad.
Out of blue.
Really?
Not bad.
Yeah.
Did you get ranked down?
Okay.
Yeah, I got ranked down. Niggas start whooping me. I ain't gonna lie. You know how they go. You go on the roll, then they get on the roll back on you.
All right,
Not
when did
bad.
you start ranking up though? Like recently, while everybody who's good's on Evo, like.
Stop fucking playing with me.
I'm trying to make sure.
No.
If that's when you started ranking up, that makes sense. You know what I'm saying?
Damn, that's good point. He kind of cooked you.
No.
He kind of cooked.
Hold on, let me go.
We gonna see what a third blue looking like, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. Now I'm gonna let you know right now. I'm in purple, so if I beat you, I don't want to see you on Tekken again.
But you're not a real purple, though. You be going back and forth between.
I do be going back and forth, but I'm still saying he flexed on me third blue. He put on the table.
Afro, you better, nigga. You fighting for the pride. You fighting for the pride, bruh.
I don't know what that nigga talking about.
It's over.
You fighting for our pride.
What's up?
You make your hit.
No. I want a new controller.
You fighting for our pride. Afro gonna talk shit.
It's a little bit.
Afro, at the end of the day, Afro gonna talk shit, and that's why he's Afro.
No turbo switch. It's just that this hoe was ugly for real. They said we're on a loser streak, Mark. Please lock in.
Afro, you fighting for fighting for our pride, bruh.
Yeah.
You fighting for our pride. I still want a 4v4 or a 5v5. I still want a squad against RDC matchup because we are fucking waxing them. I'm sorry. I still want a squad against RDC. If he starts losing, if he starts losing, I'm gonna call this nigga and coach him on the phone. If he starts losing, I will call this nigga. I will call this nigga.
We both set it up.
Nah, we got both set it up.
Okay.
I will call this nigga. Wait, can someone time out Strap?
Dragunov. Like,
for like
I still look at him
a minute.
It's anger in me.
That's fair. Nah, that's fair. Like, when Dragunov first came in, that left some nightmares for people, bro. That damage was actually illegal. It was insane. After Evo this year, he's gonna get destroyed.
Why? They about to like mess him up again?
They're taking his ankles off, bro. There was like 4 drags in like top 8, bro. It was
four?
Wow, that's crazy.
Bro. It was insane, bro.
They took up half of it.
All right, how do you do this again, bro? I haven't changed my controllers in a minute, bro. Has the control set up?
No, Hamza paid to shoot Strap like 10 minutes ago, and no one shot him.
That nigga said, chat, I'm scared.
Is that what I want?
What y'all scared of, bro?
Wait, are they that's a,
y'all seen me fight on
The Evo Awards.
Wait.
Live from Los Angeles in 2025.
Oh, huh? Whoa, what the fuck? Los Angeles? Wait, what the hell? Evo LA? Was that the announcement? Was it Evo LA? Evo Tokyo? Oh, that was it. Evo LA. Yeah, it's Evo LA. That's the. They're doing the third Evo's in LA. And it's back in August. Oh my God! Thank God. Thank God I won. It's back in Vegas. Is back in August. Thank God Vegas is back in August. Thank you God. I don't know why they moved this shit to begin with. August 1 through 3rd. February. Los Angeles in February. Wow.
Now, for those
Vegas,
of you
Evo
who saw
LA?
our award show announcement last night and who paid attention to the places that Evo hosts events in recent years, I would imagine nothing we just saw was particularly surprising. And last year,
This Kevin
we were on
Owens?
this stage and told you that Evo was going somewhere new. We then told you that details were coming soon. And well,
Nah, he sound like Kevin Owens.
not arrive soon.
Tell me you sound like Kevin
However,
Owens.
They are arriving now.
Wait, whoa.
Production, where are we going?
Wait. So it's not LA? Wow. This makes sense. This makes sense. Wow. Yeah. This makes sense. Wow. Wow. Wow.
Evo is going to the shores of France
They're
for
going
our
to
first event in
France?
Europe, where we'll be visiting Evo champions like Dan the Nightmare, Malik, Kib,
Why France though?
Luffy,
I guess not. I guess where it's at in France is nice though.
for a great opportunity to see if there are some more European Evo champions. For decades, they have been visiting us here.
Wait, is that Evo LA shit the Evo Awards and not actually Evo?
That same type of world warrior mentality and go visit Europe.
Because they said some shit about the Evo Award.
Evo in the years ahead should be the
Oh shit!
same
Whoa,
kind
whoa,
of
whoa!
world warrior.
I hear you. But okay. All right, come on, Abson. What is happening?
Yeah, this is not my controls, bro. Hold on.
Damn.
Okay, there's button check.
You should have took a picture.
I should have took a picture. I think this.
That should be hard as hell.
Scales and in new locations. So would you all like to see a bonus stage a whole year in advance?
What?
We're going to Singapore to visit Tien and see if we can find some more Evo champions.
There's gonna be
Because Evo should travel as much as all of you, and we're committed to doing so.
There's going to be 4 Evos?
Thank you for coming to this top 8. Who's ready for some Street Fighter 6?
There's gonna be 4 Evos?
We have a short break as we can get our players ready. We'll be coming right back.
They're gonna have
Thank you,
4
everyone.
Evos? Oh, wait, what is it?
Yeah.
All right, y'all. All right. Afro Senju against Mark Phillips from RDC. Come on, Asin. Good counter. What happened?
Good
Yeah.
game,
He's-
boy.
Okay. It's side. Get down 2. Come on, Af. Okay, good duck. Wait.
Stop swinging
Okay.
right there. See, I'm about to teach you. Okay?
He burnt.
You can't swing like that, okay?
Af,
No, I'ma
don't.
teach
Good power crush. Good throw.
That's weird. That's not the one that you usually
Warning 2. That's a combo, Af. That's a combo. You got no. That's a combo. You already 2 counter hit him.
Yeah. See, you still don't.
Snake
you still
edge.
Block down. It's over.
Ah.
You still don't block down. You still don't. You see, you still don't block down. You see what I'm saying? You still don't block down. No, I can stop that mid. You see what I'm saying? It don't matter what you're doing.
I'm downloading you, gang.
You're not downloading nothing.
It's fine. It's fine. What do you mean?
F!
No, I'm
He blocked the snake edge and didn't do anything.
You see, I'm just too good now. I remember you saying this to me. I remember you saying this to me. Now I'm about to perfect you.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You downloaded?
No, I'm not playing with you no more.
You downloaded?
I downloaded.
Oh, okay.
Let's see if you download.
He's done. Let's go.
Let's see.
Okay.
What is he doing? He's so rusty. He's nervous. Good power crush. Good. Get down 4-2. Or get down 2 rather.
I said stop swinging right there, nigga.
Oh my God. Yo.
Good shit. There you go, Afro. There you go. Remember who you are.
That was my favorite.
He dropped the combo. It's okay. Power crush. Ooh, she went low.
See, I learned that. No, see, I learned all that stupid shit.
Oh my God.
No, I learned all that stupid shit. No, I learned all that stupid shit.
Okay.
Good down 2.
You know how to block low? No.
Good down 2.
I know how to block low.
When are you going to do it? Mid? Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
There you go. There you go. Get in his head. Get in his head. Get in his head. Good in his head.
Oh my God.
Afro has no combos. He has no combos. He has no combos.
I hope you win this match while you're talking.
He has no combos.
Ready?
Yeah. Yeah, I am actually ready. I am ready.
Oh my God.
I am ready.
Sit back down.
I am ready. I've been ready. I've been waiting for this whole time. I've been looking at your comments, niggas saying all this bullshit. Oh, I've been ready.
Oh my
Look, that
God.
breakup shit don't mean nothing to me because I whip blues all day. That's all. I love whipping blues. That's actually all I do. And I can fight on. What? Who you lucky? Oh, it's over. I want that brother out of here. I want that brother out of here.
It's a longer download.
Well, you better download it.
Come on.
You better download it.
Come on.
That's tough.
Okay.
Don't get up.
Oh my God.
Don't get up.
Yo,
Don't get up.
What the
Don't get up.
This counter, bro.
Oh my God.
Don't get up. Get off me. Get off me. I know how to stop all that stupid shit. I know how to stop all of it. No, I fight Dragunov for fun. I wish you would have knew that before you played me.
Oh.
No, nigga.
Oh, I canceled it. No.
Why did he do that? Why did he do that? Why did he do?
It's over. It's over. Don't worry, nigga. Don't worry, nigga.
No, man.
Get off me.
No.
I don't fall for that no more.
He ain't been practicing, man. He ain't been.
That was.
He needs to.
Hey, Ted, that was
He needs to
smooth.
abuse his pressure more. He needs to do more running 2s and more down 2s.
Oh, my goodness, bro.
Good shit. Come on, Afro. Come on, Afro. Don't mash. Good heat smash. Get around, please, God. Good down 2. Do that more. Yeah, that
Remember you
hits.
did this to me? You remember you kept doing that to me? You remember you kept doing that to me?
I did.
You remember you kept doing that to me?
Okay, hold on.
You remember that shit? You
Oh, my fault, my fault, my fault. Let's go, let's go.
You remember that shit?
Oh my gosh, bro. Okay.
That's
You got a little bit of respect. You got a little bit of respect.
Yeah, Mark. Yeah, Mark. Come on.
It's not even that cool though. It's not even that cool though. Watch the down low.
He's by himself, bruh. It's 4 of them niggas.
Let's go.
It's 4 of them niggas. And God damn it.
I like that.
There you go, F. Get Mixy. Get Mixy, bruh. Don't. That's not punish.
Okay.
All right. I can't call him mid-set. They're not taking it. Block low. Block low. I was wrong. I was wrong. Good shit. No, okay, it's your turn. Go low. Good throw. That's fine.
Oh, shit. He got out of it anyway.
Good shit. Kill him. Thank you, my nigga.
That was good.
Go low more. Go low more. Wall running 2, then 3-4, then down 2. Fuck, man. You gotta punish that snake edge. He just throwing shit out, man. He ain't got no game plan. There you go. Abuse those strings. You're dragging off. You're dragging off. Yes. Abuse that pressure. You're dragging off. Abuse that. Oh, don't do that.
So bad. Okay. Yeah.
You're dragging off, bud. Abuse that pressure.
Respect. Hold on. Block low, garbage. Oh my gosh, garbage.
Don't talk like that.
Do something about it then.
There you go, F. Get.
You've been fighting drags all day, right?
I actually have.
Don't do it again. Oh, don't press. That's a setup. That's a setup. That's a setup. That's a setup. You can't get up after that. You gotta stay down.
I'm doing it.
Oh, he smashed. Fuck. As he's breaking that.
Okay. With the text, it's crazy.
Don't press garbage.
That hits.
Don't
That
press
hits.
garbage.
That hits.
My fault.
I like
That hits. That hits. Okay. Thank you, F.
I like that.
Let's go.
Am I
Thank
done?
you, F.
You might. It's counter hit.
It's really crazy. I don't know
think
if
you
I'm
were
there.
swinging, right? I think you were swinging, right?
He's dead.
Lay
He's
down,
dead.
Lay down. Get used to being down there.
Afton, my nigga, lock in, bro.
Boy, now.
What happened? What happened to all that training, right? Come on.
Nigga, what are you talking about? Have you did something yet?
I'm about to.
F. Buck low.
Oh, first time before low. You usually go high. Okay.
He's gone low like 5 times.
No, you drop combos, garbage. Oh my gosh. Oh my.
Keep going. That's a combo. He's
Actually, I did it. No. But good try.
Av keeps dropping combos, man.
Oh, nice try, though. I really love
He
that.
keeps
I love
dropping
that.
combos,
I love
man.
What you talking. Okay. I love what you're talking.
He keeps dropping combos.
What the? Don't swing when you get up, okay? Teach you something.
He keeps dropping combos. Ah, man. Snake edge.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
Bro.
Let's go!
It's coming, bro.
Oh my God!
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
They recording my nigga, man. Don't come home.
You ain't saying shit. You ain't saying shit. You ain't saying shit.
Don't come home.
Next, nigga. And Lotus next, nigga.
No, he's
And
not.
Lotus is next.
No, he's
I
not.
promise he is.
Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Lotus is nothing. Stop playing. Stop playing. Y'all get.
Swing when you get up.
Stop playing.
Oh, nice.
Stop playing.
Nice.
This nigga. The comeback of the century. Spring kick is crazy.
Got you swinging.
He needed to practice against Zhao Yu. That's the biggest thing. He needed more practice against Zhao.
You pressed it. I saw that time.
Thank you, God. He needed more practice against Zhao Yu, bro. This knowledge check is cooking him, son.
Did they register it? But
Man, hold on, bro. I gotta get it. Hold on, I'm about to get in Discord. Hey, bruh. Hey, bruh.
What up?
Hey, bruh. Hey,
What
bro.
up?
Nah,
What up?
man. Nah.
You see, you watching Afro get sauce right now?
Yeah,
or?
I am watching Afro get sauce. Hey, but hey, all I'm gonna say is leave Lotus name out your fucking mouth. Leave Lotus
That's what
name out your fucking mouth.
we said this nigga said Lotus next. I'm like, Mark, I don't think you want that big fella. Like,
Leave Lotus
relax.
name out your fucking mouth, man.
Relax, bro.
Oh my god.
Lotus finna put them paws on you, boy.
Where's Lotus?
I think he's is he watching it himself?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. So
Was he ever in here?
nah, he wasn't.
No one. Don't know.
He may not know we're in here.
I didn't know y'all were in here. I told just now. No, I know this is live. Yeah, but hold on.
Also, your noise gate's not on Discord.
Oh my bad. Hold on.
You're good.
Voice.
Are we waiting for some ethical Street Fighter though? Come on, y'all. It's about to be that time, boy.
I can't smile right now.
Why? What happened, Afro?
Because I'm watching Afro get his ass kicked.
Hold on, Afro up 2-0 or 2-1. Come on, hold on.
And I'm trying to figure out how to get a new game plan with what I know. It's gonna be rough.
Is this a first to 5 or are they just playing?
I think they're just playing at this point until one of them gives up.
I don't know if that's how that works.
That's what they did last time.
Did they?
Yep. Or I think it's actually it might be first to 10, like because I think that's what it was before.
Also, you heard what what RDC said about that Hunter x Hunter game, bro?
Nah.
Afro was like, "Oh, I didn't get to play the Hunter x Hunter game. Did you like it?" And then Mark gave him this look and was like, "It was smooth."
Wow.
So
it was smooth.
So yeah, so you know what that shit mean, bro.
It was cool. It was cool.
That shit was some ass.
It was smooth. Yeah, damn.
Oh shit. Yeah, that was funny though. Where's the damage the other drags were doing? Hey, bro. Call.
Hey, chat. All right, I didn't want. I thought Lotus was in there. I wanted to see what he was saying, but it's all good, man. I'm back though. What up, chat?
Oh, wow.
Radon done broke my nigga spirit, man. Radon done broke my nigga spirit, man. And now he getting five. Now he getting five. Is Street Fighter even on yet? It's not.
This is gonna be so rough. It's gonna be how the turntables have turbo. I'm gonna still get you, bro. I'm gonna still get you though. We still ain't here. We still ain't here.
No, get nah. Not fucking FeedyX, bro. Not FeedyX, bro. Get off the screen. Get off the screen.
That's what's up.
You ready? Let's go. Let's go. You ready?
Get off the screen, man. Get off the screen. That's a nigga that he trained RDC, as you can tell. That's a setup, Af. He doesn't know. He's about to get 10-0 in front of.
So much shit to me,
bro,
man.
I'm here for it, bro. I'm still here for it.
Yeah, don't mind me.
I gotta focus up now. That's all it is.
Get FeedyX off the damn. Nah.
Gosh, bro. No, my fault.
No way. Get FeedyX off the damn screen. Oh man. Help Afro Fee. He needs it.
Okay.
Wait.
What an interruption.
Snake Edge.
God, bro. You gotta wake him, high, low.
Oh, that counts. That counts. That counts.
What's good, Fee? How you doing, gang? How you doing, bro? How did stay with somebody safe spot?
Crazy. I knew I shouldn't have went for that. I thought about it too. I said, should I grab?
Yeah, 5-0.
Okay, second hit. We got those.
I don't want to call him mid-set. I'm going. If it gets to like 8-0, bro, I'm gonna call the nigga. If it gets to like 8-0, bro, I'll call the nigga. He needs more. He forgot everything.
The mix. It's hot in here. Oh, it's hot. Oh my gosh, bruh. It's hot.
Damn, counter trade.
100 knees.
He didn't train, man.
Oh, that was good mix.
Wait. He's beginning to wait. He's doing combos again. Don't go for that grab. Tech that. Damn.
Okay.
Punish that.
What a rage! That was good. That was so good. That was so good, bro.
You on the main stage with that rage
Oh my God. That was good. That
What
was
I'm
so
learning
good.
here, I'm learning a pattern. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning a pattern. So what
Yo.
I'm learning here is
Get off my.
I'm learning a pattern, guys. That's what he told me. I'm learning a pattern.
I still see the pattern. I just gotta grab it, bro. I just gotta grab it. Let's go.
Wait, chat. No way.
You know,
Wait,
I'm doing
chat.
that
No
same
way.
move.
Do it.
Wait.
No, I'm
chat,
saying
no
like,
way.
I'm doing. Hey, stop talking mess to me before I fight you for real. Stop that.
Oh, grab on the arm.
That was a good grab.
Wait, chat. No way.
Oh.
Wait, chat. No way.
It's up.
Oh my gosh, bro.
That is a well-practiced combo.
Oh my gosh, bro.
That's my reaction too. Wait, no way.
Damn. Oh, interrupt. Oh. You love to see it.
I don't even want to watch this shit no more, man.
Good block.
Street Fighter started soon, y'all.
Let's go.
Oh, I hate that. They helped you with that.
There you go, bruh. Come on. There you go, bruh. Lock the fuck in, bruh.
Table. Hit. Delay on the low.
Oh, you underneath? Oh, good stuff.
Yeah, but Mark ain't. But Mark ain't 10-0 this. I mean, Afro ain't 10-0 Mark on the fucking Evo main stage, bruh.
Interrupt the down two. It's a wall splat. No.
Oh my God.
No, little delay. Okay.
Nah, hold on.
Counter hit.
We gotta go to the airport though. Hey, we gotta go to the airport at 7 o'clock. It's 7 o'clock.
They have to leave.
Do not play with me. Do not play with me. Do not play with me.
They have to leave.
You had it. Oh shit. Good shit. Hey, you taught him well. Bro.
Hey, I know you can.
Good game.
I know you can.
Good game. That was good.
Nah.
We gotta fight together, baby.
Nah.
Yes, sir. All right, Jay. Get your ones in, nigga.
All right, stream. Love y'all. Me and Mark and Dylan are leaving, but Leland's staying. Leland's staying, and Desmond's staying, and Ash staying. So you got to Leland, Desmond, Ash stream, whatever that looks like, and C-Pain here. So
Okay.
love y'all, chat.
Oh, they're still playing.
Love y'all, chat.
They're still playing. Wait, no, I didn't see it. Wait, no, I want a fucking burrito. Wait. I already ordered Chipotle, but I don't give a fuck. Bring it, bro.
Oh.
TKJ.
We got a burrito.
457. Bro, I sent it. We're out of fucking Brit. Fuck.
All right, now, this is the second year of Street Fighter 6. And as you can see, we've turned out in the plenty to make sure that Las Vegas...
Is Av still playing or Av left? Av left.
So make sure Las Vegas can hear us in here right now.
Amazing experience.
Av left. Okay.
Live and direct. Once again, we're gonna see y'all soon.
All right.
We gotta
Get off my screen.
And an extremely stacked tournament. There were over 5,000 entrants. So please, even if the players were not on the stage, give it up for the 5,000 people that came to play in this open Street Fighter 6 bracket. As Rick just said,
I'm calling him, bro. He might not answer though. He a busy guy. His phone probably on fire. Yeah, his phone probably on fire right now. Okay, yeah, it's all right. It's okay. It's okay. Okay. Okay.
all right,
Wait,
production, let's roll this video.
Wait, whoa, Terry? Terry? Whoa, hello? What is this? What is? Wait. Terry? Oh my God, it's Terry. Bro, he looks so good. 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 Oh, he looks so good. Damn, who the fuck is? My bad. She was bad. That's me? Oh, shit. Nice. Nice. Hey. Auto twist. No gameplay? I get. Wait.
Where to today?
I mean, that's fire.
All right, hold on. Sorry, guys, sorry.
There's gotta be gameplay.
Are we ready for some Street Fighter 6 top 6?
God damn it. But the thing is, that was a cool trailer though.
Video and get it started.
That was a cool trailer though. We already knew Terry was coming though. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't know. I told Lotus to get in the Discord real quick. I want to talk to Lotus real fast. If he sees my message, he might not though.
Look at you, champ. Stronger than ever. The world watching your every move. Everything changes.
What up, Kuma? How you doing, bro? I called Afro. He ain't answer though. What? Pop out his. Wait a minute. What? Is that new? Or is that what the fuck? Wait. Was that a Kendrick reference? What the fuck? Was that a Kendrick reference? What the fuck? Sometimes you gotta pop out and show them. What the fuck? Sometimes, show who? Sometimes you gotta pop. That's hilarious. Sometimes you gotta pop out and show gamers. Boy, the fuck.
All right, keep that energy up, everybody. Help me get these players out to the stage. First, can I please get Ending Walker?
All right, y'all. We got our main event of the night. Our main event of the night. The ending of the Evo journey. The ending of the Evo journey. Street Fighter 6. This is the main event, guys. This is going to be this guy's 17.
All right, everybody, let's keep it loud for Big Bird.
This guy is 17. Big Bird fight on behalf of the birds, man. On behalf of the birds, man. Let's go, gang. Let's go, gang. On behalf of the birds.
All right, now, give it up for Punk, the God.
Yeah, Punk. Yeah, Punk. Yeah, Punk. Yeah, Punk. Let's take you home, Punk. Let's take you home, Punk. Let's take you home, baby. Let's take you home, Punk. Let's take you home, Punk. That's my GOAT right there.
All right, help me bring out this legend.
Hey, bruh.
We got
Hey, bruh. Why they jump my nigga like that, man? Hey, bruh. Why they jump
no support out there at all by his dolo.
It was 20v1, bruh. He had niggas
Literally.
yelling at him, man. We gotta get him right, bruh. I'm forcing him on that game.
I would say we gotta fire up the lobbies, bro, and get it popping here for a week.
For a week straight before DreamCon, bro. He needs to get
soon as he get back from Evo, hey, bro, you locking in, bro. We are
he has
forcing
no
you
choice.
to play Tekken.
He has no fucking choice.
Against your will, you are playing Tekken. I'm not letting you go out like that again.
I will learn Zhao Yu. I will learn her. So that never happens again. Bro, fuck Elden Ring. Fuck Radon. All that.
That shit will be there.
It's not going nowhere. But he shouldn't come home after that. Okay? Because you know what? No. It's all good. It's all good. Now, we just real quick, yeah. We gotta get him right, bro. We gotta get him
we
right.
own it. We own it.
We're gonna get him right. I'm gonna lab Zhao Yu tonight.
For sure.
All right, bro.
All right.
I had to make a quick pit stop. A quick pick stop with Lotus. Oops. Because
Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6.
we gotta get that nigga. We gotta get that nigga right, man.
Street Fighter 6. Street Fighter 6.
Street Fighter 6. Nah, we getting Afro right. Ain't no way. We getting him right. I'm playing Tekken every day with him going this week. He has no other option. He has no other option.
Welcome everybody back to Evolution
the GOATs.
2020.
The GOATs.
It is my absolute pleasure to be here.
The GOATs.
Again.
The
for
GOATs.
The second year of Street Fighter 6, joined none other than one of the greatest fighting game commentators of all time.
The GOAT.
IFC Yipes.
That boy Yipes be drippy as hell, man.
Tell you something. First and foremost, forgive me, my voice is a little shot, but it's your fault. Second, I am so happy to be here at Evolution 2024. Can I hear y'all for one time? FGC, talk to me!
We're in Street Fighter.
That's right. This is our official, where we're going into year 2 officially, right? So,
all right, boys. Sajam and Yipes, great duo commentary.
All kinds of players up there. Obviously, the EVO champion from last year, no longer in, but there are people who have been EVO finalists. There are people who have been EVO champions. You know, Capcom Cup.
Yeah, he needs some tea, bro. His voice is gone.
The pedigree of this tournament is extremely high.
His voice is fucking gone.
These players play, and I also cannot wait to see this bracket. Of course, we're going to be showing you guys what this is going to shake up with our top 6 here at Evolution. Our matchup there, Ending Walker, the Ed Prodigy, 17.
This is a crazy ass bracket, man.
Up against Big Bird.
No Mina is crazy. Damn, they got Punk and Momochi in the winners against each other. Oh,
The God, who is very famous for his many EVO finals. You know, last year obviously was a big one. That very famous one with Tokido back in 2017. Here against the Ninja Warrior himself,
Momochi, the Ed Dream Combo connoisseur who invented a brand new combo not very long ago. Loser side of the bracket, we'll have to see who goes down there to fight against Nemo, a fighting game legend who's been good at many, many different franchises, and Zen, who's been making TikToks making fun of Zhao Hai and Punk.
They got Momochi and Punk fighting each other. That's kind of racist. I'm not gonna lie. I can't believe they got two of those dudes fighting each other.
I'm gonna have to highlight one match here. All of these matches are great, but Punk versus
Bro.
Momochi is definitely the one that I'm eyeing on the most because that's gonna set.
Yipe's voice is gone, gang. I feel bad. I feel bad.
Let's see, we are surrounded by a lot of killers, and there was 5,000 people involved in this tournament. So give a round of applause for yourself.
I feel bad.
5,000 entrants. Year 2, still the biggest game here at EVO, even with the release of Tekken, which had an incredible record-breaking 4,000 participants for that game. And we're going to get our tail of the tape for our very first match of this top 6. These two young guns, two of the younger end on this, obviously, and we've seen it before. You know, second place at Big Bird that one EVO. I saw him backstage, and I said, man, if you do level 2, don't do Eagle Spike. I was like, bro, whatever you do, that one fateful day where Bonchan won EVO that very
I could turn it up a little bit. It probably is low.
Has been on this character, Ed. He's a loyalist, and he's come back. He really blew up at the kind of the COVID years of Street Fighter V, and he's been really successful traveling internationally. Him and obviously Problem X, and they've done so well. So it's really impressive to see this match. I think this is going to be a big one here between these two. It's going to be Rashid, obviously on the side of Big Bird, which is a really strong character, and he plays that character so well. I think he's really hard to play. Yeah. Extremely technical in lots of ways, and Big Bird's an expert on that character, and the exact same thing for ending Walker on Ed.
And I was so crazy about this, right? I'm pretty sure they didn't even expect to play each other. Literally before EVO, these guys practiced against each other. It was in a battle lounge, Big Bird, Ending Walker, Problem X. So these guys got familiar, obviously, to get shot for the tournament. So for these guys to actually meet here, I'm pretty sure they both shocked more on the side of Angry Bird, Big Bird, because you don't really see no emotions on Ending Walker's face.
Yeah.
And that man's a cold-blooded killer at the end of the day. But I like to touch up on what you said about Big Bird rocking Rashid. Obviously was on the Marissa train for a hot minute.
Right.
Found a stride with Rashid. He just said to himself, you know what? After Red Bull Kumite, I am done with Marissa. Let me just lock in, and has been paying dividends.
Yeah, I mean, he believed in himself, right? He's like, listen, if I lock in and just play Rashid, I can do this. I can be a world champion level player. Obviously, he's won some big tournaments. He's looked really, really good since then. And his results have been incredibly consistent and really impressive since then. In the last 3 or 4 big major offline tournaments we've seen him at. So I kind of expect more of the same from here today. I feel like he's a player who's very clean, right? When you watch his gameplay, it's not a lot of like, oh, you know, he was kind of forcing these weird scrambles, doing all this. He does the right stuff. He's very optimal. He really studies the game. He's a really, really strong player. Ending Walker on the other side, right? When you watch a lot of the Japanese Ed players, when you watch Momochi, who we're going to see in the next match, a lot of the Japanese players are really a slow defensive style of Ed. This guy pulls up and punches you in the mouth. Yes. He does not mess around. Like, Ending Walker's trying to stroll up and be like, what up, governor, and just take your lunch money. Like, he is a bad man on the Ed, and I love watching him play because it's such a different take on the character.
One thing I want to highlight from Ending Walker, he knows how to condition you to jump. Watch these anti-air conversions into big damage. It's going to be a highlight, I promise you.
Yeah, we got a bunch of seconds there on the stage, both of them making sure everything's locked and loaded. And I see that this stage has all the outfits unlocked, it looked like. This makes me very, very happy. I'm sick of looking at Color 1 and Color 2. So very excited to see that, of course.
You know what's so crazy about this tournament, man, now that I've really thought about it? Big Bird and Angry Bird are never in a top 8 together. Well, top 6 in this case.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird. So I like that he's still carrying the torch. There's still somebody flapping in the top 6. Let's get
great for me to see this too. I've commentated major wins by Big Bird before, and I don't think I've commentated a big finals with Ending Walker. So
all right,
it's really
boys.
cool to see him up here. It's my absolute pleasure as they're locked and loaded. It looks like our players.
All right, boys.
It's gonna be
match 1 on the way.
Representing EMEA.
Match 1 on the fucking way.
In the Middle East, Big Bird taking that long, long flight to get over here.
The warriors of the jet lag.
Match 1 on the fucking way, baby.
The biggest stage at Evolution, our final game of the night. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, in Las Vegas. Can you make some noise for our first match of Street Fighter 6 Top 6?
Let's get it.
Opening game is AJ. All right.
Off rib.
He just commits to it right away, and this is what I'm talking about. He wants to pull up, and because of that, he eats an overhead. He eats a setup here. Just right away in the corner, down and out.
Wow.
Backdash looks good. Ending Walker defending himself so far.
Dude, that Rashid corner pressure is, nice drive rush. Pop it again, bam, 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 level 1. Oh my God. Level 1, yep. Perfect.
With the perfect on round 1.
Oh, Big Bird.
Slow down that blueprint.
God damn. Off rip.
Oh, yeah. He is really technical, really optimal, and I think Rashid is a very, very hard character to play at a high level in lots of ways. Wow.
Good parry.
He's looking snappy. And so is Ending Walker on that early DP.
Take my turn back. I like that from Big Bird.
Oh, yeah.
Condition the throws early. We're going to get the drive rush. No, the wind shot to set the tone.
Oh,
Nice. Makes some other
oh.
conversion. Big damage.
Yo, Big Bird.
Wake up, jab, big check.
Yeah, bang, bam, 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 bam. What a grab.
That's the mix there. And Big Bird
Grabs come out so fast in Street Fighter, man.
Thinking about it a little too much.
It's really, damn, that's game. Wow, jumping kick.
Finish the job. Game 1 goes to Big Bird.
Remember,
Pretty
Endwalker
convincing,
is 17, bro.
I'd like to see a little bit more aggressive play. I feel like
That's
Endwalker's
wild.
too busy trying to be defensive here.
Yeah, he's trying to play reactive, but it can be very difficult in this matchup. Rashid has a great projectile, good ways to approach out of the air like that. He's had some anti-airs, but this is an opportunity.
Bam, bam, bam.
Into a corner. Let me test
Okay, Ending Walker, he get his get back.
I gotta hear the "You're mine." Be yelling that every time. Ooh, and he gets out of the corner, but the snipe.
Ooh, nice.
Nice conversion.
Nice.
But we burned out, so we're in trouble. We got to keep the pressure going. Looking for the shimmy. Trying to hit him with the jump back attacks.
Nice whip punish right there from Big.
What a grab.
And he got the heavier eagle spike because of that. He got the medium one.
Nice. Wow, what a counter.
A little flip after.
I like that. No tech from anyone. We check the jab. No, we react. We out of here. Exit stage right, please.
And he's running for it. He's trying to run away, and now
He's got to drive back.
that bar. He's got tons of resources.
Good parry.
Tries to get in and then challenge. Big Bird.
Hey, Big Bird showing why his name is Big Bird, nigga. He's Big Bird.
Better of these scrambles.
The biggest bird. Hey.
Yeah, it's gonna be mixed time.
What a throw.
Could have gone overhead, meaty there. He goes for the throw. Catches
Nice.
the perfect parry.
Nice anti-space.
Good shit.
Oh my God.
And he's got lots of resources.
Dude.
Level 2 available as well. So even
One more hit.
work,
Good drive
go back to
counter.
full screen and pop that level 2. And that's what he's looking for.
Level
He
2.
out. Wind the neutral.
That's round. Wow, that's game. Perfect. Yo, Big Bird looks comfortable out there.
Another perfect on the board. And if you're Ending Walker,
Big Bird is comfortable out there. He's cooking.
This guy's really good.
This guy's not bad.
He's frying him.
Bird definitely got the data on this young fellow. Remember, it's not how you start, it's how you finish. Let me see what Ending Walker's going to do to step it up.
Oh, hey.
Correct, so I think we're going to have pressure here. Drive rush looks low that time.
Make.
Counter hit blitz. He can get a combo, but it looked like he was out of the range, actually.
All right, we'll take that. No
There
surplus fight.
you go.
My
And
good man.
get it back. Get it back. Get it back.
Great combo. Not
Good
this time.
jumping.
Makes it
Wow, good jumping. Heavy.
for Big Bird here, which is a little scary on this defense, although it didn't end up mattering there.
Oh,
Good.
too far for the throw.
Nice.
Unfortunate.
Good tech.
Big Bird didn't want to drive rush there because his drive
Oh,
game is so
that's-
low when he gets clipped for it.
Nice.
Because he didn't have 3 bars of drive rush.
Good shit, Ending Walker. Got it right back.
That gave that hesitancy, that gave that space for Ending Walker to get in there.
Facts.
Good fucking counter.
Better make sure them strings are tight.
Option selected.
Oh, yeah. Let me space that out. Oh, the speed bag is in. Off the counter hit. Great conversion there, Ending Walker. He never stops walking. There it is.
He's pulling up, and Big Bird challenging
Nice.
on defense there. I love the drive reversal to try to slow things down.
Oh, good
Got a
block.
little, drive rush, and then he sees it doesn't hit. So,
Uh-huh.
Wow, he
Hey,
tried
good
twice.
throw.
Oh, yeah. That's the throw that he needed. Good block on the overhead. The trade, we'll take that all day. Almost got the trade combo there.
I love this. Ending Walker's challenging on defense way more than perfect parry.
Good drive impact. Oh, my.
Level 3 available. He misses it.
That was
No
so
level
optimal.
3.
Of course, the wind shot was going to beat out the
Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. Mink. He's alive.
Every time. Charges it up after the jump. He almost catches that jump up.
Damn.
And there we go. Beautiful punish.
Smart option.
All right, Ending Walker. Hey, he's looking psychotic.
Oh, yeah, he's locked in.
I think he's like noted.
Let me see. This dude's
Uh-huh.
going about, wow,
Nice.
he tried to parry and then got that reaction drive rush anyway.
Nice.
So he gets the
1,
combo
2,
off
yup.
here.
Let's set it up.
Pickup. Yeah, he gets a good setup here.
The whip go low. Oh, absolutely. Thought he was gonna
Good
go for
throw.
the to the panel shot.
Good throw.
Yeah, that's like clinical stuff.
Ah, man.
Super clinical.
Not this.
Could have got away with it again. He tried.
Nice punish counter.
Come on over here. Let me get a snatch.
A little far. He went for the light kick snatcher.
Good defense.
Would have reached and another throw.
Bro, getting thrown.
It never stopped in the corner there. Set point.
Ah, man.
Have to see what, Ending Walker
Those
has to take.
those
Big
corner
jump.
throw loops are like so painful to deal with, man.
Wow, he fuzzy guarded that too. He was ready.
They are so painful to deal with in Street Fighter.
Full of charge fist.
happen. I like that Ending Walker a little bit more active in neutral and defense so far.
Exactly. Yeah, Big Bird's definitely been on the bully mode.
Nice.
No conversion though for Big Bird.
Ooh, nice.
A little too far there.
Nice.
Doesn't have to combo though. Win the neutral.
Level 2.
It's time.
Bam, 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 bam.
The tornado's there. He might reset with something.
Here it comes. Here it comes. Here it comes. Bow. Bow, bow, bow. Level 1.
We're gonna link this into the level 1. I feel like we will.
Level 1. Level 1. Bam.
Not enough. Last chance here for Ending
What?
Walker, and he misses
Hey.
the anti-air.
Big Bird with a dominant performance, dude.
3-1 to winners.
Big Bird with a fucking dominant
Kinda looks
performance.
familiar, right? Last time he was on this stage, it was with Rashid as well. Street Fighter
What
V.
a-
This is
hey.
kinda poetic. I like how they still giving each other tips.
Oh, look, yeah, that's
Having a
cool.
conversation on the Evo stage.
I don't know. Ending Walker was kind of like, hey, bro, I don't give a fuck.
That's how you know they're real competitors. Just like breaking it down after the match is over.
And that's
What
like,
a performance from Big Bird.
And that's how you
What
make
a-
the
yeah,
players
what a
happy,
Big
right?
Bird-
You can
yo,
always
Big
give
Bird
somebody
went
tips
stupid.
with a clear state of mind when you won the match.
Big Bird
I
went
promise
stupid,
you,
I'm not
I
gonna
also
lie.
would not give him no tips. Promise you.
Yeah.
So that was
if
good
he beat
stuff.
me and was like, how do you do that setup? I'd be like, I don't know, man. Just hit a button. Who knows what happened?
Wow, good stuff. Good stuff.
That was really clean.
Oh, yeah, dude.
sets up
Kid is 17 years old. He has a bright future in this.
Most excited for
He has a bright future in this.
which is going to be the Momochi.
He has an extremely bright future in this.
which I'm
Dude.
really excited about. Let's get some highlights from our last match.
What they say, bro?
Jumping into that in a second. Thanks to PlayStation Tournament for the replay on this, and it was really just clinical.
That-
offense from Big Bird. I
the
think this
lights
character
were
Rashid
too
is really
bright.
hard to pilot at a high level. He has so many options, so many decisions you have to make.
The lights
He
were
navigates
too
these
bright.
So well, so consistently. Combos like this, and just consistently
lights were
finding
too
the right
bright.
options, spending resources in the correct way, even fighting out a burnout extremely well.
I mean, credit to Big Bird. He really didn't block throughout the whole set. It was more so
Don't
of a
worry,
spacing
bro.
kind of thing where he was just out of
We
range,
getting
throwing
Afro
punches,
right.
with punishes knocked
We
down.
getting
He
Afro
just made
right.
A lot of his points really come across when it came to executing the game plan going up against Ending Walker. Again, these guys are pretty familiar with the way they play, so it could have gone either way. But Big Bird is clearly hot right now and might be one of the favorites to win this tournament.
Yeah, and I mean, that's one of those things is like when he's like looking like the best, he is a champion level player. He's won tons of tournaments. His performances at the highest level in many events has been super high, obviously.
Oh my God.
Oh my God,
Yes.
it's the match. All right, that
Yes.
was a good match. Nice job, Big Bird. It's time. This is
Punk
the one that
and
I think so many
Momochi.
people have been so interested in. Of course,
Punk
Momochi from
and
Japan.
Momochi.
Oh, Ninja himself.
You don't play this game? Knox, get off my dick. I like watching it.
Up against
I like watching it. I can't watch it. I can't watch it. Is that a crime?
Tournament in the top
Is that a crime?
year's evolution. He had a good run in that.
Is that a crime?
This game are no
It's a spectator sport.
longer give him a lot of problems.
Yes.
You went faster this way. No, dead ass.
He's playing the best
No
of
fucking
every
way.
other player in the world.
Are you there?
And on top of that, Punk plays even better when he
Are
plays
you
somebody
there?
of this caliber of competition. Doesn't have to worry about any crazy scrambles.
Yes.
He knows in the back of his mind that Momochi's going to play damn near perfect.
Fast
And
Dumb Nice? I know
one thing
Fast
that I
Dumb
give credit
Nice.
to Momochi
You're-
is he
wait.
doesn't crack under pressure,
Are you just saying he's
especially in
nice?
Street Fighter 6 where it's
Fast
so
eye. Don't not too
aggressive,
much.
right?
I beat
I've seen him in
Fast.
so
I
many
beat Fast
scenarios
before.
where he does not tech. Now,
Not too much on Fast.
that
I beat
is
Fast
the
before.
go-to game plan.
Fast good. He better than me, but I beat him though.
But this
I
guy
have beat him
just
though.
Waits for that gap.
Not too
to
much.
Always check with that stand jab. And
I have beat Fast
and of
before.
course, Punk. I'm gonna be honest. I
Hey,
feel like he elevated the new
boy,
team.
I'll get back
Street
on this
Fighter
game.
started from Street Fighter 5, the way he played, how he just.
I'll
walks
get back
you
on
down
it. I don't
automatically,
see.
then
I'll
chases
get back
out
on
the
this game
spaces
straight up.
away
It's to
from
fight
both
Knox.
players. This guy's just ridiculous, man.
I'll
This
get
Punk
back
is
on this
all-
game
Yeah,
strictly
Punk
to fight
consistently
knowledge,
makes
and
the
that's
best
it. And
players
I'm
in the
getting
world
off.
look bad at Street Fighter, right? And that is a really messed up thing to do to somebody who's good at Street Fighter. And that should give you it. So here we go, locked and loaded. These two, everybody excited, of course. Cammy versus Ed. The crowd getting excited for the walk-in intros, and I do have a favor. If Momochi hits a level 2 combo every time he does heavy DP, can this crowd scream, "You're mine"? I would love to hear that. If the crowd could do it every time, I want to hear this arena erupt.
Noted.
All right.
Opening gambit time. Ooh, look at that.
Punk
Ooh,
against
already
Momochi.
establishing.
This is really a grand finals
That's
matchup
right.
happening
That's
in
what we're
winter
talking about,
semis.
right? Those reactions, those checks from Punk, he's the best in the world at that.
Conditioning with the throw. Where are
Good
you?
DP.
That was a meaty.
Come on, Punk, lock in.
DP, that's a side swap. The neutral
Jumping
again.
heavy kick,
Momochi,
nice.
Somebody who's been known as a god of neutral.
Oh,
getting
that's round.
absolutely clinically
That's round.
destroyed in our
That's
very first
round.
Ooh, I want to be
That's
biased right now.
round.
Fire me, please. I'm not going to be biased, I promise. But man, it's hard not to be. Oh, nice quick punish. No conversion.
No conversion on that.
For the shimmy on that. And Ed has great buttons. The problem is, though, things like this, right? Punk is
Insane
really good.
reaction
He's
from
very good at
Punk,
fighting
boy.
situations like that.
So here's the thing, right? Everybody's so scared of the dive kick. Naturally, they walk it back, right? To see if Punk misfaces the dive kick for the punish.
Yeah.
But what they don't realize is that they're going to walk down so easy.
Oh, yeah. Already in the corner. Momochi out of there. He fights away. It's important.
Nice.
Hit by the throw and trying to hold some space in the middle of the screen here. He does have meter. Always a big deal with that dream combo, and you know he's always fishing
Good
for
anti-air.
it.
Traded.
Trade combo for
But
Punk.
Punk
He's
trade.
got more than enough resources. Keeps it easy peasy. Level 3.
Level 3.
Game 1.
That's
Punk
wow.
dug off.
Oh my God! Like that was game 1.
Bro, let me lock in.
I can't even front. I thought that was round 1 still.
Let me lock in.
Deny. All right, Momochi. Yeah, you better lock in. So the demonic eyes.
Yeah,
Nice,
when
nice,
you play him
nice.
Like this, I mean, again, he makes players who are world class look like they've never played Street Fighter. And that's a very, very scary thing.
No shimmies here. Nope. It's going to be hard to. Only in those pixel situations.
Yeah. You see no anti-air either. Ed's DP is pretty slow. It's about 10 frames. Most anti-air DPs are around 5, so it's like half the
Good throw.
speed. It makes it very, very difficult.
Range is great, though.
There it is. Yeah, and he can juggle after if he does hit it. Nice check.
I know Momochi saying just you're not going to attack, huh? So I'm going to have to force a whip on it. Mainly on the crouch jab and the crouch strong.
Time for that different on medium kick. Punk immediately to the DP.
Amazing. What a throw.
This is already looking better for Momochi than what we've seen so far.
Ooh, good counter. Good punish on that low. Good punish on that low, man.
You're mine. That's what I want to hear out there.
What a fucking punish.
We left the floor for you guys.
Walking jab check. Couldn't find it.
Nah, because these niggas is boxing. Well, Ed's literally boxing, but you know.
That's the good stuff. +4 on that.
Good block.
Go for throw or no throw mix after.
What a poet mix. Nice sweep. Where you going? You're going to stay right here.
Bam, bam, bam.
From wall to wall.
Caught some kind of a button there from Momochi, and he got the counter.
Good throw.
Big 2, corner position.
Respect my jump in. Momochi, though, very patient. Now we in this corner. The stare down. Don't whip.
He's chilling. You know he's thinking about that jump from Punk, and Punk just waiting for some kind of escape attempt.
Nice. -3 all day. Why not?
The patience. Punk doesn't
A
mind
lot of,
escape.
wow, both of them just waiting.
He has level 2 available. Always so scary.
Good,
The throw,
good
of course,
fucking throw.
Yep. Definitely does not want to be.
This is a chess match. They're taking their time. Punk is level 3, so good drive rush throw. Oh, he didn't convert off that.
That sucked.
There it is. There it is. Go again. 1, 2. But 2, yeah.
And there it is. That should be enough. Survey says. Nah.
That was clean. Oh, Pixel.
Away and it doesn't kill.
No way. No way. No way.
He goes for tip now, and the level 2 off the combo. He's gonna get the snatcher. That's the kill. You died from a DP from that much life.
I thought he was gonna walk upstairs roundhouse for the burnout, man. I wonder what Punk is thinking. Trying to get the closeout, obviously, but man, would have put him in the burnout state. Would have been alright.
The jump over. No anti-air, but
That nigga was dead. That's a Pixel, bro.
Micro-size shimmy instead.
Good throw.
Just takes a lot of space there. Momochi doesn't want to swing preemptively. Finds a good hit, and he misses the
Nice,
upper.
nice,
He missed that a
nice.
lot yesterday in the qualifier.
Ooh, drive impact. Beautiful. Bam, bam.
Knockdown and a half. Throw condition.
Bam,
No.
bam, 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 bam. There you go, Punk. There you go, Punk. There you go, Punk.
Low forward is paying dividends.
Yeah,
Punk the god.
Momochi wants to walk back because he wants to get away from dive kick. He's just getting clip low over and over.
Regular throw. No, we jumping now. Great option. Wow, SSX right around.
Ooh.
Time for the stream. I want to hear the crowd with these DPs.
Bink, 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 bink. Bink, bink, bink. Oh my God. Bink. Oh my God. Bink. Ah, that was sick.
The same jump after.
Oh, it's a turn again. It's a turn again.
And Momochi.
Momochi!
At the end of this, is there parry or not? Meaty stuff, lots of drive gauge.
Good anti-air. Punk, be careful. Punk, be careful. Can't get hit. Ooh.
Momochi is chilling.
There's Craig. Good punish.
Punk was critical.
Good. Damn.
The fade away into the low jab.
On hit on the fadeaway that he landed in time and it was safe. Wow, Momochi with the layers, defensive layers, that is.
Yeah, jump back medium kick like that's a really good shimmy or anti-throw option. Oh, a little
Good
early on the throw. He
punish
lost
counter throw.
drive gauge on that.
Good tech.
It's a huge swing in resources.
Oh, good DP. Bam.
It's back to it. And again, Momochi sitting on lots of meter. That level 2 is always a big threat from him.
Man, respecting the neutral is Punk.
Oh,
Jumping, nice. A lot of damage. A lot of damage. That's a lot of damage. One hit away. One hit. One hit. One hit. Punk got one hit. One hit. One hit.
Punk the guard, good patience.
One hit.
Wants that one hit into that level 2. You know Momochi's fishing for it.
And on top of that, Momochi's not trying to jump back.
Drive impact. That was
check. Level 3.
level 3. That was brilliant.
Punk 2-1 in the set, just like that.
Okay, Punk. Okay.
Looked at that age, he said 39.
Okay.
Damn.
Okay.
It's not a bad thing.
Okay.
Oh, man, what a great way to react to that stand.
Punk is locked.
Oh, he's getting shimmy conditioned.
Bro, Yipes needs some tea, bro.
I'm with you. It looks like this. Look, Momochi's got wrong 3-4 times in a row. Finally,
Nice.
he's right.
Bam. Bam.
And he misses the upper again. He's dropped that combo so many times.
Oh, the
Nice,
perfect ball
nice.
cover, yes.
Yeah. That execution is costing Momochi in tournament here. He guesses wrong again.
Ooh.
And Punk is starting to clean up
Set
Momochi
point.
here, trying to march
Set
his way to winners
point.
finals.
Well,
Can Punk take it all the way? Gillo.
That's sweet.
No way. He finds every whiff, every opening. What can Momochi do here?
Oh,
He's a
jumping.
fat
Oh, no
jumping
combo. No
to
conversion.
Punk. There he goes. He finally gets the combo.
There's the combo. Level 2. Bam. Oh, level 3. Level 2. Level 3. Oh, level 3. He's burned out now. Bam.
Not even sitting on level 3 yet.
Stay around.
And burnout
No burnout.
here. Punk's trying
No
to force
burnout.
it. Momochi swings to fight it, and just like that, domination sends Punk into winner's finals.
Come on, Punk.
Revolution.
Please. Win a fucking Evo.
This guy
Please.
is on fire throughout this whole season. It's like season 2 gave him that,
Please.
that new lease on his tournament,
Please.
tournament life points. You know what I'm saying?
Please,
This guy has
Punk.
been a
Win an
favorite for a
Evo,
very
bro.
long
You're
time.
cooking right now.
He's looking for that grand
He's
slam that he's
cooking.
looking for his entire career.
Yeah, I mean, again, we talked about this so much, right? Previously,
Solid.
Starter 5
Solid
was
first
the
round.
The winningest player, right? He literally had one of the most impressive
Damn.
seasons of Street
Man,
Fighter back to
it
back.
sucks
Almost
because
winning
Momochi is
every
literally him.
And these big moments like this, when he plays like that, he makes Momochi, a veteran of fighting games, a god of fighting games, look like he's lost.
Yeah, he made him
That's
look like a
dangerous
random
man.
scrub just a little bit. It wasn't a bad thing, but that's what Punk do. He bullies. He's from Philly. He's the young bull. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
That's what he does, man. That was scary as hell.
And I'm
Watching
checking
that,
Twitter. These
I feel
niggas
like
talking, man.
against someone like that, you know.
Damn it, Afro. Afro just gave these niggas so much ammo.
The way he's walking it down. So thanks to PlayStation Tournaments, who's bringing us these highlights, of course. And I have to say the impressive call-outs in neutral from Punk.
Afro just gave these niggas so much ammo, bro.
Impossible to navigate in mid-range, right? And this is Momochi, who's supposed to be the best at this, you know.
Well, I mean, truth be told, like we was highlighting.
They gave
earlier
these.
on in the
They
set,
gave this
Momochi
nigga
was
so
super
much
good
ammo, bro.
Naturally, because of the dive kicks, you don't want to throw a low stroke.
Twitter looks nasty right now, man.
Punish countered by the dive kick. So Punk was
Twitter
forcing the
looks
issue
nasty right
of
now, man.
forcing
They are
Momochi to
cooking.
go
They
back
are
so
cooking.
easy, and it just made it that much
They are
easier for
cooking my
Punk.
goat.
Yeah, and like every interaction like that, he was so patient. He would sit
The
there
thing
and
is, though,
15, 20 seconds.
see, niggas bringing Lotus in the mix now, and they don't know what they're saying. Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do. Because they think they can beat Lotus now, and they definitely can't.
His play is that clean. Like,
I mean, I'm gonna keep it a stack. I've watched a lot of tournament matches, Jan. I was bust ass. You know, I expect a little more from Momochi, but that's not taking nothing away from him. Obviously, he's still in the tournament, loser side. Gonna warm up. And y'all gotta worry about him in the bracket for sure.
there we go. We have our winners finals locked and loaded. Big Bird versus Punk. Hopefully you've been enjoying all the matches so far. We're gonna take a short break and we'll be back with more of our
Big Bird, Big Bird and
Street Fighter
Punk.
6 top 6
I don't want to
in just a
see
little bit.
why both of my goats. Why both of my goats?
The chips are hand tossed and everything.
Why both of my
Make it
goats?
fresh every day. Yes, every day.
Big Bird
Chipotle
and
way
Punk
is
back to
we make it fresh
back.
every day.
Sounds delicious.
Hey y'all. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. Please don't hate me. But I think I'm gonna chill and go watch that shit Dolo off stream. Yeah. I'm not really feeling stream right now. I kind of want to go just chill.
Fighting game play
Sorry, boys.
style and an anime character.
Damn, Bleach, we're gonna go Ichimaru again. Yeah, fast speed. So personally, I would say I'm some type of
Go watch him.
You know what I'm saying? Sasuke, Itachi, somebody with a Sharingan.
I would probably be like the most evil character you could think of. Probably be somebody in Hunter x Hunter.